All right, guys, today we got a very special guest in the house. He's controversial and done ran up on your other YouTubers talking that talk. I'm talking about the one and only Mr. 10 Toes Down.
10 Toes, yeah.
Yo, 10, what's good with you, bro?
Ain't nothing, man. I'm out here looking, watching, you know. Think good, bro. You know what it is, man. Yeah, what's poppin'?
So you know, with my interviews, I like to do things in a chronological order, right? So
yeah,
give the people a better idea of who you are and where you came from. So you were born in Harlem, right?
Yeah. Yep.
What year are we talking about?
Man, a long time ago. Everybody wanted the only reason why I'll be giving people the year and age and all that, because they run with it. Like, yo, he's 60, he's 50, So I said, you know what? I ain't never gonna tell him how old I am, so I'm gonna let him just run with that. So I never tell nobody my age.
Got you. So are you growing up with any siblings at the time?
Yeah, whole lot of siblings. 8. I'm like the youngest, and that's basically
Wait, you growing up with 8 siblings?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And they're not even counting like cousins and all that. I got like cousins and all that I grew up with from childhood. You know what I'm saying?
So what was the household like?
The household was loving, man. My mom was loving. The household was good. Back in them days, I didn't see it as a struggle or hard times, because it was normalcy to me, because that's what I was born into. That's how I seen it. So my family, just to backtrack a little bit, my family's from Dominica, which is a West Indian island. It's between like Guadeloupe and Martinique. And they came here, my grandmoms and them, they came here. They snuck over here before I was even born. And basically, they came here with the values and the morals and, looking for that American dream. But growing up, I never associated myself with that, because back in them days growing up, they had that song by Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, and people was proud of being American and being born in the USA. So I never said nothing about being born nowhere else, nothing. I always kept my heritage as America. I'm American, my family American, and that's it. So that's how I fit in. I didn't even want nobody to know that my background was Caribbean and none of that, So growing up, had a lot of love. Family had love. My mom's always made sure that we told each other, I love you. Brothers and sisters always show love. I was always the youngest, but as I grew older, it was like I was the oldest out of all my family members, because I was like the main one that really like took to the streets. And when I learned about the streets, I went hard body on the streets.
So like the household was, the culture was there though, the Caribbean culture was there, but outside of it, you weren't really representing that.
So as far as the Caribbean culture, it was every culture in my household, because my mom's was the type of mother like that accepted everybody. Like growing up, I had everybody. I don't know who I would wake up to in my household, because my mother was like Mother Teresa. She took in homeless people. She took in all kind of people. Back then, we didn't even have a lock on our. Everybody had a lock. My apartment where my mom's, where we grew up at, we didn't even have a lock on the door. You could come and go as you please. And thank God that none of us as children ever got touched, molested, nothing. All the people that came in from being drug dealers, dope fiends, homeless people, everybody knew. Like you could go to my mom's crib to get food if you need clothing. And I guess that's where I get that from, by being so giving and helping homeless people. I can't see a homeless person and can't give them money or give them clothing or something. So my mom's was always giving. She always looked out for people in the neighborhood, outside the neighborhood. And there was always food in the house. But still, we still had the free cheese and the free milk, powdered milk, and the free peanut butter, But it was always love, though. It was love. I seen love growing up.
What did your parents do for work?
Well, my pops was he was in the streets. He was hustling, everything, doing everything. I never seen it. I knew it whenever he came around that he was hustling, selling drugs. He did burglary, hustling, uh, drug, whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? My pops was into it. My pops was a 5%er. He used to come around. I never knew. That's when I first learned about what the when they wore their crown with the tassel hanging. He's with the 5% Nation. My mom's was a singer. My mom's is one of the first doo-wop singers, females that started the doo-wop singing groups. So she was real famous. Still to this day, she's still alive. Well, she was famous. Everybody knew her from All the Stars. They wrote books about my mom's. My mom's played in movies like Raging Bull, the movie Colors with Sean Penn. She was in The Irishman and The Sopranos. She did the soundtracks. They played her songs in all of the different joints. Like I said, they did books about her. She's in books with like the Supremes, Diana Ross, with everybody. So growing up, I knew it was something different with my mom's, like, cause wherever she go and things would happen, people would always like, come and give her like praise. And when they talked to her, they showed her like different type of respect opposed to other people. But I ain't give a shit about that. I ain't paying, you know. And people swore we was like rich. They swore we was like rich people. They thought we was rich.
So you're growing up in a really cultured household then because of the music and the arts.
Yeah, definitely. So it's crazy because my mom's is a doo-wop singer, right? And my mom's had all of this going on with her life from when she was younger. Hit songs. Her song still now is real big across seas in England and all these other countries. My uncle was, when you look at the track stars, the first person that threw the fist in the air,
right,
in the Olympics, that's my uncle. That's my mother's brother.
Wow.
So you got that, then you got that. We got all kind of stuff in my family, but once you put the connections together, you're like, oh shit, man, that's your family too. The guy that played in his name is Clarence Williams, the one that played the gangster in the movie Hoodlum. Damn, he played in 100 movies. He played in Deep Cover. He played in, I don't know if you know who he is, if you're able to like use his picture, but if you look up Clarence Williams, his father lived with us too, Clayton, and he helped raise me too.
So you're growing up in a real interesting time period, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the 70s, the Vietnam War had ended and people were addicted to heroin, and then into the 80s where it's the crack era.
Yep.
What was this time period like for you growing up with this around you?
Well, my pops, he was in the army, so he was part of that whole transition, the war and everything. And when the crack hit, I know the dope era. I seen it. I know what it was like to see like all the drugs and everything in my neighborhood. But growing up, it didn't shape and form my brain at that time. At that time, I was into like video games and just regular things children was into, but I passed it every day. I seen it in my neighborhood. I seen it when I went to see family members, cousins and all that. I seen it. So when the crack hit, that was different. The crack era, that's when I started to get into the drug game and stuff like that. And that was between 12, 13 years old.
What kind of effect do you think that had on you growing up, seeing that stuff around you? Because you said that your dad was on the street selling, right?
Mm-hmm. So that I know it played a bit. At the time, I didn't think it had an effect on me. But now after growing up, I understand now that it had a very big effect on me because I began to do the same things. And it was the peer pressures of your environment. And that peer pressure came with direct and indirect peer pressure. People telling me to hustle, get money. And the indirect was seeing people get money, seeing the guys with the cars and all that other stuff. So it played a big part. I wanted that. I wanted that instant gratification to be able to go out and get all the girls. I believed that you needed a car, you needed jewelry, you needed all of these different things in order to get women, because that's that's who had all the women, the guys that had the money, that had the cars. So
Help paint the scene for us for Harlem during that time period. What was the streets looking like?
well, Harlem was back then it ain't nothing the way it is now. It was a bunch of bandit buildings, all of them brownstones and all that. You see them shits was ran down. A whole lot of buildings was ran down. All them stores, none of that stuff was there. People lived in abandoned buildings back then. They were squatting in them buildings. So to see somebody with a Benz or a BMW or even further back, Cadillacs and all that, to see somebody in that was a big thing because majority of everybody in Harlem is poor. So to see crews coming through with all these cars and flashy jewelry and stuff like that was a big thing. And I never looked at it as a negative thing with hustlers and pimps and all that. I looked at it as positive, like, oh, they just getting money. They selling drugs. I didn't see it as a big thing until when the police come and raid them. My mind was telling me, why is the police messing with them? They ain't even doing nothing, you know? So the way the neighborhoods were, it was much more together than it is now. We was divided in a way as far as with the Latinos and the blacks and different neighborhoods. Back then we had gangs like the Ball Busters, the Ill Boys. We had Zulu Nation back then. We had the Stick Up Mob. We had all type of different crews. Back then we had clubs like wasn't the Rooftop yet. It was Broadway International, the Ponderosa, Latin Quarters. We had stuff like that back then. Those club days, it was about having fun, opposed to coming and standing on the wall. When we used to go party, we'd go party. We'd go with dancing. Well, we had dance crews back then. We treated one another with respect. We treated older people with respect. Even though we was out there hustling, if an old lady come on the block, we hide. We wouldn't let them see us doing the sales or selling drugs, nothing like that. If an old lady coming by with a bag, we would help them with their bag. Back then, we used to, for me, growing up, my first hustle as a young kid was packing bags in the supermarkets. So I used to pack bags. I used to squeegee. Squeegee is when you wipe in the windows, wipe down car windows that stop on like highways. So in my neighborhood, you had the highway on 155th Street Bridge. We would go over there. We would squeegee for money. Then from there, we would, they had the army that used to come around and give out the free cheese. They would pull up in big army trucks. So we would help unload the army trucks with the people and as we giving out the free cheese to all the people in the neighborhood, because everybody come out for free cheese and milk and all that and butter. We would help give out 2, pass 1 to the back, give out 2, pass 1, 2, 3 to the back. And then we would take that and all the old people that couldn't come out to stand online, we would go and sell it to them. We would go to the apartments. So hustling always been there. And I never looked at it as I'm hustling. It was just like, this is what we did as kids in the neighborhood at that time, you know? So this was before I got into the drug game and doing stuff like that. We was doing legit stuff as kids as far as hustling and trying to get money.
So all of this is before you turned like 12, right? Because you said around 12 is like when you started getting involved in the streets.
Yep. All this was before I was even 12 years old. The first time ever, my mom's told me and my brother to go to C-Town. They had a store called C-Town in my neighborhood. We had to be about, one brother I'm talking about, me and him was in the same age. He's a year older than me. So I was like about, I would say 8 or 9. And he a year older than me. And she was like, my friend up there got a job for y'all. Go up there to C-Town. And her name is so-and-so. I don't even remember who it was. So we went up there. We helping. We packing bags. And then when you pack bags, the old people that come through or just whatever, they'd be like, yo, could you help me home? We helped them home. From there, I started selling newspapers. So every Sunday morning, I would get up and go around and sell newspapers. And then from that's when I got into squeegeeing and stuff like that. And then I wound up lying about my age. I was about 10 or 11. But it's crazy where when I was younger, I looked older. And now I'm older, I look younger. It's crazy. So back then, I lied about my age. I played my man age. My man Marcus Brown. It was a messenger job, working at Empire Messengers.
As a child, are you like into music, school, sports?
Oh hell yeah! I'm into every motherfucking thing. I was nice. I got pictures with me. I played football. I played. I didn't never like basketball. I was always into football or boxing. Um, always into music. Listen to like every rapper. We go back to the Sugar Hill Gang, up to Grandmaster Flash, LL Cool J. LL Cool J was my favorite, and Run DMC. And but I was always into sports. At the age of, I think like 11 to 12, for Christmas, my grandpops got me some boxing gloves because I used to always want to box. And then that's when I really got into boxing. But boxing always been my sport. And karate. I did boxing, karate, both, but I was more into boxing.
Oh damn, you was into karate? You
Hell
breaking
yeah.
wooden boards and shit?
Nah, we ain't never do wood and board back then. Everything was about defense. The karate class that I went to, they always taught us defense, and they never really gave us too much offense because I guess they didn't want us to kick no ass or something. They just wanted us to be able to defend ourselves opposed to trying to hurt somebody. But I
Well,
didn't
that's what
care
the arts are
because,
supposed to be like, though. They're
yeah,
supposed to teach you like to only use it when you have to, right?
yeah. But we never did no striking. We always did defense blocks, how to get up
Mm-hmm.
out of situations and stuff like that. So I always incorporated that with my boxing. So I said, I don't care if they don't teach me how to fight. I know how to box, and I'll use that to get up out of it. So, and I was into wrestling too. That's another thing. We used to have wrestling matches around my way because where I live at, we had the main floor was like a big lobby, and we would go down there and have wrestling matches down there.
Who was your favorite wrestler growing up?
As far as with the WWE wrestling,
Yeah.
oh man, I had I used to love the Junkyard Dog. Um, when what's name became a wrestler, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Uh, everybody like Hulk Hogan.
So around 12 is when you start engaging in the street activities, right? What is like
Yeah,
the first thing that you start doing? Are you hustling or you robbing or what?
nah. So I first found a bag of crack at like 12, 13 years old, in front of my building. It was a pack, and I didn't know what it was, so I took it inside the house, and I showed my sister boyfriend, who was much older than me. And he snatched it from me. He was like, yo, where you get this from? I found this shit outside. I was like, what is that? And the way he was acting, I'm looking at him, I'm like, this shit must be something. He's like, that's crack. Now, I heard of it before, but I ain't know what it was, what it looked like or nothing. I was like, so what's up? He was like, yo, all right, I'm going to show you how you sell it. So that next day he came, got me, we went up the block to 145th Street. I'm outside. I'm hustling. I'm selling drugs. Oh, I'm selling the pack that I had. I don't know. I probably had about 100 bottles. I don't remember what I was selling them for. And every time I would go to, like, when the crackheads would come to me, I would hold my hand out, and they would take one and look at it and then put it back. They're like, nah, I'm good. I don't want that. I don't like how I look. But the whole time, what they're really doing is they picking it up, looking at it, and throwing it in their hand and switching it and putting soap back in my hand.
Oh, shit.
So they came, they sent a crackhead over there. They would see what color tops I got. They would go to the store, get the tops, fill it up with soap, and then come back. Because they knew I was a young kid. They knew I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So, because I was selling it for different prices. Yo, how much? How much you go for? I look like a $5 bottle. Oh, yeah, give me $5. How much? Give me $7. And they give it to him like, oh, shit. And then I ended up finding out that the spot I was in front of, they found out the person whose spot I was in front of, I didn't know. My sister's boyfriend took me in front of Rich Porter's spot. And they heard that it was a young kid over here selling soap because a lot of the joints, they were switching up and it was soap. And the word got around that I was out there selling soap. And so Rich sent one of his henchmen, Malcolm. Malcolm came, chased me out of there. And it's crazy how years later, when I was away, I'm in the yard talking with a brother and we kicking it and shit. We talking about Harlem. And I never even knew he was from Harlem. We talking about Harlem and that. I was like, word. I said, yeah, man, where you from? What street you from? And he told me the street he from. But I'm like, yeah, I said, yeah, I used to hustle over there when I was just a kid, this and that. I said, one day I was hustling in front of Rich Porter's spot, and he stopped me. He said, stop right there. He said, yeah, you was selling the soap, and the dude came out, kicked the door with the dreads. I said, yeah, how you know that? He was like, that was me, motherfucker. It's a small world. I was like, oh, shit, that was you? Heard. Come to find out it was him. Word. He stopped me right there. He said, yo, stop. Yeah, your little ass was out there selling that soap. I was like, nah, it wasn't soap, though. I had crack. And then I wound up finding that the drugs belonged to the dude that lived in my building, Marco. And Marco was one of like the biggest like drug kingpins around. Like nobody never even heard the story. Nobody know who he is or nothing. But that's my niece's uncle. And that's a whole nother story. But that's when I started selling, hustling, selling drugs. And I started to really learn about what the drug game was about, crackheads and stuff like that.
Did you ever meet Rich when you were young?
Nah, I never met Rich. I seen Rich, Alpo, AZ, all of them. Later was with Alpo, knew Alpo later, met up, kicked it. Me and Alpo had a situation before too, but we can talk about that later. And Rich Porter, me and him never got to meet. After that whole situation, I never knew. And I didn't even know that was his spot that I was hustling in front of. I learned later through him, Malcolm. But yeah, that's the situation with that. As far as AZ, I know AZ, but this is when I got older. But me and AZ, younger brother, we was cool growing up. That's people, his little brother. Rest in peace to Wayne. That's my man. That's AZ, little brother.
So you've been locked up a few times as an adolescent, but your big case was when you were sentenced to 15 to life for murder, right?
Yep.
Can you talk about the events that led up to that situation?
You talking about the date or just the whole build up?
The whole thing. Like, what happened?
Well, for me, I had like back then I really had like poor impulse control. I ain't care about nothing. I was the go-to guy when it's time to get a gun or somebody got a problem in the hood. They'd come and get me if you got a fight, whatever it was. And I was with all of it. My nickname growing up, they used to call me Badass. So I was always into whatever. So the whole build-up process, which I learned today, is that because I never understood how I was able to shoot somebody, take a life, how I was able to sell drugs, how I was able to do all of these different things and not have no empathy or sympathy and feel nothing for it. How the hell I'm able to do that, man? And I wanted to learn these things later on in life. When it was happening, I just thought, I'm a killer. I'm a gangster. That's what I thought it was. And I learned today that it took, I was desensitized. I dehumanized people. And I suffered from poor impulse control and peer pressures. I don't blame my environment or nothing for the way that I thought, the things that I did. So it all starts from, let's say, taking a bag of potato chips from the store and people cheering you on. Oh, look at Shorty. Oh, little nigga walked out with the bag of chips. You see the praise you get from that. And it's a build-up from there. But it all plays a part with the mental part of everything. So it starts from that to me going right to selling crack. But before that, I had my shares of fights and all that growing up. I had my shares of seeing somebody get killed when I was just a kid, under 13, under 12, 11 years old. Seeing a friend of mine, a father get murdered right in front of me across the street. All these different things. And I'm just a undeveloped mind, but I don't know at the time that I'm internalizing all of that. Seeing girls get beat, seeing dudes with girlfriends thinking this is how you treat a girl. And dudes talking to them, and the girl talk back and smack. I grew up with a lot of West Indian people and Dominicans, and this is how, at that time, the people that I knew dealt with relationships. I thought that's how it was. So that was my buildup. I say mentally, psychologically. That was the buildup for me. So when I was able to do these things or have these things in my life as far as girlfriends, a gun, the gun gave me power. The first time I ever held a gun, that shit gave me power. I didn't know what it was, but now I understand what it is now. And for everybody out there, for a person to have a gun, for a young kid, it's called cowardice. You're a coward. Because without the gun, you're not as tough. With the gun, tough as shit. And that's what I was going through. I was going through this phase of being tough with a gun, but really a coward without it. And when I say without it, don't mean like I'm a coward. Somebody could do something. I'm a punk. I ain't gonna fight back. Nah, I fight. I get busy. I do whatever. But if you put a gun in my hand, that's gonna give me a power that's uncontrolled to where I'm gonna do something that's unexplainable. So I had a situation with a guy where I was with, at the time, my child's mom. I just dropped her off. I'm walking past a building and the guy's in the building. And when I looked in the building, he looked back. And back then it was always, what you looking at, nigga? If you look too long, there ain't no stare downs. Back then stare downs was what you looking at, what's up? And I'm walking towards him. He just started shooting at me. Blah, 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 blah. I take off, I run in the house. I go get my gun. At the time I had a Tech 9 machine gun. I come out, I got it in a sneaker box. So I'm coming up the hill. I'm coming back to get him, but the police.
How old are we talking at the time?
17, almost 18 years old. But before that, I did other shit before that. But we're just talking about the situation. I go up there, the police is coming down the hill though, they detectives. They heard the shots, and when they drive by me, I'm passing the car. I drop the box on the floor and I cross the street because I know they're going to stop me. I know they heard the shots. They got the calls, whatever. When I get to the top of the hill, they stop me. They're searching me, whatever. I go back down. I get the gun. I come back. I'm looking for him. I can't find him. I don't know where he at. Fast forward. I don't see him no more. And then I wind up seeing him one day. And that's what led up to it. When I seen him with my co-defendant and took his life.
What age is when you murdered the guy though? Like you 19 or?
18, 19 years old.
So at that age, how are you?
You trying to do the math and add it up?
No. At that age.
I know you, Panda. You screwed with your shit. You trying to add it up like 18, 19. Okay, he did 21 years. He been home this man. Yeah, that's how old he is. I got him.
How are you processing it after it happens though? Because I know you did stuff before, like you said, you did violent things before, but this was like something that was permanent. That dude's no longer gonna be here after you did that.
No, I had permanent stuff before, but whenever something happened, like I said, people always come to me and have me do it, and I was happy to do it. I even with the people like, oh, nah, I take you that, I'll do that for you. What's up? Give me this amount of money, I'll do it. And they be like, what? Nigga, you went, give me that money and I'll do it for you. To that point, we're like, yo, I do it for you. Because I didn't care. And you know what it was? And which I said before, I don't remember what podcast, I don't even think I said it. But when I lost my pops, I just was like haywire with it. Because I felt he left me. I felt that I wanted to go with him. I felt that there was nobody there that I would ever be able to talk to. There was no male figure. My mom's had a boyfriend, but he was laid back. He wasn't, my mom's could do but so much, she could chastise me, yell at me, do all that, but it wasn't like a man being in your life.
How old were you when your pops passed?
11.
11?
Yep.
And you guys had a really close relationship though?
It wasn't that it was close, but I remember all the moments when he would teach me and be stern where I am with my son in small situation, but he instilled it in me. He said, I remember, because my hair is soft, curly. They was rocking afros. This is the 70s, afros back then. I wanted to be like the Fonz. I wanted to comb my shit back, comb my hair in the mirror. You can't give me that goddamn comb. Brushing your hair to the back. What's wrong with you? I'll never forget it. He grabbed me by my face, had me all up. And he like, only people that comb their hair back is the F word. I'm like, yeah. He said, Will never be no F word. You hear me? Like, yeah, daddy, yeah. That small thing always stuck with me. So then when I look at it now, I don't discriminate because I got a cousin that grew up with me, like 3 years older than me. He's a full Trans Am. My cousin is a full Trans Am. You see him, you would be like, who that lady right there? But my cousin a full Trans Am. And another thing with him, he the one that used to do Immature. Remember the group Immature?
Yeah.
He used to do their hair. He was like their stylist, hairstylist, makeup and all that. Just and he came from England. When he first came from England, he was like about, I would say 14 years old. So when he came from England, for me to see that, like, what the hell wrong with him? Because he was like real feminine with it. I'm like, what's wrong with this dude right here? And then I understood this was the dude my pops was telling me about. Don't you ever be like that right there. You know what I'm saying? But then it came a point where, this is your family. This is your first cousin. People in the neighborhood fucking with you. Won't let nobody fuck with my cousin. No, yo, you fuck with my cousin. It's on. I don't care what he is. You do something to my cousin and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? So my pops put that in me. My pops put in never use drugs. He told me the effect of what drugs do, how you feel when you high and this and that. He used to sit me and my brother down, and I'll never forget that. I'll never forget like certain situations where I enjoyed those moments. I enjoyed those father moments, even though at the time I never knew like father, son and stuff like that. But I knew like this man right here is something to look up to. I like the way he laughed, the way he come through smooth, and he laughed.
He was that role model for you.
Yeah, when he laughed, his laugh was like he had the coolest laugh.
Like, basically.
Yeah, outside of the hustling and drugs and all that other shit, he didn't let me see. I never seen that side. I only seen the chastisement, growth and development, telling me to do the right thing, stay in school. Yeah, that's all I seen. So when he was gone, it was like, I remember the day my sister was pregnant with her first daughter. I remember being in a room crying, banging the wall, and I just was cursing him. Like, I remember saying, motherfucker, I hate you, motherfucker. I hate this motherfucker. And I always vowed if I had a child, I would never leave him. And then look, I wound up leaving, and I had a son. And I was going all those years. So that's why today I am so, like, tight with my son. And I don't let him out of my sight. I'm talking about my younger son.
It's kind of interesting because, like, right after your father passes, when you're 11, that's when you start to go to the street.
Yep. Because my mom's couldn't guide me. What's she going to do?
Did you ever, did you make that connection of, like, these are the guys that are going to provide me with that male role model, that, you know what I mean, that strong male guidance that I need?
As far as who?
The guys in the streets. The hustlers,
so what it was is that all my friends that I grew up with, all my friends, cousins, all of them, everybody lost their fathers, or some of their fathers wasn't there. So now I fit right in with them. We all out here, no daddies, no nothing. I remember we used to talk about our fathers because I remember me and them used to go see their fathers. And then we would all brag about who father got the most. Yo, you see how big my pops is? Yo, my pops bigger than your father. We used to do that as kids growing up. And then to hear he lost his father, he lost his, and then I lost mine last. So it was like, damn. So I fit right in with them. So then now, being on the block, being young kids, they start us off with taking a pack here, take a pack there. Yo, shorty, yo, do this right here. Yo, get that under the car right there real quick. Yo, get that to him. Give it to him. All right, boom. They give you $2, $3. All right, yeah, good looking out. And $3 just for giving that to him? I still don't know what's going on. I don't know. I just did a drug transaction just now. I don't even know that. But that's how it was. You know what I'm saying? And they began to school you growing up. The older dudes in the neighborhood began to school you. At the same time as your mind and what you're seeing in the neighborhood is also helping develop your growth as far as what direction you're going to choose. It's all a choice, too. It's all a choice. I chose the wrong path, definitely, because I was smart as a mom. I'm smart now. I think I'm a genius. You can't tell me I ain't no. I'm one of the smartest motherfuckers in the world. I think I'm telling you, if I would have applied myself from back then, Because when I used to go to school, I used to be like, why am I in here? I know all of this work. I don't need to be in here. Get me out of here. I'm too smart for this class. And the teacher says, you think you're smart? Yeah. Give me a test. I bet you I pass it. Give me a test. Pass it, no matter. Even when I went up north and with the GED and pre-GED, going to college and all that, give me a test. I'm going to pass it. They tell me something, boom, I go in my cell, I study, pass, got the highest in the whole jail. Because they put the whole test on the board and you can come by and see where you at. I was right at the top. The highest score in the whole prison. So I told you I'm a genius. If I apply myself, I can do whatever. So back then, I wish I would have applied myself looking back. And I just want to let it be noted that today, for what I did, and people that talk this shit on here about killing and all that other shit, they don't know what it's like. They don't know the nightmares. They don't know the empathy and the pain that people that's remorseful go through, such as myself, as far as being able to take somebody's life. And before that, I done did shit that I don't even like to talk about because I feel like I'm re-raising the dead again and hurting families and talking about it all over again. So I don't even talk about it. But I talk about that one because it's known that this is what I was away from. I don't talk about me shooting my best friend's family members, stabbing one of my closest friends who we still friends today, but to where, and I just was with him the other day and he just was saying to me again, like, yo, you stab me all up, man. And then afterwards you come to me when I got out the hospital, like I almost died. And then now you pull out a gun and ask if I want some more. And that shit tears me apart to know, like, damn, this was my friend growing up, my brother. And I allowed drugs or the streets to give me the audacity to even try to kill him or take his life. And now for him to be in front of me to be like, damn, bro, we grew up together, we done did shit together, like we've been through everything. And you know, why you really tried to fucking kill me, bro? Like you wouldn't stop stabbing me. What's up? And I'll be like, yo, man, all you know what I'm saying? What do you say to that, to somebody that's still, that forgave you, that had the opportunity to be able to take your life? Even today, he got the opportunity to get his get back, knowing that I'm not in that same mindset no more. And he could have still been in the same mindset from back then to take my life. People done told him, yo, why you ain't kill this nigga? You gotta kill this nigga. Because if it was the other way around, I would have killed him. So, and that's one situation that's like one of my wake-up calls, like, damn, you really was reckless. You really had poor impulse control, and you dehumanized your own friend and seen him as an enemy, as an op, as they say today. And to come back at him again. And he reminded me, I didn't even remember that I came at him next time with a gun. He was like, yeah, nigga, pulled the gun out on me. He was like, you want some more? Fuck, I'll shoot you. And then from there, I wound up getting in a problem with his brother, then with his niece, and then it was just crazy. Like, that's one problem. Then this problem just started happening down the line. It was a trickle effect. And a lot of them was because, like I said, becoming desensitized, and me in the neighborhood to where if I hear somebody's tough or, yo, nah, this dude did this and that, in my mind, I would be saying, oh, fuck, I ain't tougher. He ain't pussy. He ain't nobody. I always felt I was tougher. So, like, back then, we had, like, Jamaicans that was, like, people were scared to death of Jamaica. Jamaica come true, hey, pussy boy, hey, bumba cloud. If you hear that, dudes be shook of Jamaicans back then. They can't lie and say they wasn't. Jamaicans coming through, and this one Jamaican dude was coming through, they was scared to death. He done cut a friend of mine whole face open, like in the street with a bottle, cut his whole face open. When he found out what I did, stabbing my own friend, I wound up seeing him a couple days later. He just came up to me and pulled a knife out and was like, hey boy, you think, and he older than me, he probably had me by like 5 or 6 years. He was like, hey, you think you're gonna pull out a knife and stab me? We're gonna kill you. I'm like, Man, what the fuck is you talking about? I said, okay, I got you. I'll be back. He went to the store. I ran down to my house. When they got my gun, came back. I called him in the store. Told my man, stand by the door. I stopped the whole everything in the supermarket. I said, I pulled the gun out. I made him get on his knees. Get on your knees. Now beg me. Pull that knife out. When he took his knife, he was begging me. Please don't kill me, Benjamin. Yo, me know you long time, rude boy. Me can't. I said, yeah. And that gave me even more like, yeah, bitch ass nigga. And yeah, pray to me, coward. So now, even it's just so many things that, because I want to make the story line up, but there's so many things that happen where I'm just jumping back and forth because that was a time forward, and then now I'm going back to another guy that just came from Jamaica. I wound up beating him up, and everybody like, nah, you ain't supposed to be fighting to snag your hands. You do boxing, and man, fuck all that. I'm going to use these hands. I'm going to whip some ass so everybody can know. It was so crazy back then, right? At 13, 14 years old, my homies in my neighborhood, like most of the people I messed with growing up was Dominicans. So mostly everybody that knew me, that messed with me was Dominicans. They used to get dudes that was just coming from DR, grown men, 20 years old, 25. I'm still 13, 14 years old, just a kid, to fight me. I used to box right on the corner on the street. In the summertime on Broadway. They bring the gloves out, and when they see me, they be like, man, I ain't fighting this little kid. They be like, fight him. Try him, see what happens. And I be beating them. Boom, 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 boom. Ducking, whipping their ass. And that's what I was known for. Like, oh, nah, that motherfucker got hands. He gonna fight. He gonna get busy. And they know I'm not backing down to nothing. I don't know what, and I look at it now, and it says fear in me now. I'm like, damn, I don't want to meet no young kid out there like that. And I know it's young kids out there now with that same mentality I had, or worse. I wanted to die, like, because I really didn't care. I didn't care. And I understand today where that came from. But back then, I didn't care about dying. It didn't matter who it was. When the police came, I had fights with the police and all of that. And by the grace of God, Allah, the spirit, the universe, I was able to get by, because it's crazy that they didn't kill me. I had police beat me up, police cut me and all that, and my arm, beat me in my mouth. Back then I had gold teeth. They beat the teeth out of my mouth. I was 13, 14 years old. I got scars on the back of my head. The police stomping me out, thinking I was older. Like I said, when I was younger, I looked older.
So you were never in a gang prior to prison, right? What made you want to join the Bloods when you were in prison?
Well, like I said, back then growing up, we had gangs like the Ill Boys. We had the G-Force. We had the Zulu Nation. So G-Force was a neighborhood, a gang that was like under like the Zulu Nation. So it was a lot of them, but if it got too crazy, they had members that was in the Zulu Nation that they would go get. So I remember when I was young, right? I took a jacket that my mom bought me, a Lee jacket. I had a green Lee jacket. I cut the sleeves off. Just after I seen the movie The Warriors, I cut the sleeves off and I wrote the boss on the back. All the friends in my neighborhood came out. I had my jacket on. They said, why you wrote the boss on the back? I said, because I'm the boss. I'm the leader. They said, who appointed you the leader? I said, me. No, we gotta vote to make you a leader. I said, no, we don't. I'm the leader. They was like, nah, you can't be the leader. I said, okay, so then whoever want to be the leader, let's everybody fight, and we see who gonna be the leader. Ain't nobody want to fight. So I said I was the leader. And I remember running around and everybody running behind me, and I'm running through the neighborhood. And just to be able to have that power back then, and the feeling of I could control things and tell people what to do, that's another part of the development and the criminal thinking and the instant gratifications and that, like I said, that power. So when it came to me going in, before I even went in over here, I got arrested in Indiana. That's when I first became blood over there. But I still didn't have the full understanding or concept of that. I really was just doing it just to do it, because they had me in the same jail where Mike Tyson was at, the Marion Youth Center. I was in there. And this before they even built the prison where Mike Tyson was at. I was in the youth center when it was just like a one little building. And we was locked down 22 hours a day. We came out 1 hour for rec, the other hour to eat. And then between that, it was like 15 minutes to eat to come out. And we was young kids. And when I came out, I met guys from Chicago, from LA. And back then, I was locked up for drugs. And I was moving drugs from New York to Indiana, to Kokomo, Indiana. So it was a big thing because we was in the newspapers and all that. So when people see me, they was like, oh, you that New York dude that was hustling in the newspaper, selling the drugs, and police and everybody looked at it like, you know. So that was like one of my real big moments of, is he going to snitch? Because we got busted with a large quantity of drugs. We was facing a lot of time. My co-defendants was big, but they was trying to get me because I was the youngest to talk. And they thought, we're going to get him. He going to break. And they had everything on me, too. They had me on record. They had me on the phone. Talking back then, ain't no cell phones and all that. I was on a regular phone, which was already tapped inside the house that we went to. I'm on there talking to my brother. When I come back, I'm going to buy this car, I'm buying that. Yo, the money crazy out here, bro. Yo, this and that. And I'm just talking my ass away. They played that shit for me. They like, who that? I'm like, I don't know who that is. They're like, nah. They said, who's Butch? I'm like, I don't know nobody named Butch. And Butch, yo, shout out to Butch, too. They like, yo, who Butch? I'm like, I don't know. It was like, you don't know who Butch is? Nah. So why you keep saying Butch on the phone? I said, that's not me on the phone. But, long story short, I held it down. And I wound up lying and telling them I was older than what I really was. Because when I told them my real age, you had to go through the family court. And you can't get out. You don't get a bond. Your family got to come and get you. So Butch sent a message to me and said, yo, tell them you older. You look older. They're going to believe you. I told them I was older. I wound up getting a bail, and I bailed out. And then that's when I came back to New York. And then time went on, and then that's when I wound up earning my next case. I don't say I caught a case. I say I earned it because I'm the one that did it instead of saying I caught it.
But what made you decide to become Blood, though?
Over there, like I said, it was just a thing. I was in there. I was bored. There wasn't nothing else to do. And at the time over there, it was much more serious. I don't know if to say it was because I was the only one from New York from over there. I don't know. So, but when I came over here, it was years before I even turned Blood over here on Rikers Island. Because it was about boroughs back then. It was what borough you was from. I'm from Harlem, but I grew up hanging with everybody in other boroughs, my family from other boroughs, so I know Brooklyn. Dudes used to know I lived in Brooklyn. I got a Brooklyn swag at times if I want. So it was about boroughs. When it came to becoming Blood over here, we first started a gang called MBK, My Brother's Keeper. Me, my man Bolo. So it was the Spanish and the black side. Bolo was the Puerto Rican side, where anybody that came in that was Puerto Rican, you handle that side. The MBK, we all in the same gang, but when you got to give order or chastisement or anything, you gonna handle that. I handled the black side. So MBK was it popped off. We was in North Facility. It started spreading. And then other dudes I was cool with started another gang called COB, combination of both. And but we was all together. So one of the dudes that was down with me, my man Polo, they was in a 3 building. And I heard about dudes was talking about Blood. So then I took it as like, Blood? How you gonna start Blood? When my mindset, I was like, I'm original, I'm YGB. I'm YGB. I'm Young Gangsta Blood. I'm official. I'm already ain't nowhere I gotta go and be sanctioned to get in and all that. So then I went to court one day and I wound up becoming Blood. But it wasn't really like I was becoming anything. So when I was telling all my other dudes I was at MBK, yo, this is what y'all gonna be. A lot of them wasn't with it. They was like, nah, we gonna stay MBK. The Latino side of my homeboys, they was like, jumping ship. They all started becoming Latin kings. And as far as the reasons why, I guess that like I said, that sense of having power, man, being able to tell people what to do. Because I wasn't coming in there being under nobody and people telling me, yo, do this, do that. Yeah, hell no, you ain't doing that. I'm giving no orders, telling people what to do and in control of shit. Now, I never was the one that's going to be told what to do or being sent out doing hits, you know? So
was there already a blood set on Rikers at the time, or you guys created that?
No. We created that coming up. It wasn't no blood. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't no blood set. The one they call OG Mac, the one they say that started the Bloods, this and that was my man. I known him before and after. You know what I'm saying? Big Tiz, me and my little man Batman. I mean, I know majority of all of them. All the other dudes that came later, I really don't know them. I met them later on. CK, I know CK. Like, I know other dudes that was homie back then where we never put no work in or nothing together. Only me and my man Batman really like did stuff together. But other than that, it was like a power thing, because at the time we was losing the battle as far as with the Latinos and the blacks on Rikers Island, because the Latinos had the Latin Kings. They was moving up in the ranks. They was running houses. They was running dudes out of houses. Blacks wasn't sticking together. The only things we really had was like Muslims, and Muslims wasn't getting involved with nothing, because if you're not a Muslim, we're not helping you. Though my religion is Islam, but I wasn't going to them for no help or nothing. Get out of here. I don't need y'all. Not here. But the Muslims wasn't standing up. 5%ers wasn't standing up. You had to be part of the situation. I did have Muslims that when things popped off, or I got in situations where they gave me a banger or a razor or something, where they looked out for me if I didn't have it at the moment, or they helped me stop from getting stabbed one time, where we wound up doing something to this Latin King dude, man, my man Sasquatch, and I went to sleep like on the dummy, like thinking I'm on point, like I'm on point gangster. I went to sleep, and they came in there to stab me up in my sleep, and the Muslims stopped them. They helped me. And they woke me up, and they was like, yo, all the dudes in the hallway trying to get in here and kill you, bro. Get up. They took me to the back, gave me a banger. I was like, all right, fuck it, come on. Me and Sasquatch going out there. We're going to go to war. Let's go, Sasquatch was a big 6'5" ass dude. Now, back then, I was much shorter. And he was like, come on, let's go. And we went out there. We went down the stairs looking for them. The police wound up running up there. He dropped his knife and wound up going to the box. So now I'm by myself. Now, mind you, this is where Bloods is there, but dudes is shook. They'll throw it up and be blood and all that. But when they outnumbered, and or you in a house where there ain't too many of them, as far as Bloods, they not throwing up nothing. They ain't not backing you up. They not helping you. Nobody ain't stand up for me. Nobody ain't help me. So when he went to the box, I was by myself. So I was like, yo, I don't care. I'm going to pull a stunt. We going to get busy out here, you know? So I wound up going to the box. And when I came out the box, population changed. Now you got more Bloods in the building. Different people was being moved out. Latin Kings coming in and out. But at the same time, you got to remember this too, right? The Latin Kings used to be mad at me because I spoke Spanish, and they like, yo, why you running with them when you Latino, you Spanish, bro. You speak Spanish, you Dominican, you this and that. And people get the country mixed up. Dominica with Dominican Republic. And that's a whole different story as far as with the history of the islands. And people don't understand the difference of the islands. And a lot of people ask, how you know Spanish? How you understand Spanish? How you know? Not knowing my country, they speak French. They speak Creole.
So I interviewed Kano Almighty. You know him?
Who?
Kano Almighty?
Kano. I don't know. I probably got to see him. I don't know. I might know.
Kano Almighty, he was a one-time high-ranking member of the Latin Kings.
Okay.
There was a narrative that the creation of the Bloods in New York was a response to the Latin Kings, which he denied that. He said that the Bloods and the Latin Kings were cool at first.
Man, roll the clip.
So like one thing that I've seen is like some people say, oh, the Bloods were made or brought to New York in response to the Latin Kings.
That's a lie. That's a lie. See, because when they started under us. Like they were supposed to recruit everybody that could not be king were going to fly under the 5-star banner. They were going to fly with us. The whole beef, we was at peace with them until the shit popped off. I think it was 3 Lower and C-73 where it popped off. When that shit hit the fan over there with the Nietas over a fucking pack of cigarettes, that's how the war started. Before that, everything was Gucci, everything was peace.
Yeah, the Bloods and Latin Kings was cool.
The beef came about from the Nietas.
Well, at the time, right, people really didn't know, certain people didn't know the difference between a Nieta or a king because they roll together. Kings and Nietas was together. So when it came to drama, if I get in beef with any, and that's what happened with me, another brother got into a beef with a Latino. He wasn't with nothing. We know he wasn't nothing. He whooped them out. A day later, they in the yard waiting for me because they knew the dude was under me. Saying, yo, that was one of our brothers. I'm like, so which brother was, who brother was it? Was he a Nieta or was he a king? Which one? Yo, that don't matter. No. I need to know which one he was so we know which side we beat up. Because y'all just adding dudes on to y'all and y'all know they're not even down with y'all, but that's how they work, you know what I'm saying? And that's what made them win because they would back each other up, even if they wasn't one of them. But you can guarantee when they backed them up, they became one of them. But as far as with the beef with them, I would say it didn't derive from the Latin Kings and the Bloods was created because of the Latin Kings because OG Mac already had his mindset stuck on creating this anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's just the name he used. If he was a Crip, everybody would have been Crips. If it was Black Pea Stone, that's what everybody would have been, Black Pea Stones. It was just the name that he used in Bloods, and now people looking at LA and they looking at what the Bloods did and the work that they put in, and the Bloods sound more gruesome. Blood, you know, we shed blood. But when it started, it wasn't about what it is today. You know, BLOOD, brotherly love, override oppression. And it was rules to it. It was guidelines, things you can and can't do. You can't be robbing people. You can't be stealing, sneak thieving. You can't be, drugs and backbiting brothers. It was rules to that. It was like, and it was good bylaws you had to live by. But, as time went on, ain't nobody was living by that no more. And you're dealing with people that's young, a bunch of young brothers who think that they are able to run corporate America, the streets and all these different things. They thought they was drug pharmacists, and you give them a little bit of power, it's over.
So you've heard the narrative before, though, right? That the Bloods were created in response to the Latin Kings, though, because they were saying that the Latin Kings was oppressing the brothers in there and everything. Yep. But you're saying that that's not true.
No, they was oppressing, and blacks was oppressing them. It was even. You know why? You know why you can't say that? Because they speaking about one building, C-73. You got HDM, you got C-95, C-74, 76. You got a whole bunch of buildings, some big-ass island. So you can't say that because black people been oppressing Latinos for years. But then at the same time, you got to think about the Latinos that was standing up, not accepting that Caballo and dudes that was holding it down. That's like, you ain't oppressing nothing over here because the blacks was doing it. The 5%ers was doing it. So when people be talking about, I was created because they was oppressing us. Oh, so then the Latin Kings was created because the blacks was oppressing them. Nah, man. It was created because it was systematically created. It was something that was, I believe, was written. That was written already. That was supposed to happen. It was in the cause already. That I read a book before where it said that Latinos. This is about a year 2030 something. That Latinos is going to dominate the prison population. And the blacks and whites and all that and Asians is going to kind of be like almost extinct because there's going to be so many Latinos in prison. That's by the year 2030 something. I said this on one of my channels over 3 years ago. And look what's going on now. All of these Latinos is being let into this country. This book told you about stuff that's happening now from back then. And they all coming in. And the criminals and all of these, you're going to see the population start to turn over. And let's not forget about, another thing we can't forget about, who held me down when I was gone. And people forget about this gang. The Asian gangs, the Flying Dragons, and the Shadows. Shadows held me down when the Latin Kings and all of them was going to get me when I was in the yard. And there was 1,000 of them. Let me tell you something, man.
Wait.
I told China Mac. I said this on
the Asian gangs?
Yeah, I told China Mac about it. I think you can look on my channel with me and China Mac. I told him about the Asian gang that held me down. They held me down. Look, they was going to kill me out there. They were going
because he was a ghost shadow.
Yeah.
He was a ghost shadow. So you're saying that his gang
held me down. What? And this came about because when I was in the tombs, right, I had the house. I had the whole house. I ran the phone, the feed up. I ran everything in the house. An Asian guy comes in there, right? I don't even remember his name. And back then, they had big Chinese gangs that was getting locked up. 20, 30 at a time. He came to my house. They sent him little thing. He asked me, and his English was like broken up. I need your phone. I said, all right, go on the phone at this time right here. Use that one right there. He got on the phone. He came by, and he just sat next to me. I was like, what's up, man? What you locked up for? And then he started telling me about the gangs and what he was locked up for, this and that. His co-defendants was on the other side. And then I was like, all right, cool. So I gave him a phone time. Months down the line, this big Jamaican dude, he just come in the house. He made a line, boxing. And he up in there every day. He just boxing. He decided to go and try to take the little Asian dude phone time. So I'm up there playing cards. Asian guy come up there, open door. Big brother, I need help. I said, what's up? He said, the guy down there trying to take my phone time. I said, listen, you think you could take him? Yeah, I'll fuck him up. I said, all right, come on, let's go. We went down there. I told the dude, I said, yo, you want his time? He said, yeah. I said, all right, come on, we're going to go to the back. The dude was like, nah, you ain't jumping me. I said, nah, ain't nobody jumping you. I get fair ones in here. You fight my little man. He going to fight you. And he's looking at him like, what? You're not going to fight that little trap. I said, yo, he ready, bro. Let's go. And he was, my man was standing there ready. Straight up, little Chinese. He was ready. Jamaican dude was like, nah, I'm good. Go ahead, he can have his time. I'm good. I said, yo, go find somebody else's time, man. Like anybody you see me talking to, I'm with, don't try their time. You already know 8 o'clock is prime time. And he didn't even have prime time. He had like 6 o'clock or something, 5 or something. But Jamaican dude was trying to pick on him because he was small. Fast forward. On Rikers Island, Latin Kings want to put me out. I go outside by myself because they want to talk to me. I'm over there talking to them. They all start coming around. The guy that I'm talking to, this is crazy. Me and his brother grew up as best friends from the same neighborhood. I know him. He's older than me. I'm telling him, yo, listen. Boom, and trying to tell him the situation. He like, yo, bro, like, yo, me and my brother is this and that, right? Then, yo, me and my manitos. I'm like, yo, whatever the case is, right? Let's make it fair. It's 1,000 of y'all. Just keep your brothers off me. Let me get to my house. Because I didn't come out with no weapon or nothing. I said, I'll get busy with whoever you want me to get busy with. He was like, yo, bro, I can't do that. Just you talking crazy. Do you know that? Because in the yard, they got like spurts of that people they letting out. The same Chinese kid came out with a bunch of Chinese with his gang. They was over there. When he seen me, he came up to me, yo, brother, what's up? I was like, yo, what up? I said, yo, come here real quick. I said, yo, I need you and your people to hold me down. He's like, what happened? I said, yo, nah, these dudes over here talking about jumping me this and that. He said, what? Yo, he went back over there. They all came and stood there with me like this. I know in their mind, they like, what the fuck is these Chinese dudes doing? Like, back him up because you don't know how to deal with a Chinese person. What if you got 15 Chinese people you automatically say they about to do karate. They kicking ass. 15 Chinese people against 30 black Latinos. You don't know what's going to happen. Oh, they about to start. It's going to be karate slippers all over and straight up pork and beans and everything. They didn't want no smoke. No smoke. I told China Mac about that. I said, yeah, my man held me down. You crazy? Straight up Chinese dude held me down. And I didn't even know he was in the building. Nothing.
What was China Mac's response to that?
Nothing. He was like, word, because China Mac thought I was like a racist or something. I said, a racist? I'm going to be racist. First of all, it takes money to be racist. I'm broke. I can't be no racist. When it comes to people and religion,
so basically his gang helped defend you at one time.
Hell yeah. I ain't gonna say his gang or like he knew or nothing. He don't know nothing about that. He probably knew the guy. No, man, he wouldn't know because he's younger than me. China Mac young. He probably know of the guy or whoever the guy was. Whoever he was, he had pulled because he was able to get them to hold me down. That happened to me twice, but not with a Chinese gang. The other one was a Dominican gang came and held me down against black people. That happened upstate though.
So I once saw you said it took you years to learn about empathy, and it made you question how you were able to do all these things to people, and it was because you had no self-love, right? Can you speak about that? What was the reason why you felt you had no self-love?
I mean, I guess I didn't have nobody to put that into my mind to show me what love was or to love me. And like I said, my father was the one that showed me love and gave me that love. Also, my mother gave me love. We said I love you in my household. I never used to say I love you. My brothers and everybody said I love you. They'd be like, oh, this little mother. He don't never want to say I love you. My mom used to always be like, you're going to lose me one day. You're going to wish you told me you love me. I'm like, but Ma, I do love you. She'd be like, so why you don't say it? I did. I just said it. You know what I'm saying? But my mom's gave me love, but that love was a different type of love. It's nothing like to have I don't know if you got your parents, but if you got a mother that loves you, that's more of a nurturing, loving motherly love that's coming like naturally as far as with a boy.
Right.
But to get that love from a father, from a man, somebody that's like her boyfriend didn't teach me nothing, tell me and show me love and hugs and tell me go to school and do the right thing. My pops did that coming up. He always did that. Even though it was, if I did something wrong and he'd say something, I'd be like, I could be mad, but at the same time, I knew Daddy said, you better. So after losing that part of me, uncles and all that, they was there, but it wasn't like Daddy. So I began to feel like worthless. This is what I began to tell myself, So I know that was the beginning. So if I'm able to not love myself, I'm able to not love people. I was able to dehumanize. I became desensitized. So in order to do something like that, I had to become desensitized, meaning I had to have no feelings, no care and concern for human life, the law, consequences, or nothing. So once I'm able to do that, now I could dehumanize you and see you as a vic, a op, or anything. And whatever you got is mine. And if I come for it, you better give it to me or suffer the consequences. So then that was the whole thinking process. So that's what made me begin to understand that. And it wasn't until I started getting to the psychological side of it, of the criminal behavior and the criminal thinking. And I began to think as a criminal at a very young age, like everybody. You thought as a criminal. I don't care the most wealthiest to the poorest to the Catholic priest, none whoever it is. They thought of criminal acts, but it ain't till you come do it and put it into action, which makes it wrong, right? So my thing was, it lay dormant in there from when I lost my dad. It just needed something to bring it out for me to cry out, and I didn't know how to cry out. When I went to the funeral, my pops had a closed casket, bro. You know what I'm saying? My pops had a fucking closed casket. I had to fucking look at a picture. And that was hard. You know what I'm saying? And so I had hate for everybody.
How did your father pass?
I don't even want to talk about that.
No problem, man. I respect that. It seems like there's a recurring theme of how detrimental the loss of your father was to your life,
Yeah.
as far as the path that you went on after that. Do you ever think about how your life would have been different had your dad still stayed around or was still alive? I mean,
Yeah, if my pops would have stayed around and gave me the same love and nurturing that I give my kid today, that he showed me when I was young, definitely would have been much different. Um, I think I would have been. I think for the most part, I think I probably would have went into the service because I would have did what he did. My sister, my father was in the service. My sister, my brother, my nephew, everybody was in the service. Everybody, mostly in my family, was in the service. I think I would have went down that path and made a career out of something else. I would have went a different way. You know what I'm saying? So for me to take that path and I don't know, I guess I was different growing up. I seen things before it happened and I just ignored the shit, but still did it. I knew the consequences and the repercussions behind what I did, but I just didn't give a fuck because I was really crying out and I wasn't going to cry out with tears. I wasn't going to cry out with, I need help. I wasn't going to cry out with, I lost my father and, it's going to be poor little old me. I'm not doing that. My cry out was, fuck that. Rob this nigga. I'm a sell drugs. I'm going to fuck who I sell drugs to. I shoot this motherfucker. I don't care about shooting him. I don't care about being shot. I don't care about jail, dying. That was my mindset. You know?
you witnessed such traumatic things at such a young age, right? Was no one ever really there to help you process those emotions or explain like
Nah.
what you saw?
Nah. Never.
So you think about the things that you've been through in your life at such a young age and you being a father now with small children, right? Could you possibly imagine them enduring the same thing that you did at that same age?
Nah. See, I got grandkids too. I got 3 grandkids. I got 2 grandsons and a granddaughter. And my granddaughter's like my little princess, my little queen. And my son is my everything. That's my son is my really like I'm past I love my kid. I'm like obsessed, love my child too. That's my heartbeat. And my thoughts today are my fear is dying and my son not knowing his path in life, not having that father figure. Not knowing, I don't know his mother, who she gonna get with or whatever, but ain't no man gonna come in his life and give him that love that daddy gives him. So for me to be able to guide my son, give him that direction, and even to this day, it may sound crazy, I still talk to my pops. Because I believe in energy in the universe and that it's still like a spirit that sits around and watch you. I still talk to my pops like, yo, look what you created and look what I created and how I'm here for him. You fucking left me and you couldn't do this for me. All my brothers or sisters, but when it comes to my son, I give him everything, not in a spoiling way. I give him everything as far as with life. And he's older now. And it's crazy how like the questions that he asks me, I feel so good when I answer them. When I'm able to answer any question, I don't give a goddamn what it is. He asks me about religion. He asks me about God. He asks me about people. Like I told him channel before, I said, if we run it down the street and on this side is white people and on that side is black people, what side you gonna run to? He's gonna run to the black side. I said, why? He said, I'm not running to the white side because the white side is evil and they enslaved us and they beat us and they did all that. So I can't trust them. And I feel good to be able to change his thought process and say, no, you can't look at people based on the color of their skin because there's going to be a whole lot of people in that black crowd that's going to be worse than them white people. So don't get stuck on color. And I teach him about color, in which I swear to you, when he was 4, Took about 4. I said, what color are you? He said, I'm brown. I said, you're not black? He said, no, I'm not black. He said, that's black. I'm brown. I said, what color is the lady next door over there? He said, pink. I said, she's not a white lady? He says, no, she's a pink lady. So I knew already there's something in his brain that's telling him color, that's telling him people and humans. And, you know, I asked him about even like with Asians, because like I said, majority of the people that live with me and history and about himself and about why do you think it's like that? Where do you think that come from? I don't know, Daddy. I don't know. You know, and then I leave it at that. I want to see if he's really interested. Like certain things I might ask him. If he don't know or he don't answer, I leave it. He'd come to me days later. Daddy, can I ask you something? Why is the eyes like that? What's going on? And then I'm able to break it down. I love it. I love that. I love those moments where I'm able to come home and once I lay down and I relax, he just come and jump on me. This is every time I come. This ain't no sometimes or my son is a daddy's boy. You know, you got boys that's mama boy. No, my son loves daddy more than anything. He want to do everything with dad. Everything with daddy. So, and I guess it came that way because the energy that I send out and the closeness and what I didn't have. I feel that he deserves it. He deserves it as a young black kid growing up. And he don't see those other things. He don't see the hustling, the people out there. My son is not into the fashion, the sneakers. At his age, I wanted the sneakers. I wanted the new Pumas. I wanted all the other stuff. With him, he could get him some sneakers with lights on it and he good. He don't care. He get him a Spider-Man shirt. He's still living out his childhood. And that's what I like. My son still play with toys. He's living out his childhood. You gotta let a kid be a kid. At his age, I wasn't being a kid. I was seeing shit. I was walk out my door. When he walk out the door, there's somebody opening the door for him. A doorman is opening the door for him. Good morning. Hey, little man. Hey, how you doing, man? They welcoming him. When he walk outside, it's peace. It's quiet. It's nothing. He don't know what loud violence. He don't know what that is. All he knows is loudness is in the park or something. But when it comes to violence or getting crazy,
he still has his innocence. That's why.
Yeah, he don't know what that is.
And your innocence was stolen from you from a very young age.
Yeah. If I yell too loud, he'd cry. If I be like, sit down, he'll break down crying. And I don't do that. I don't do the crazy. I yell, but I don't do it to the point where I'm tackling his emotional side and making him feel like, why is he talking? Why is my daddy yelling at me like that? Where I want him to learn that, no, I don't have to yell at you to do that. We're going to conversate and we're going to talk about it. And I want to have conversations about what he did. If he did something wrong, I ask him, did you do that? Because he knows if you tell the truth, you don't get in trouble. If you lies when you get in trouble with daddy. So he always tell the truth. It first started out, if I tell the truth, I'm going to get in trouble. No. If he tell the truth, I'll be like, look, daddy not mad. Now, don't do it again. That's it. If he do it again, I say, okay, you did it last time. Daddy's still not mad at me. I'm happy you told me the truth. So guess what? I'm going to start taking points away from you. So I got a point system with him. Oh, you just lost 500 points. 500 points could be 500 points of Roblox. Because he loves Roblox. He don't want to lose no points. So if you don't want to lose no points, you don't want to get in trouble, don't do that again. And then he won't do it again. And then that's how the building process in which I try to teach my son. And also, I don't want him to feel that he should not do it because of consequences. Because if consequences would motivate you, you're only going to try to find other ways to sneak and get away with it. And that was my problem. I knew the consequences, so I had to be extra careful with not getting caught. So I don't want him to have that same mindset. So I try to teach him that consequences and all these other things don't matter until you continuously do it. But the first time, I'm going to give you a break. I'm going to tell you the consequences behind it. and how you can get in trouble. And then I let him do it again if he decides to, or he might not have done it intentionally. He might have knocked something down or broken. But I'm always going to teach him and show him that you always have a choice. There's nothing you do is a mistake. As far as you can mistakenly step on my foot, mistakenly bump me, that's mistakes. Picking up something, throwing it, breaking a window, throwing a ball. No, that's not a mistake. That was a choice. You decided to pick that up and throw it. And my son knows different things in which I taught him as far as, patience and consequences and practice and continuously do things. My son played. I could get him in here right now. We could set up a whole chessboard and we'd play a whole game. He just won. He just got 10 out of 10 on his chess.
Wow.
He played chess official.
What is prison really like? Take us through the daily psychology of serving 21 years in prison.
All right, so look. See, these guys here, they be lying to the people. They don't tell them the truth. When you first enter prison, forget prison. Let's go to jail first. When you first go to jail and you get in that precinct, and they fingerprint you, and they put you in that cell, the criminal thought that a criminal goes through is he become a victim. This is a fact. There's no way around it. I ain't never think I was a victim. Yes, you do. You automatically become a victim because this is what a victim does, who victimize people. You start saying, yo, they locked me up for this, but I didn't even do this and that. Yo, the police the cops beat me up and they start playing victims. They start going to court. They start minimizing their cases and they start minimizing their actions. So when you go to prison, the stripping process starts. Take off your shoes, take off your pants, take off your clothes. They strip you to make sure you don't have no weapons. This is the dehumanizing part right here. So if you're the type of person that's been in the streets, hustling, selling drugs, doing all these different things, you never experienced this part of it yet. So of course, this is going to play a part on your mind as well. So when you go to jail and you go through that whole process, the bullpen therapy, they call it bullpen therapy, meaning that when you booked, they send you to a jail, Rikers Island in New York City. And when you go to court, they're going to put you in a cell. You go to court, they wake you up 5 a.m. to go to court. It's cold. You eating cold cereal. Taking a cold shower. Everything is cold. I don't care how hot it is, cold in this motherfucker. When it's hot, it's melting, burning hot. You go to court, they're going to put you in a cell, and you're going to sit there from 6 or 7 in the morning until 11 at night. They call it bullpen therapy because this is where the mental breakdown is at. So now you're going through this process every time you go to court. And they feeding you bologna, and they feeding you peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They feeding you food that's only going to sit on you or make you want to shit. Cheese and all this disgusting stuff. They feeding it to you with coffee. And the Kool-Aid they giving you sticks to your face. When you drink it, you got lipstick on. That's how thick that Kool-Aid is. Now your lawyer's coming, telling you about your case and what's going on. And this is the breakdown process. They want you to cop out. So in order to get you to cop out, they're going to take you through this therapy. They're going to keep bringing you to court. You don't even go out. You don't see nobody. They send you back. They give you another court date, and they keep doing it over and over until you cop out. So let's just go past Rikers Island and all that other stuff. When you get upstate, now you're in slavery. Go upstate, you're stripped of everything. Just imagine being stripped in front of a desk of 2 to 3 men. And there's over 50 people all around you. They're walking around, people moving papers, there's dudes in cells, it's noisy, it's phones ringing, and you got to strip butt naked right here in front of this desk. Take off all your clothes, give it to him, writing down everything. They wait until you get naked to start asking you the questions. You can ask me the questions, fill out the paper, then make me strip, and then I go in the shower. No, strip naked. Once you strip naked, now they start asking you questions. From there, I call it the dehumanizing center because you're going to be dehumanized. From there, they make you get inside of a shower. The shower is automatically cold. The shower comes from the top, from the head. Shower come down, they give you the bug juice. It's this little bottle. They give you, you put it in to make sure you don't have lice or nothing. You can put it on all the areas where you grow hair at. After you get out the shower, unlike in the streets, you get a haircut, then you go take a shower. In prison, they give you the shower, then they give you the haircut. So from there, you go to a barber chair. You sit in that barber chair. This barber don't know how to cut. All he know how to do is bald heads. That's it. He just cut all your hair off. So now he cutting off a bunch of wet hair. So everything ain't coming off right. It's patchy. Patchy, bald head. You got patches of hair over here and there. The hair sticking to you. You know, you get up. Now they give you a setup. They give you 2 pair underwear, 2 pair green pants, shirt, a blanket with a bunch of them holy blankets with a bunch of holes in it, and a sheet with a pillowcase with a pillow. Sometimes you don't got a pillow. They march you down the hallway. Oh no, before that, they're gonna give you your number. That number becomes your animal stamp. That number is who you are. Your name don't matter. Your name is over the number, but the number is who you are. So if your family come visit you, they can say your name, your date of birth, or social security. You're not getting in, bro. What's his number? What is the slave's number? Got to say the number. Your number could be 93T2736. That's your number. They give you the number. It's on you, passed on you. The officer tell you in downstate or Ulster County. You walk through these hallways. And this is to the toughest dudes. I don't care who they are. All the ones up on this YouTube. You better not say nothing. If you see a friend, you better not say nothing. You better walk with your hands in your pocket. When they walk through them hallways, I done seen dudes. They not going to say what's up. They going to do this right here. What up, kid? They ain't even going to say that. What up, kid? They better not say nothing. No, that whole line, stop. Who said that? Because the officer got control. So from there, you march down to a cell block, put in a cell, and that cell is cold. You got a mattress, pissy mattress, that's on a slab of metal. And then in there is when you get your, I forgot how you call it, but you get your papers from court or how much time your counselor sends it to you. And that's when reality hits you. Everybody that got time. Sitting in that cell, they bring you them papers. And now, with me, I have 15 to life. To see 15 years, and then at the end it says 9999. I said, I'm not never getting out of here. That's when you ball up into the bitch you are, and you start thinking about all the shit that you've really been through, all the people you hurt, your family, your kids. Now you become this loving, empathetic, I'm so sorry for what I did person, because reality done set in. It's just you and the 4 walls and no voice to be fucking heard and listened to. But there, because when you in that cell, all the emotions is left in there, because when you in prison, you gotta wear multiple masks. A lot of these guys is good on YouTube because they know how to wear masks. They know how to be tough. What? They know how to be, yo, man, I just want to say to the young kids out there, yo, they know how to do all these different things because they know how to wear the different masks. Even for myself, you got to know how to wear that mask, because when you step out that cell, the game is on. You got to come out with the game face. When you step out that cell, game face on. When you go down and your family come visit, you got to take that mask on and throw on a family mask. And I'm down on the visit with my kid and playing, hey, yeah, daddy, you daddy on the visit. You smiling, people get to see your teeth. And then, when the visit is over, you take that off and throw the gangster shit back on. Yeah, sum it up. When the police is searching you and you talking to the COs, you take that gangster mask off and you throw on that slavery. I'm about to be dehumanized. They make you strip naked. Every visit you go to, you got to strip naked after it's over. What man want to go through that? What woman want to go through that? They make you strip naked. You got to turn around, showing the bottom of your feet, from your toes all the way up to the top of your head. You could be bald headed. They run your hands through your hair. Ain't got no hair. What are you talking about? Well, run it through there anyway. Put it behind your ears and all that. They make you open your mouth and like cattle, how you would do an animal to make sure his teeth is good and make sure you ain't got no weapons in there. Cough. Bend over. Bend over. SEALs make you bend over again. And you got to bend over, take both your hands and open up your ass and do, yo, no homo. It ain't going to be no homo pause or none of that talk. It's going to be all, you're going to be doing it. Lift up your dick. Now lift up your ball sack. And the man is standing in front of you like this, looking at you. And you there naked. Do you know what it takes for a man or a person that call himself a man to go through the motions while another man looks at you, especially if he tell you to do it again? He didn't see it. Do you know what it takes to do something like that? It takes a nutcase to do that and accept it. So you got to become an animal. You got to think like an animal. You got to start moving like an animal. And that's why in prison, people begin to think and move like that. So then from that right there, this is the process. This is the breakdown process. You do that. Then you in your cell. They let you out. Mess hall. When you march to the mess hall, you got to be quiet. Shirt's tucked in. Some jails make you tuck it in. When you get there, you sit down. You got 15 minutes. When it's over, house get up. Take it back. I don't care if you ain't finished eating. Dump it. It's over with already. And the thing about this whole thing, right, is that you're going through all of these different things with this. Everybody got on green. But on the other side, they got on tan. I mean, they used to wear tan. They switched to blue now. The officers is wearing tan and blue. And you don't see them as your enemy. You don't see them as your oppressor. You don't see them as nothing but the people that's watching over you. You look at the people that's wearing the same color you wearing, the same color as you, as your enemy and your oppressor. And that's when I began to say, wait a minute, what am I doing? The fucking real problem is me. I'm the problem. Because everything that I'm internalizing now, from then that I internalized, I'm like, I done became part of the system. I became part of slavery, where I put myself at, and now I'm allowing myself to continuously dehumanize my brothers and treat people in a way that you wouldn't treat your dog. You wouldn't see your dog as that. But the real enemy, the one that's making me strip naked and talking dirty to my family and disrespecting me and coming to my cell, hosing me down. I had COs hold the fire, hose me down in the cell. Well, you can't get away. I done had all kind of riots that I've been in with the COs to where all of the gangster and everything is out the way because they beating you with the handcuffs on and you begging them to stop. I heard people screaming, begging them. They never did that to me. I never had that happen, and I'm glad it never happened because, I don't know, my mindset would have been begging them to kill me, go all the way, take me out. But I'm glad, I think God made it that way for it don't happen to me because they would have killed me. I done seen them kill, they done killed people before. I done seen people kill people over nothing, over small shit, man. Shit that you would be like, he killed them over what? Yeah. Magazines. Dudes take magazines seriously in there. Porno magazines with girls naked. Dudes take that as that's their girl. We had a brother in there named Dead on Row. Dead on Row was a dude that used to knock dudes out. It's legend that he knocked a horse out in Times Square. I was cool with Dead on Row. But Dead on Row had books with girls in there with names on it and saying my girl and what? That just shows you how far the mentality or how far it can take you and how these guys can come out today and try to play the tough role, the gangster role, like prison was a walk in the park. When you know you was that same guy in the Attica Correctional Facility that was placed on the wall. On the walls, they got handprints. They got the prints on the wall that's made out of two hands. And then they got the footprints on the floor. And they make you put your hands on the wall and your feet on the floor, but you can't reach it. Your hands can't even reach the hands, and your feet can't. So they got to kick your feet back, open your legs, and they take the back of your pants and lift it up and take their hand. It's called a credit card check. And they swipe it, the credit card swipe. They go up your butt cheeks. It happened to a lot of these dudes out here, but they don't tell you that butt cheek side about prison when them SEALs was doing them dirty, when SEALs was kicking their teeth out. They won't talk about that part. I talk about that part. You know why? Because that's the part that helped shape and mold me to begin to look at my fellow man as a man and say, you know what? You're not my enemy, man. They not even my enemy. They just doing a job that we put ourselves in that situation. And the only way we could come up out of that positively and do something right and not hold on to nothing is if we come out into society and speak the truth about what really happened. Imagine we get ancestors, because your ancestors, mine, we all been through slavery. Your ancestors come back and they praising, oh yeah, when I was on the field, yeah, Master used to be whipping us like crazy, son, word up, son. So I held it down and I went out the cotton, I picked a couple of cottons, I came through, I ran to the block. You gonna be praising that? Or you gonna be telling the story about what really happened and the ugliness of slavery? So I want to stay on the ugliness of slavery, prison, what really happened, and what we went through, and what we put ourselves through, and how people can continuously come up here and do all these stories, all these other big platforms. They can give the story. I believe in give your story. Yeah, that's cool, like the Vlads and the No Jumpers. Give your story about what happened when it comes to the guys you interviewing, but it's how you end. I want you to ask them the end game. How did they come out? The things that they created. It's a whole lot of success stories out here. All the dudes I mess with that did 20, 25, 30 years, they got success stories, became business owners, entrepreneurs. They got families. And their story is going to be, tell me about prison. They're going to tell you the horrors of prison. And then they're going to tell you the beauty of life, that your best day in prison cannot outdo your worst day in the streets. So I could be in prison, living good, eating good, and doing all the good old stuff I could get. And I could be out here homeless, living in a train station. I'm doing better out here than you are in there. That's how bad it is in there. And they don't tell you about how many lives was lost. They got a paper upstate where it shows you the lawsuits of the people that have lawsuits in prison of how many police done broke arms. I was a counselor in Clinton Correctional Facility, right? So I had more interaction with the administration because I had to counsel my own brothers. And this program really helped shape and mold me in a way because it made me look into myself, my criminal thinking and behavior. So when it came to the COs, when the dudes that I knew that was like kind of high heads, I told them, yo, you signed up to come here. So don't get mad at them if they came at you because you signed up to come into this program. And then within that program, the COs tell me, yo, listen, tell your buddy to chill out or we're going to handcuff him. We're going to push him down the stairs. We're going to break his neck and we're going to tell his mother that he fell. Before, they would beat you and kill you. Now, too many lawsuits don't happen. Look, I just handcuffed him, threw you down the steps. Yeah, boom, he was aggressive, fighting the room. He fell down the steps. Boom, he broke his neck. I told him, yo, chill out. Because they will, because in Clinton anymore, they will throw you down them steps. In Attica, they'll throw you down the steps and kill you. They will handcuff you. That's what the CO told me. So I was the dude that's like, I'm the big dude in there, and the police respected me because, a lot of people like big dude, they want to work out, they want to try to be, yo, what you be taking? How you get like that? Yo, what's the routine? So they always came, yo, big man, I see that you run these guys here. Could you just tell your buddies before we, because they show respect with me. I got it, don't worry about it. But they don't tell you about that side with the SEALs when they want to pound on you. And this is all white boys. We ain't gonna find no black brothers up there. It's all white boys. And the black dudes that's there, they're gonna tell you I'm not black, I'm French Canadian.
How bad is prison food?
Dog food. You ever ate dog food?
Hell no.
Eat it. And then prison food.
So we talking worse than like Salisbury steak TV dinner type of food, basically. Worse than
Fuck a
that.
solid burger, nigga. That's good. We talking about mess hall, prison, bland, nothing on it, death. That is yakisobe. Listen, anybody out there that been in prison, right? I can name meals. They'd be like, oh shit. Oh, I don't want that.
A la King chicken.
Yakisobe. Huh?
A la King chicken?
Turkey a la King. No, turkey a la King or chicken a la King. Ah! Yo, the ones I hated, I forgot the name of that. Yo, just I don't even talk about no more. That's straight up vomit. That's vomit. That's straight vomit. Somebody in the back shitted in there and threw up on the plate. Like, yo, bro, I didn't go to the mess hall like that. I didn't go. I was fortunate enough to be able to have for real in there, to where I had people cooking for me, and wherever I went, not no bag of shit. Wherever I went, I had a cook, a personal chef cook. I didn't have to go to the mess hall.
Kano told me never eat soup in prison.
Soup? You talking about from the mess hall?
Yeah, he said never eat soup in prison because once you start digging around, you start seeing like some of the roach legs. You start seeing like all types of shit.
Yeah, you start seeing nasty shit. Yeah. So the soup prison, I worked in the mess hall, right? The soup prison. Let me tell you that's why you can't eat. They got a big ass pot, right? A big pot where they just dumping stuff in there. Stuff being dumped in there. Bunch of water dumping. It's dumping on there, and they got a big ass, like a paddle for a boat. A big ass paddle, and they stirring it. And the dude is there stirring it, right? And I could come up to him. Yo, what's good? Ain't nothing. Just stirring his soup, and he coughing. Whatever's happening. He talking in the mess hall. Nah, yo, no. Who? It's just everything. It's just in the open. People walking by with stuff, flies, whatever it is that's happening over that big ass pot. And it's two of them. Man, get the hell out of here. No.
So I saw China Mac do this video, right, where he was talking about how like you guys can like cook in prison by like modifying like certain things and the type of dishes that you can make.
Yeah.
Like, can you talk about that?
Oh yeah. When it comes to cooking and all that, like, it wasn't until I got to like certain spots where they had stoves, they had hot plates to where you could cook food. I used to get a lot of food from the streets, and then I cooked with the little foods that I got in there as far as from the commissary. But I used to live good. Well, you could get shrimp, lobster, chicken, whatever kind of chicken you want. Like, and my cooks was official. Shout out to my man Sabu, official Bronx native, stand-up dude, held it down from the Bronx. Everybody knows Sabu, man. Cuban brother. Took care of him in the joint. I took care of him in reference to made sure that he ate every day because his family was there, but they wasn't tightly knitted where he could have had it every day. Anything he needed, I took care of him. Shout out to my man Tuna. Took care of him. I took care of dudes from other prisons that I wasn't even in, where their family wasn't called. Yo, send him some money. Send him. I had a dude. Yo, look. Word up. I had a dude that was my man. We were so close, right? People used to think that was like my little brother. He was messed up. His last couple of months in a joint, I had somebody that sent him $200 to $300 a month, every month, for almost a whole year, just to make sure he was good. Because that's how much love I had for people. And I know how it is to be in there, not to have nothing. People always wanted to mess with me. They ain't call me 10 toes back then. I'm a Shaft. They call me Shaft. Everybody always knew, nah, fucking with Shaft. Shaft gonna look out. I'll make sure dudes is good. What's up? You fucked up? You good? You need something? You all right? You need some food? You hungry? Because everybody, food is the big thing. You hungry? Motherfuckers be hungry. Dudes work out. They do whatever. You hungry? You good? All right, boom. Yo, cook a meal. Yo, cook this right here. Make sure you cook it. I cook one time for everybody. I cooked one time for over. I didn't cook it. My people cooked it.
But 10, how sanitary is it to cook in there?
Oh no, it's sanitary.
Like that.
Where we had it, it's sanitary. You got your sink, you got your soap, because they sell dishwashing soap. They got the same thing in the street. They got all the same
gotcha,
things.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? With some of us, you can get your own utensils. It can't be like no metal shit. In some spots, they got the utensils in there. You just got to clean up after yourself. You know what I'm saying? You get your own pots.
You
and
fucking with
pans
the
and
Mac Jack?
Jack Mac.
Or the Jack Mac, sorry.
Jack Mac. Yeah, Jack Mac. Yeah, you got to take the cereal,
that?
crunch it up real fine. Love Jack Mac. Hell yeah. If you know how to cook, you got to know how to cook it right. That fried mac, the octopus, the octo, they call it the octo and calamari, to cook that octo and calamari. With the Cheez-Its, you cook that with Cheez-Its or with cereal with Frosted Flakes. That's crazy how we come up with all kind of shit in the joint. Yeah,
Have
man.
you eaten like that since you came home? Like, do you ever like make something that's similar?
Hell no. because it's totally different out here, because I'm not going to be sitting up there crunching up no damn cereal when I could just go get some flakes or something, breadcrumbs, and just pour it and just, you know.
Right,
I'm not going to be sitting there crushing up Cheez-Its. Nah, I ain't doing all that, you know. But people asked me before, like females I dealt with before, like, make me a meal that you made in prison. Let me see how when dudes be saying this was the meal up there, I'll be like, I'm not cooking that shit. I tell you how to do it, you do it. I had a girl do it before. She crunching up all the Cheez-Its. A whole box ain't enough. Because a box of Cheez-Its could be like this much Cheez-Its. When it's done, you only gonna have this much flakes.
Right.
I'd be like, nope, you gotta do it. She'd be like, and when you crush it up, I want you to do it the real way. You're not putting it in something and just sanding it down. No, you got to do it the way they did it in jail. You got to take a can and crush it with a can and just keep that shoulder going. Just keep crushing and crushing it and rolling it and crushing it and crushing it. Dudes used to bake cheesecakes for me on the top of the oven. I don't know if you know, but dudes will know how to make a cheesecake. They don't put it in the oven. They put it on top of the stove and it come out official. That food be like, yo,
that's crazy.
So when I was in there, I always ate. I ate good. I had I used to battle with this Italian dude named Tony. I wonder what happened with Tony, man. Tony was like a mob type dude. You know, the mob, they smoking cigars and hey, yeah, go there and get the anchovies, get the pasta, yeah, make sure you get it. And whenever they cook, they always play that damn Godfather song. And he'd be sitting there, and I'd be like, you fake ass mobster, you a broke gangster. And me and him start battling. He'd be like, what? You guys didn't have money like we had. We supplied you guys. I said, you supplied us. We took over the whole business. What are you talking about? We took over the rackets. We ran the numbers. Bumpy Johnson. We go back and forth. So one day we had a battle about who had the most money in their account, right? So I said, yo, so everybody's siding with him. What? Nah, yo, Shaft, yo, don't go against Tony. Tony got it. It was on Tony back because Tony, me and him was one of the dudes that never went to the mess hall, had people cooking for us. He went in because every month they give you a printout of your statement of how much money you have in your account. Now, your account is connected to a bank. The bank is right across the street. Like when I came home, I went right across the street to the bank, but they couldn't give me all my money right then and there. So they had to give me a check where I went down to the city and cashed it. But when I was in there, Tony came out and we started battling. I said, let's bet. How much you want to bet I got more money than you? Because it's like, you know, they look at us like, and when I say us, I mean like black people, like, y'all not like real hustlers. Y'all people don't really look out for y'all when y'all away and this and that. I'm like, you got the wrong one, bro. I'm way more fortunate. He went and got his statement. He had $2,500 to $3,000 in there. I said, what's that? So everybody like, yo, show yours. We told you Tony got money. I showed him mine. I had over 20,000 in my account. He said, wait a minute. No. You can't have that much money inside of here. I said, who can? You see mine's right there. That's my statement. How you can't have that much money? I got over 20,000. When I left, I had over $60,000 when I left the joint.
Wow.
When I left, I had over 60,000. Not no bragging, like that's what I had. So when I came home, I had over 60,000. Everything is a hustle. Like in the joint, drugs, weed, dudes selling cigarettes, and somebody done snuck thieves, somebody they selling something, everybody trying to get money. I wasn't one of them dudes scrounging around and doing all that. I seen the hustle, found it, got other dudes, yo, boom, this and that, this is what you gonna do. You gonna do this, that, and that. Give it to me, I'm gonna send it out, they're gonna take care of it, we're gonna get the money. Let's go. But when it comes to the joint, everybody wanna live comfortable. You don't wanna go in there. That's why I tell people, like, if you go in there, bro, just know that you're going to have hardship. What do you mean, my girl, this and that? No. Your girl is out of there. You're going to get you a dead John. I can guarantee you. You got over 5 years, she's gone. You can get a dead John letter, right? Your family and all that was sticking by you, it's going to be all kind of excuses why they can't come up and see you. All that when you was out here, dudes pounding your son, yo, it's love, and this and that. All that's out the window. They trying to bone your girl. That's a fact. They going to try to bone your girl. Let me tell you a quick story. Look, I go to the joint, right? My baby moms. My son was about 9 to 10 months old. I leave my son's mother out there alone to fend for herself. We both young, but I got her about 2 to 3 years. I called, back then, we couldn't call no cell phones. We called the block because there was a phone booth almost on every corner. I called the block. A dude that I went out for, he done got beat up in the streets. He came and got me. I got the Tech 9. I went out looking for the dudes with him. Had a shootout over him, looking out for him. He out there in the streets. I call the block. My baby moms told me, yo, do you know D tried to talk to me? I'm like, what? Try to talk to you? I'm only gone like 9 to 10 months. I'm like, what you mean he tried to talk to you? No, he didn't. She's like, I'm telling you, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, no. She said, and he tried to grab my butt. I was pushing the stroller. I went to the building and he tried to grab my butt. I said, what? Yo, where's he at? They put him on the phone. I said, yo, where D? He was like, yo, he ain't out here right now. I said, when he out there, keep that nigga there. Call the block the next day. He get on the phone. I'm like, hey, yo, you been trying to talk to my son mother, man? He like, what you talking about? I said, yo, bitch ass nigga, you know if I was home, you this and that. Yo, I know he was like this in the phone. Fuck you, bitch ass nigga. You ain't never getting out. Because the way he was talking like in the covering the phone. Because I know he didn't want all of them dudes out there to hear him.
Right.
How he was talking to me on the phone. Fuck you, bitch ass nigga. Fuck, yeah, I did that, nigga. What you gonna do? Pussy ass nigga. I'm like, what? So I'm in there. Now the dudes in there seeing me go crazy on the phone. I hate to take the phone. Boom! This motherfucker kill this thing when I catch him. Yo, let me tell you, Panda. Things always come back. That's why you can't do nothing. It's gonna come back. A couple months later, bro, I swear to you, I'm going to the mess hall with my friends in them, right? This Rikers Island. Who do I see in another house coming the other way? D. He like, yo, what up? I played it right off. I'm like, oh, what up, B? What's up? When you got knocked? He's like, the other day, he's like, yo, man, I messed up. I need some soap. I got you. Don't even worry about it. I got you. Their house go past. We go to the mess hall. I told everybody on the line, when you get in that mess hall, get your tray, spin around, break out. Yo, what happened? When I was on the phone going crazy, remember I broke the phone? Because of him. They said, that's the dude? Yes. We went around, came back. On our way back, because you got to stay in line and CO walking through the house. I said, go. Everybody broke off and just ran down the hallway, ran up to the house, because we going to finish him. He's out of here. They ran up to the house. The police said, yo, I don't even know why you're on his door. They said once he got up there, he went right to PC. That fast. We went to the mess hall, came around. I guess when he went upstairs, he told the CO, yo, they're going to get me. right now. They're going to get me. They took him right out of there.
Wow.
I said, if we would have got, I don't know what would have happened if I would have got him. I probably would have been in there for another murder because I would have stomped him to his, I seen spaghetti all over the place because I just was on the phone and he was talking crazy and he got locked up. Look, this is the crazy thing. Never seen him no more, never heard from him, nothing. Come home, seen him. I didn't recognize him. He done gained mad weight, this and that. I seen him. Yo, what up, what up, what up, what up? I'm like, what up? All right. What the fuck is that? Yo, it's me, damn. I'm like, oh shit, yo, what up, kid? I never brought it up because my mindset is different now. I never brought it up, never talked about it. But people feel some type of way about certain things. They bring it up because they want to see if I'm still thinking the same. Yo, man, yo, man, that time. Yo, stop right there, bro. I don't care about that time. That was back then. I'm done with that. You better get out of here with that. What else? What's going on with you? What you out here doing, kid? Like, I don't even want to talk about that. I'm over that already. Get out of here. I don't care what happened.
But you know, this story brings up a good point that I wanted to ask you, right? Because like, what is it like you being inside and you watching life go on without you? Right? People still, like you say, at first they seem so supportive and everything, but next thing you know, they got their life, you know, they got their problems on the outside. Not everybody can send you money. Not everybody's going to hold you down for how many years that you're doing and everything. And inside, I feel like a lot of times people say that it's almost like the world stops for you or it gets slow for you, right? Because it's like every single day, it's like the repetitive thing. It's the same thing over and over. And you got to be alone with your thoughts. What is that like? Take us through that.
That's all you got is your thoughts, man. Well, in there, one day is like a month. Out here, time is moving quick. It's not enough hours in a day out here. When I say I'm going to do something or complete something, I can't. I can't because it's not enough time. In there, it's like everything is dragging. What the hell is going on? Did time stop? Yo, it's days I get up, I'll be like, yo, what time is it? There was 7. It felt like I done went to the yard, I done went did this, I did that. Yo, what time is it? 7:20. What? Nope, they doing something in here. It's something, it's a different world or something because time ain't moving in here, bro. And when you in there, time is slow. When I got my decision to go home, I was leaving 4 months later. I prepared myself though. I said, I know these 4 months is going to be another 21 years because that time went, I couldn't find enough things to do to occupy my mind to get a day over with, bro. Like time stops. And then when it comes to the people out there, the most supportive ones are the ones that don't support you. When I went in, the most supportive one was my brother and my mom's, right? And I knew, yo, you can't be dependent on your family to take, I mean, it took a couple years, just a couple, not a long time, to know that your family's not going to be able to take care of you because they still got their life going and you know, your family, my brothers and sisters, they having kids and they having families. They got to take care of dudes that you know that was supportive. They having families or they done got locked up. They done moved on. So I'm bagging the CO chicks in there. I'm fucking the CO bros in there. I'm bagging chicks from out in the street. So got married a couple times. So that's how I started to get my support. People to come through for me, people support me. And when I'm messing with the chicks in there, you know, they bring me stuff in. I wasn't really on no like trying to make them bring me drugs. And my whole shit was the comfort of a woman. Like I need that comfort. I need to have that woman smell. I need that touch and the scent and this.
Damn, you was fucking the CEOs in there?
Hell yeah. No doubt. Facts.
That's crazy. I mean, I've heard people talk about that.
Look, wait, look at me. Yeah. Word. Yeah.
All right, because this leads me to my next question. It's a pause question though, okay? Because I gotta prepare you. But
man, I don't do that pause shit. I don't do that. I don't care about pause.
All right, but I'm just warning you ahead of time.
All
But
right.
there's dudes in prison that will engage in sexual activities in prison with other men, right? But say it's more about having power over someone, and they don't consider themselves gay from doing
Shit.
that. But obviously, from the outside world, that's considered to be gay.
1,000%.
Have you ever seen people try to justify that in prison?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I seen dudes do that.
Take us through that mindset that people have about that, because it's interesting.
All right. I know a dude. I mean, I seen a couple of dudes that fell victim to that. And a lot of times, right? This is the crazy thing. The guys that got a lot of time, they don't be falling victim to it. It's the dudes that be having short time. 3 years, 5 years, 8, 10 years. That's considered short time.
You serious?
Yeah. The dude that got 25, 30, they don't be doing it. They not the majority. You might find 2 of them or something. But the other ones, they doing it. Them dudes that be the ones doing it. But they don't consider that because they feel matter of fact, I don't even know what they feel because I never seen nobody really yes I did. I'm lying. My man, I'ma say it, god damn it. Dude, I was cool with at Auburn. We wound up going to Sullivan. And when we get there, before we went there, Charlie Rock LD was with me too. Look, Charlie Rock LD was with me. We got a dude that was that locked on the same company with us. It was Kwanzaa time. So I used to always say, man, there's something funny about this dude, man. They'd be like, nah, Shaft, you bugging, you bugging. I'm like, no. There's something about him. So I said, all right, watch. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if he is into that. I threw a Kwanzaa card in there. And when he came, he said, yo, anybody see who threw this on my bed? I said, nah, that dude up there threw it on your bed. Yo, what dude? Nah, the gay dude. He threw that shit on your bed when from child. He threw it on your bed. He was like, nah, Johnny, he better not do that. I say he threw that joint on your joint. Yo, didn't you see it? So dude started saying, yeah, yo, I seen it. Do you know that when we went around, he telling everybody to go, we doing the feed up. Because the dude, the gay dude was in his cell, so he telling everybody to go. He stopped and started talking to the gay dude. But when I went around the corner, I was listening. And he asked him, yo, you do this on my bed? And the dude is like, huh? He like, did you throw this on my bed? The gay dude don't know what he's talking about, but he just feeds into it. And if I did, all right, we're going to talk later. When he got downstairs, I said, yo, why you was at that dude's cell talking to him? I wasn't talking to him. I said, I was standing around the corner. I heard you. You went over there. You was asking him if he threw that on your bed. He said, because you said he threw it on my bed. I said, nah. He said, if he did it, you said you want to talk to him later about it. What you want to talk to him about? Next thing you know, he in the gym talking to him. When I got transfers from there, because Charlie Rock, all of them bombing them. You lying, bro. You was over there. From there, I go to Sullivan. When I get to Sullivan, it's a deaf mute dude in there. Now, Sullivan got all kind of people in there. Crazy people. All the worst crimes you could think of, they in there. The dude that burnt all the people up in the Bronx and the party. Any case you could think of, they in there. And they got deaf and blind people in there. So it's a deaf mute dude in there. So when I get back to the block, I mean, he wound up coming to the jail, whatever. I get to the block. So I'm like one of the big dudes, the Harlem dudes. So dude Dutch like, yo, what's up with the Harlem dudes? Yo, Harlem dude was messing with the fag, deaf mute fag. I'm like, yo, homie, watch your mouth. Don't be saying that about dudes, man. Yo, who you talking about? He was like, yo, your man, this and that and that. I went to him. I said, yo. Now, at the time, look, I'm blood, right? So I got one dude that wanted to become blood. I was just looking for a situation so he could cut somebody to prove that he ready to throw down. So I said, yo, dude saying that you went in the dude's cell. So he was like, nah. He had a garbage bag. I went in the cell to tap him on the shoulder because you know he deaf. And when I tapped him on the shoulder, they closed the door and I got stuck in there. What? So you went in his cell and tapped him on. You could have threw something at him, anything. Well, you need to get a garbage bag from him. Like, you can't come to me with nothing because I'm going to break it down. Same way I be on here, I'm on it. What? He said, what? Oh, no. I got to go to my cell and think about it. Wait a minute. I start putting things together. He lying. Nope. He lying. It couldn't happen like that. So now I'm like, yo, a garbage bag? You went in there and tapped him on the shoulder and the cell closed? You couldn't jump out fast enough? The cell ain't but so big. You could have stopped the door from closing anything. Yo, I'm telling you this and that. I said, okay, so this is how it's going to go down. The dude Dutch that's saying that you did that, when he come outside, you better stab the shit out of him. You like, stab him? I said, because he the one saying you did something and that you was in there with this boy for the whole lock-in. The lock-in time is over an hour. They saying you was in there. You didn't get on the gate and start saying, see, yo, I got caught in here. Let me out. He said, no, I ain't going to stab him. Once he said that, I looked back at my man. I ain't going to say his name. I looked back. I said, yo. He was like, all right. Now, mind you, we outside. We in the yard. It's about 7 or 8 of us over there. Everybody over there is not blood, but I'm blood. And the other young kid want to be blood. And the other dudes is just my homies and shit. He said, I want to tell the truth. I said, what happened? He said, I just let him suck my dick. I said, what? So we all like, what you mean you just let him suck your dick? What are you talking about, man? That's gay. This man, he said, nah, that's not gay. That's not gay. I'm not gay. I said, yes, you are. Nigga. How you just gonna let him get you head? He was like, I don't know. I was weak. I got weak. I just fell. I don't know, man. But he really was thinking and fighting that. That is not because he only did that. He's saying, I didn't fuck him. I just did that. I said, no, man. But my man was on it like, fuck all the gay stuff. If that's what you are, that's what you are. HIV and all that. Do you know that you could get that? What about that part? You don't know what that... I got a homeboy that was with me, right? He was in for over 10 years already. Do you know that he got gonorrhea in there?
What?
The administration locked him up because they said he was having a homosexual act with somebody because you don't get trailers. You ain't got no girl. How you get this? But we all knew that he wasn't gay, that he got it from a girl on a festival because when we have festivals in jail, oh, you can get all the pussy in the world. As long as you got a girl that's going to come up and say, and he went down there and he had sex with the girl and she burnt him. And that's how he got it. But he couldn't say, I got it on a festival from the girl and I had sex outside. Because now you got to say, I had sex on a visit outside with the girl. So they locked him up. But he ended up having to tell him, like, yo, nah, the girl gave it to me. When she came on the visit, on the festival, I wound up having sex with her because they was trying to get him on some homosexual act. And that's how you got gonorrhea. And who's the other guy? Who's the guy that gave it to you and all that? You know, but when it comes to that, that's like the dude, Pissy Black. Pissy Black was the dude that would come to your cell with a cup and tell you to fill it up. And you like, what you mean fill it up? Fill that cup up. He wants you to go back there and jerk off in the cup. You got certain dudes that Pissy Black was a big motherfucker. He wants you to fuck him. He ain't trying to fuck you. He want to suck your dick and he wants you to fuck him. Now this motherfucker towering over you big, he gonna take your dick. He gonna make you fuck him. He ain't consider himself being gay. Dead on roll used to knock dudes out. He ain't consider himself gay. People didn't consider him gay or committing that act. He officially a rapist. They officially rapists. Like, get the fuck. But in the joint, people pick and choose and say who are and who isn't. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, they could try to twist it and flip it and say, nah, when they was in there, and no. You committed a sexual act, and that's what you are, buddy. That's
wow.
it, buddy.
So I know you've seen so many traumatic things in your life and in prison specifically. How do you cope with those things? Because a lot of times people don't realize just because things get normalized in a certain setting like prison or in the hood, it doesn't mean it's good for us to see as people.
Well, you have to normalize things sometime in order to get by. So when it comes to me, it's like certain things I can see in the street and be like, damn, if that was in a different setting, this must not go. But at the same time, that's what helps me because I always want to reflect on the mindset that I had before and say, damn, at one time I would have thought like this and did this. And now to be in society, and it's like, this shit is nothing opposed to the way I thought as a criminal. And that's when I knew the transition and the change was happening. Like I told you before, me and Charlie Rock LD, right? That was my man up north. Me and Charlie Rock, he locked right next to me. That was my bro. When he came out, hit him up, boom, we was talking, whatever. He came on my channel before, did a video. He always told me, yo, you know, I remember the time when Fat Joe did. Fat Joe ain't lying. Fat Joe used to come through for Charlie Rock LD. That was his bro. And one of the ugly things.
You guys were locked up at Auburn together, right?
Yeah. And one of the ugly things me and Charlie Rock LD did was we shit it do down. Shit it do down meaning one of the most disgusting things to do. To take doodle and piss and bleach, put it in a protein jar or bottle bigger than this, and to close it tight and seal it and hold it for 2 or 3 days, and then throw it on somebody.
Oh my God.
And that's what happened. A dude violated. Charlie Rock was short, so we used Charlie Rock. We put garbage bags on him, garbage bags on his head, gloves, and we told him go to the dude's cell. And being that you're short, you could grab him and you could pull him and hold his shirt low because he went to the dude's cell. Hey, here go your food. He went to serve him and grabbed him. When I just stepped up and opened that, thinking of it, the smell, I still could smell it. I threw that shit in his face because he was yelling, doodle all in his face, on his beard, and his hair. He had like a little afro in his hair. Then my man came. He had a squirt bottle. We used to take like little Visine, little squirt bottles. He got it with piss and ammonia. He squirted him. Another dude got a cup with shit in it. We just throwing all kind of shit in it. Shit is all over the place. The next time I seen the dude, he cut all his hair off. He had patches, scabs all on his face.
Oh shit!
I seen him in the yard. He came and I didn't even recognize. He could have killed me if he wanted to. He walked up. I'm looking at him like, what the hell wrong with this nigga? He was like, yo, you remember me? I was like, nah, bro, get away from me, man. What the fuck you talking about if I remember? He's like, yo, remember you shitted me down? Remember you do to you and your friends? At the time, I'm like, yo, get out of here, man, before I pop your fucking head off. Man, get away from me, man. But at the same time, I'm thinking like, damn, that's what that did to him? Like, bro. But yeah, me and Charlie Rock LD.
What made you guys do that to him, though?
So what happened was we used to work Feed Up. Feed Up is it was me and a team of, I think, 7. Me, Charlie Rock, my little man Batman. You know, we all would Feed Up. And Feed Up is the guys that have to feed everybody in the block. And the block consists of about 500 to 700 inmates. All the ones that's locked in their cell that can't come out, that got in trouble, we got to go and feed them. So we got big trays with chicken, big buckets, potatoes in it, whatever. It's covered, but we got spoons and everything, and they put their tray out the cell to slot and just dap it, and then go to the next person. With this guy, we come up. Before we get down there, we scream out on the gallery, on the child. Everybody know to be on the gate because we trying to get around to complete the Feed Up so we could go downstairs and we could eat because we want to eat before they call yard so we could go outside. So we rushing. So we rush by the dude's cell. We don't know that he's locked in. By the time we went by, he woke up. So the next time when we came around at lunchtime, he was like, yo, you ain't feed me. I was like, yo, why you wasn't on your gate? I'm the one doing the talking because I was the head Feed Up. I'm like, why you ain't on your gate? He said, nah, I was asleep, man. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here, man. Next time be on your gate. When I walked off, he squirted me. But I didn't know. My peoples didn't know. Nobody knew. He squirted me. He had a bottle with piss in it with ammonia. So as we doing the Feed Up, we smelling something. We like, yo, what the hell is that smell? Everybody like, yo, that shit stink. Yo, bro, you don't know what this smell like. We like, yo, that shit stink. What the hell is that smell? Piss with ammonia And he locked up. He probably had it a couple days. Then he wound up looking at my jacket. He was like, yo, what's something on your jacket, chef? I looked, I smelled it. Oh, through the jacket. What the f? So we started thinking, like, yo, who the hell squirted you? Then I remember, the last dude I was beefing with, talking to, was him. I went downstairs, but that's how it happened. That's why we came back with that. So when I went down, I went to do sales. Like, yo, whenever you got a shit, just shit inside of here. Just save me some of that doodle. That's some nasty shit. So it's different dudes shitting and pissing and stuff, and I'm just mixing it together with bleach. Some nasty shit, man.
What was Charlie Rock like during that time?
Nah, Charlie Rock was on it. Charlie Rock ain't care. He was one of the Boricuas that's like, he was a short, little, stubby, little, strong, little. I used to call him, I forgot, I used to call him one of them superheroes. Because he was so short and little stocky to the ground. But he was laid back. He was cool. He was cool with everybody. He wasn't on no rah-rah shit running around.
What year was this?
1995.
Wow, okay. So this was
95 and 1996.
So this was like shortly after Joe had put out Represent at that time. So he was like literally Fat Joe at that time.
Yeah, he was Fat Joe. Because I remember he was like, yo, look. You see how he shot me out on the back? And on the back of the tape, he got Charlie Rock LD. But he used to come on a visit, though. I used to go on a visit. Joe be on a visit with him and shit. He used to come on a visit to see him. Yeah. But Charlie Rock was laid back.
Any other funny stories?
Yeah,
You got any other funny stories with him? With Charlie?
With Charlie Rock?
Yeah.
That's main one of the joints. And another joint was he had to straighten me out in reference to the history of Latin history. I was doing history with this young Cuban dude, telling him shit. And Charlie Rock was in his cell, and I just heard him yell out, "Nah, get the fuck out of here! Yo, bro, you bugging right now." I'm like, "What you talking about? Get the fuck out of here!" And he was like, "Nah, that's not how it happened." And then he started.
You know what Charlie said? He said this.
You wildin'. How you gonna say some shit like that?
Yeah, that's Charlie Rock. That's Charlie Rock LD. That's my man, Charlie Rock. Yo, you want to know the crazy thing with Charlie Rock LD, man? Charlie Rock ain't no, I mean, everybody lies, but Charlie Rock ain't no liar. Like what he said about as far as like the Fat Joe and all that. He not lying, bro. He gave me the whole rundown. Now, this is the crazy thing. Charlie Rock LD gave me the story between him and Fat Joe, right? Cuban Link gave me his story. They don't know each other. I'm not telling them I talked to him because I knew Charlie Rock already and I heard his story. When I heard Cuban Links, they got the same exact story about Joe.
You got Charlie's story. What year did he tell you the experience with Joe? Would you say?
When he started his YouTube channel. Like before.
So that was like a couple years ago?
Yeah. So before he started it, I used to be telling him like, yo, man, why you don't do the YouTube joint? Why you don't do the Fat Joe joint? Tell your story, this and that. Yo, but what I'm going to say? I don't know what to say. I said, man, just tell him the story about what happened. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Just tell him about your life. And yeah, but I don't want to be on no negative shit. I want to be on some positive. I want to tell him about my, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, bro. Tell him this and that. I used to always help him. He used to, yo, Charlie. I got recordings with me and Charlie Rock LD. He used to always call me. I'd be like, yo, I'm recording you, motherfucker. He'd be like, I don't care, bro. Just help me out. Charlie Rock would always call me. He'd be like, yo, I just hit 10,000 on this, man. You got to go watch it. I did this interview. This shit is crazy. But he used to tell me the stories about Fat Joe. Yo, he never bought me a car. He like, yo, that motherfucker talk about he bought me a car, got me a place to live, this and that. He lying. He's lying, bro. I'm like, yeah, so what happened, Charlie? Charlie, tell me the truth. Like, yo, it was a time I did start getting high. He ain't lie about that. I was getting high. He said, but I still was Charlie Rock. I still was me. But he told me, you're going to have to go away and get yourself together for a year. When you come back, you're going to have to do, yo, I said, nah, yeah. He said, yo, he used to take them out places. He said, Joe never gives you money. He pays for whatever. He's not going to give you the money. He's going to pay for it himself. He's not going to, and my thing is this, right? When it comes to Fat Joe, I don't fault Fat Joe for whatever he said. I mean, for whatever he did, because you accepted that. And I'm like, yo, Charlie Rock, whatever Joe did, and you gangster. He ain't near tough as you. You the gangster, right? Yeah. You accepted that shit. So you really was a sucker. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you right. You right, Chef. You right. I can't argue that. You right. Yeah. So whatever Joe did, but me and Cuban Links had a whole argument behind that. Links wasn't trying to hear that. What are you talking about, bro?
We gonna get into that. We gonna get into that. But let's keep it on Charlie for a moment. But so did he talk to you about the how he lost his eye though? Did you believe that was over the G Unit beef?
Nah, I don't think it was. Hell no. Nah. I said Charlie.
You don't believe that?
No. It could be true, but I don't believe it. I said, Charlie, ain't nobody stabbed you in your eye over no Fat Joe and G. You was you getting high when you was locked up, Charlie? Yeah, but that had nothing to do with it. I said, nah, Charlie. No. Nope. I believe something else happened. And that's how you lost that thing. All right, yo, Chef.
So do you think that Joe was right when he said the 3 bundles thing then? Is that what you're saying?
Nah. I don't think like it was 3 bundles or whatever. I believe that Charlie probably did something. It could have been over drugs. It could have been over Charlie playing a motherfucker because he had his other eye. So he still was on some whatever, or probably just housing somebody's shit. I ain't paying you all. I paid you. The pink slip went to your house already. Go ask your moms again if she got the money. Like, maybe that's what it was, and somebody snuck him and hit him in his eye. Or maybe it could have just been something like, I said, Charlie, you probably lost your eye because something happened in that eye and it went bad and you're making a war story behind it. Get out of here, Charlie. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? He ain't here.
You told him that?
Yeah, but he not here. So
right.
I don't, because in the interview that me and him did, it wasn't a really good interview. So he was supposed to come back and I was going to chew him out. Because Charlie know, Charlie, come on, I don't bite my tongue with Charlie Rock LD. That's my man. He know I'm going to wreck him. I'm going to talk shit. You ain't got no teethus. You are finished, Charlie. You can't even eat a hamburger. I used to get on. How you gonna eat a hamburger, Charlie? You done lost all your teethus. That's better for the woman. I can eat pussy. Charlie Rock was my man, though.
But you said that he wasn't a liar, though.
Nah.
But you don't think that he was telling the truth fully about that situation?
Nah, because, and the reason why I feel that is because I don't think he want what really took place with the eye. Maybe he's ashamed of it. So he want to glorify it a little bit to make it like, no, I lost my eye because of Fat Joe. It could have been because of that with the G Unit. I don't see how that beef can be that serious in a joint to where somebody is on some G Unit.
But if you arguing with somebody back and forth about it, right? About something, it could be about anything. In prison, things go down though, right?
Yeah.
It could have been like a disrespectful debate, and then it could have led to that.
It could be. Like I said, that's my opinion, and that's what I thought. It could be the truth. I don't know. The truth.
Yo, man, rest in peace to Charlie.
Yeah, rest in peace.
What was your reaction when you heard he had passed?
I first thought it wasn't true. I was like, they talking about the right Charlie? They must be talking about Charlie Brown or some shit. They ain't talking about Charlie Rock. They're like, nah, Charlie Rock LD. I forgot who told me. Somebody hit me up and told me. And then I seen that video with his
because I'm the one that broke that news, right?
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Because his family member reached out to me the night that it happened. Yeah. And I was like, I couldn't believe it, right? And then I was hoping that in the morning they would say, oh, no, it was a mistake or something. And in the morning it got confirmed to me through multiple sources. And then that's when I made the video to announce it, and when I did the interview with his sister, bro, that was the hardest interview I've ever done in my life because of just how emotional she was. And you could tell like that was such a loss for her. I still talk to her all the time, from time to time. And she still heartbroken about that. Like it's like just
Yeah.
like it happened yesterday.
Yeah. He told me about his sister. He told me about his wifey, and yeah, basically he was telling me about things that he want to try to do, and as far as doing something positive and changing his life around. I asked him before about like Joe, like with the whole situation. You think you can ever reconcile with him? You can. That was one of the things me and Cuban Links went about, reconciling and getting back and
Yeah, we gonna
forgiving
get
him.
into that. Okay.
So I asked Charlie Rock. He was like, he don't think he could trust him.
Right.
Fat Joe. He don't think he could trust Fat Joe. You know what I'm saying? I said, so I used to ask him about the people that was around him. Like, yo, what's up with the dudes around him? Like, was it cool with them? Like, yeah, that was my people. But, you know, they going with the money. They going where the strength who's taking care of them.
So you were also a little critical of Joe when he released that statement, God don't like ugly, after Charlie had passed.
Yeah. That was foul. That was something foul to say. Because Joe knows, like, I don't care how far Joe goes in his life. Like, you know the loyalty that Charlie Rock had for you as far as Fat Joe. You know the love he had for him. He know that Charlie Rock would have laid his life down for him. You had your situation. And that's what happens, man. When you have a person that was so close to you that you loved and respected, and which he did with Charlie Rock, and Charlie Rock did for him, when y'all split up, people start being able to get in your ear and start talking. So the moment you start talking negative about that person, the people around you going to automatically start chiming in and being more critical than you are when they don't even know that person that good as you did or looked up to that person and what you looked up to them. So you're going to start looking down on them because now everybody's agreeing with you. And I believe that, like, no disrespect to the people around Joe, but I think that, and not just Joe, 50 Cent,
superstars in general, basically.
Yeah, superstars, but certain ones that got that power, that's able, P. Diddy, they don't have that one person that's able to say, yo, nah, no, chill the fuck out. It's not happening like that. This is what you gonna do, bro. This is how you got to do that. You don't handle that situation. They don't got that, you know. Now we need to have a sit down.
Person to check them.
Yeah, we don't. We gotta have a sit down, because that's the whole thing. That's like the situation when it happened with Fat Joe with the paperwork and all that, right?
Man, that situation was just such a sad situation, bro. Like, how did you feel when it was confirmed that he did pass?
I mean, it was a sad thing because. But look, when it comes to me though, when I look at life, like, I don't say like born too soon, like like that was your time. It wasn't too soon. That was your time. I don't look at it as too sad, unless it was like tragic or something. Because I always try to look at it in a different way, saying I'm going to be there soon too, or tonight might be my day to go. You know, so I don't try to hold on to too much or try to get too sad about it. I try to hold on to the good times, the funny moments, the times that we was laughing. Like, it's just moments like just being with Charlie Rock LD in the joint though, laughing. I never got to see him when he came home. You know what I'm saying? And we supposed to meet up and do a live joint with me and him downtown in the streets, walking around talking. But we never got to do that. So I just think of the moments of like being in the joint, just talking with him, knowing that he knew his history. He spoke about the Taino Indians and broke the history down to me. And you know what I'm saying? And knowing the love that he had for people, especially the love he had for Fat Joe, being able to have that friendship he had with Joe. Knowing, like, because he don't look at Fat Joe like people look at him, like the way we would look at him, like he's a superstar, he's Fat Joe, and we see all the diamonds and the glamour and the glitter. Charlie Rock looked at him as, this is little Joey.
Right, he grew up with him.
This is little Joey. Like, no, he didn't grow up with him. He grew up over him. Joey looked up to him. That's little Joey.
Right.
Charlie Rock is a little motherfucker. So he's calling him little Joey. So that means Joe is much little smaller than him, looking up to Charlie Rock. Charlie Rock 5'5" or some shit. He looking up to Charlie Rock. So for him to be able to have that in his life, I believe that Joe should have gave him a little more than that, even though he went through that. I could imagine if the day, God forbid, Cuban links, Joe probably gonna really say some crazy shit to where I know for a fact if it was the other way around and Joe died, Charlie Rock wouldn't say no foul shit. He wouldn't, because Charlie Rock had too much of a heart. He gained too much empathy and sympathy in the heart, and the love that he had for him. I know that he's not going to hold on to the negative. He going to have that negative there, but he's going to be like, damn. Plus, it's going to be like, I ain't got nobody to talk shit about no more. That was my man, and I used to talk shit about him. You know what I'm saying? But I could guarantee you this. If he bumped into him, Charlie Rock bumped into Fat Joe, without all the distraction around Joe and all the people there, take them out and just put them together. I guarantee you, the energy is going to be more positive coming from Charlie Rock opposed to Fat Joe, to where Joe going to have to strip naked of all of the jewelry. You have to take a look back at, this is Charlie Rock you talking to, Tony Montana. This is the people murals on the wall and Forest projects. This is history you got with him. That's like if Fat Joe wound up falling out with Pistol Pete. What's going to be the beef? Like, y'all got too much history to let. That's how I look at it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Plus, I look at it in a Latino form, Boricua, and the love and how you're supposed to put things aside and have a conversation. But I believe that the negative energy is what kept the whole thing going. That's what the outside influence is. But in Joe's heart, I know you don't just stop loving a person as your brother. You can't just, that was your brother. You look
I know
at
for a fact, because his sister told me that Charlie still loved Joe at the end of the day.
I just told you, I don't even know that. I'm telling you, Charlie still loved him. I spoke to Charlie. Man, Charlie called me. Charlie tell me, that's my little brother. But he a piece of shit. Ain't nothing wrong with saying that. Because I could say that about a real brother. My real brother. I could say that. But I still love him.
So you were a part of something that I feel never really gets covered, and that's the Fat Joe Cuban Link paperwork situation, right? I want to give the people a thorough step-by-step explanation about what happened there. Did you meet Cuban first and this happened, or did you started talking to him after the whole paperwork first got posted on his page? Or
all right, so the first person that I ever seen with the paperwork or seen that piece of paper was Star. From Star, I seen it on Cuban's Instagram. I hit Cuban Links up.
Right, because Star had posted it briefly during a live, and then he posted it to his community page too.
Yeah.
And that's where Cuban had posted it from after that.
So I wanted to do a story on it. I wanted to get to the bottom of it. And I said, the only way to get to the bottom is I'm going to go to Cuban Links but at the same time, I was saying, I can't go to Cuban Links because he got a dislike for Joe already. And they got drama. I hit Cuban Links up. Cuban Links was like, all right, we can meet up. We could talk about it, whatever. And that's where you see the video where we link up and do the joint. Cuban Links.
That's where you guys are fishing, or by the water?
Fishing. Yeah, fishing. By the water fishing. He got the robe on like mafioso. Yeah, that's that time. Yeah, Cuban Links is mafioso.
Isn't it true that paperwork was already circulating on the street prior to Star even posting it?
Before that, that's right. The paperwork been out before that. The paperwork been. Listen, you gonna see why and how. It just wasn't on no Instagram and all this stupid YouTube shit. But listen, I got up there. Cuban Links don't know nothing about the paper. He just learned about it the same way I did. He didn't start the paperwork, none of that. Nobody knew about the paperwork. Star brought it to light. Cuban only reposted it. That's all he did. When I got the link, he was already in touch with the nephew of the guy who the paperwork came through. We spoke to him. Cuban Link said, yo, you take it from here. And that's when I took it from there. Link didn't know nothing. Link was calling me, asking me about, is it real? Is it fake? Yo, what's up with it? Yo, what's up, Ten? He was asking me. Link didn't know. And he like, yeah, they blaming me for it.
Wait, but didn't he get the paper? Didn't someone give him that paperwork prior to start posting it? Because I thought that he had said something like he had been given it, but he held on to it. He didn't post it.
Oh, I don't know about that. I know that he didn't know nothing about as far as the realness of it, if it was true, if it was false or nothing. He didn't know, and he didn't start it. You know what I'm saying? So he was just riding off of, I'm going to tell you about stories about fact. If you look at the interview with me and him, you will see that when it came to the paperwork talk, he couldn't answer nothing. He didn't know. He didn't know shit. So we went into like his story, went into the terror squad and all that. But with just him, nah, he didn't know. So I took the paperwork. I read it over. Here you go. I went to the courts, right? And I went there with the paperwork.
People say that the paperwork looks fake. In your opinion, at that time, did it look fake to you?
The paperwork is not fake. Somebody did it, but they did something with it. People saying it looked fake. They don't know. You know what I'm gonna do? When I find this,
send it to me after.
I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah, you could use that.
Yeah.
Because this is when I went down to the precinct. I went to the courts. They sent me that. I went to the courts in the Bronx to where the paperwork started and it said all that. They sent me down to the federal building because they said that's the only way I'm going to be able to get any information. So when I went to the courts in the Bronx, I ain't had no ties with Fat Joe, no nothing with Pistol Pete, nobody. I'm just doing my due diligence as a content creator. And I wanted to get to the truth of it because people was trying to slander Cuban Links, fake paperwork and all this other shit, right? So I went down there. I gave the courts the paperwork. They went into the system. The lady couldn't find nothing. She called her supervisor. She came. She went through it. She told me 4 cases Fat Joe had, which was 2 was a drug case and 2 are sealed that you can't even see. I said, Miss, why those 2 sealed? Like, what would be a reason that they would put that there that you can't see, that you can see the 2 drug cases? She said, we can't give you that information. You got to go down to the federal building if you want to find that out. I said, so, how? That was a federal case? She said, yeah, you got to go down there to find that part out. I went down there. They said, we can't give you that information because you don't have no credentials showing. Because when I went up there, I told them that I worked with Fat Joe and that the rest of the paperwork that I needed it and some client shit I said. I was recording the video. I went down there. They didn't give me nothing. Yeah, they didn't give me nothing, right? So then I went and got in touch. Like I said, the nephew was already in touch with Links. Links gave me the nephew. I'm going back and forth with the nephew. I wound up getting in touch with a brother named Mikey. Mikey just came home after serving 30 years plus. Mikey said, yo, I'm the one that sent the paperwork out from jail a minute ago. I said, yeah? He said, yeah, I'm the one. Now, Mikey is a known drug dealer, a multi-millionaire, owned restaurants and all kind of stuff. He's known. He know who Pistol Pete is, Fat Joe, they know who he is. He said, I'm the one that did the paperwork. And he said, when I was up north, when I was in the feds, the guy who had the paperwork, the guy who they talking about in there about Fat Joe, that's my man. And I told him when I get out, I'm going to push it. He didn't want me to push it. And I did it anyway. And I'm here. Come meet up with me. I said, where you at? In the Bronx. I went to the Bronx, went to his crib. Went up in the crib. It's a couch in there and a TV. I said, these niggas set me up. I'm on paranoid, on point up there. Somebody knocked at the door. Now I'm really saying, oh, this really is set up. He go to the door, I go to the door with him. Long story short.
Are you strapped up?
Nah, I ain't strapped. I ain't thinking nothing. When he opened the door, old head named Indio, who was a rat hunter, because they both rat hunters. He's a rat hunter. That's the dude that I knew from when I was a kid up north. He see me, oh, yo, what up, bro? Yo, this is my man right here. Boom, boom, boom. We started talking. He was like, yo, he a solid dude, this and that, whatever. We start kicking it. Indio was like, yeah, the paperwork is real. Mikey said the paperwork is real. I said, so if it's real, how can you prove it? I said, because I already went to the courts and everything. There's nothing on it. There's nothing there. He said, well, you got to talk to the other dude who had it, whose name is on there. I said, all right, boom, I need to get in touch with him. Got in touch with him. I did a whole video with him where he called in from the feds and we had a conversation and he broke down the whole thing with the paperwork. He said, Fat Joe never wrote a statement against me. He never told on me. Nothing in no transcripts, nothing with Fat Joe in there. I know who Fat Joe is. He know who I am, but I don't know him. Like, I was hustling. I had beef with dudes over there before. He like, the stuff that's in that paperwork did happen, but that's not my paperwork. So I said, what do you mean by that? He said, that was inside of my paperwork. When I went through it, somebody put that in there because it wasn't part of nothing in there. When you go through my transcript, it's not part of anything. And that's when I said, what the fuck is this? Where this came from? Like somebody was trying to say like, yo, this dude told on you. This is the one who told on you. He said, but if he would have told on me, he would have been part of the witnesses and whatever. They got some shit in the feds where you will get to know who are all the people that told on you, whatever. He said, I went to trial. Nothing ever came up with him. So I asked him, do you think Fat Joe told on you? He said, no. Do you think that's real, being that the shit was in your shit? He says, if it's real, it'll be part of my works. That's not part of my works. So, and that was it. So that's what cleared Joe, because the person whose name is on it and the one they saying he told on, he never did that. You know what I'm saying? So that was my due diligence, and where I went above and beyond. Nobody didn't give accolades, and when it went down, nobody switched the story. Oh, yo, yeah. You know, 10 toes down. Fat Joe ain't guilty of that. That shit ain't real. The dude who on there, it's not true because the dude said that Joe never testified. He was never a witness. He wasn't none of that. That paperwork there is Satan is giving statements from what's in his real paperwork, but somebody did that, put it together. It's real, meaning the word and everything that's in it, all that shit is real. But that paper there itself, it can't be real, is what he said, because it's not part of his transcripts. I seen Fat Joe in Harlem. I spoke with his bodyguard, Tone, and he was like, yo, this is before I even got in touch with the brother up north. He was like, yo, you know, this is ugly, this and that. Yo, could you make that go away? I was like, all right, I'm going to make it go away. I'm going to finish my due diligence, and I'm going to have homeboy call. I mean, I'm not telling him, but I'm like, I'm going to take care of that. I got it. And then from there, I wound up doing
But you didn't talk to Joe. You just talked to his bodyguard?
Yeah, I just spoke to him because Joe was doing an interview. He was doing an interview with the Rough Riders. That was the outside joint.
Got you.
So my man is cool with all of them, with Joe and all them dudes. So my man just had us talk outside. We was just kicking it and shit. And you know, everything was good. It wasn't no animosity or nothing. And then I wound up doing an interview with Pistol Pete. And Pistol Pete, you know, Pistol Pete got some backlash because dudes was like, oh, nah, that's the dude that had Fat Joe up there with the paperwork and saying he this and that, when they don't even know the full story. And Pistol Pete told him, like, he let me know, like, yo, I let niggas know, like, what the fuck out of here, nigga. I'm fucking with him. Like, he official. But nah, he said, nah, that's not it. I fucked with him. That's it. If I fuck with him, y'all fall back. Like, because they didn't like the fact that, you know, because they was trying to make it seem like I'm with, I guess, like with Cuban Link, and I started like the whole paperwork party shit, and this, once people got that story, they ran with it and they held on to it. But when I put the truth out there, nobody want to run with the truth and the facts of what I put out there and how I went through the whole joint and how I got the dude to come and just tell the whole deal of what really happened in reference to his case. That's the same thing with you got a rapper out there, right, who told. I don't get into it. I know he told. I got the paperwork on him. This is facts paperwork. You got a two of them. I got their shit. You got DJs out there who told. I know they did. I got the paperwork. I know the facts on it. I think things look better anyway. I should have had these shits on. We might have to do this whole interview over. These shits look cool on me right here. These shits look cool as shit. I had them big dumbass glasses and you ain't say shit. All right, so
Nobody cares about the truth when the lie is more entertaining.
Yes, and that's what they was running with, that lie. So I put the truth out there. You know what I'm saying? And that was it. And they kept running with it. So that's why I know when it comes to this internet thing and people be giving stories about stuff, once they hear something bad and they want to run with it, they're going to just take it and just start adding shit to it. Even like with me, I say one thing, people will take something and they add on to it, and I answer that add-on, they like, oh, it must be true. Look, he answered the add-on. No, I'm just telling you, this motherfucker adding on to shit. This shit ain't real. He making stuff up behind it, and they just keep going and going and going. And me, I don't care about the snowball effect. I accept anything. I don't care. Call me whatever you want, say what you want. But this is the deal. I bet you any amount of money, you can't find one person in prison, in the streets, nowhere that can say anything bad in reference to me, Shaft. No 10 toes, Shaft. Anything gay about me, anything being loose, like, well, nah, I see him talking too fast. Anything about me doing something in disaccord with my manhood, never told on nobody. I never had to sneak thief nobody, nothing. They're gonna be like, that dude worked out, went back to the house. He always was cooking on some fly, kept his head nice and fucking with the bitches. That's it. I'm known for the women in prison. I'm fucking.
So you never found out anything about those two other cases that were sealed?
Nah. It's sealed. You can't get it. Can't get it. He sealed it.
What did you think about how Cuban got so much backlash over that situation? Do you think that he was too overzealous to post it, or do you think that he didn't do anything wrong in that situation?
He didn't do nothing wrong. He was just doing what everybody else was doing. He was just posting it, and it was just something to talk about, and it was just like a question. Did he tell? Didn't he tell? Like, what's going on here? I want to hear what y'all got to say. But being that he had drama with him, of course they're going to say, oh, he's the one that started it. Right now with Hassan Campbell, if something happened with Hassan Campbell and I put something out, it's going to be the same exact way. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, the nigga 10 toes down started that because he this, that.
We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that in a little bit because we got something to talk about. But what did you think about Math Hoffa saying that, like, he couldn't interview Cuban because of the whole fake paperwork situation, and it was written in Crayola, and Cuban was too, like, anxious to have some dirt on Joe and everything? What did you think about Math Hoffa saying that?
Cuban didn't care about having no dirt on him. The streets was talking. It wasn't Cuban. He didn't start that. He ain't had nothing to do with that. He just posted it like everybody else. Now, check it out, Panda. If Cuban didn't post it, right, and didn't say nothing on it, you know that they would have said, but that nigga Cuban Link started that. They would have said that. They would have put it on him. They'd have said, Cuban Link probably started that shit. And then from there, it would have just went off, and Cuban Links would have still been the shithole he in, because Cuban is the one that's one of the people that was
the loudest
part
voice
of him. Yeah, he was part of him, and he's the one that's going back and forth too much. But with the Math Hoffa situation, I guess Math Hoffa wanted to show favoritism towards Joe, that I ain't fucking with your enemies. I'm going to hold it down for you. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I take it with Math Hoffa, which was bad because Cuban needed a voice. And Math Hoffa panel was like the place where he can really put it out there and give the facts and the truth. And he would have had to speak about what I did and showed like, nah, I didn't start that. I didn't do that. And 10 Toes when he cleared it up and showed it. So, and Links was the one that was saying, yo, 10, take care of that, man.
Well, because he did that, right? Because after that interview on Drink Champs, he hit up Math and was like saying he was disappointed that why didn't you do your homework and stuff? And he sent him all the links to all your videos of breaking it down and everything, right? Saying that he wasn't the one, but Math still went with that narrative of being like,
oh yeah,
like
I didn't even know that.
Anxious to want to post it, yeah. Because
I know that. I know that.
Math even told him, like, my bad, yeah, you're right, let me do my homework on it or something like that. But then he never did. He never answered him again.
Man, roll the clip.
But like I said, Math shit, that rumor shit bothers me more. Because he's like, damn, Math, you just a brand new nigga and you hot. And you know what I'm saying? I'm believing in you, just keep it real. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to be in your program either. It's not about me being in your fucking cat. I like your shit, generally. So now you do this shit and become a baloney with these niggas about listening, becoming one of these niggas. He never was that nigga when he was back there. He wasn't a rumor starter. He wasn't a, you know what I'm saying, talkative nigga like that. Now you just doing, anyway. So I hit him up. Hopefully he could give me my respect, put some respect back in my name after, you know what I'm saying, he understands it. Because I sent him all the clips, you know what I'm saying, of the whole novella with the fucking paperwork. So after he finished that, I hope he be a man, stand up and go, yo, Q, my bad, I see what's up. I know the story, it wasn't you. That's it, man. You know what I'm saying? Got the same, with the same fucking, you know what I'm saying, energy, you put my name out there with that kind of a discussion question. I want you to do it with certification, confirmation, when you talk about it now. Because now you know, right? And that's all. And he wrote me back. He wrote me back and said, yes, you're right, too, and I got to be more responsible. He hit me. But that's been fucking 5 days, and he said, I'll hit you up tomorrow, but never hit me. So, anyway, he hasn't done it either, so.
I didn't even know that. Word up. Because I seen Math after that. I seen Math a couple times. I've seen Math probably like 5 or 6 times after that. He ain't never even say nothing to me about that. You know what I'm saying? But that's a Snapple fact that Cuban Links didn't have nothing to do with that. And Cuban Links the one that told me to make sure, you know what I'm saying, you'll take care of that 10. If Cuban Links would have been like, now, if Cuban Links really was a sucker and did that or had anything or his enemy, that's how I know that Cuban Links is really a good-hearted dude. He ain't a sucker because he could have been a sucker. He could have been like, yo, 10, and just started feeding me shit. So I'd have been like, word, well, yo, fuck that nigga 10. Word up, man. And I'd have been like, nah, man, we got to go. Oh, he'd be like, nah, don't do that. Like I'm telling you, 10 Toes, he told. And now I had to, because I'd have been like, word, for sure. And Cuban Link could have rolled that shit, right? But he didn't. He said, 10, I want to know if he really told. I don't know. I asked Link, I said, do you think he told? He said, I don't know what to think. I didn't even heard of nothing like this before. I don't know what to think. Like, damn, this is new to me. Link didn't know.
What ended up happening to Mikey?
Mikey was the one.
Because that's a story in itself.
Mikey was the one that started the whole shit, that brought that paperwork from the feds home with him, that sent it out. And Mikey dead. Mikey dead. I don't know what happened.
He's dead?
With Mikey. But Mikey is dead. Yeah, Mikey's gone. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Mikey got knocked off. I don't know. Where Mikey at? Mikey is gone. No, I know where he at, but he's gone. He's gone. He's dead. So I'm like, damn, Mikey dead. And like I never heard from his family no more. Nobody. Everybody that was on that whole line is no more talk from them no more. They ain't never, nothing. I don't know what the hell happened. But yeah.
But then you told Q like, oh, let's stop looking into it after that, right?
Me and Q, me and Cuban be making a joke about it in reference to Mikey, because hold on, Mikey dead, and me and Cuban was like, how he died? And Cuban was like, I don't know. You think he got knocked off? I don't know. The situation with that, he died and somebody else died. Him? Oh, yeah, him and Charlie Rock LD. So we said, hold on, he dead. Charlie Rock LD dead. Oh no, we might have to fall back. But we be laughing about like, yo, we might have to fall back from that. because niggas is getting knocked off. I said,
Right.
Link, you better watch out. Joe knocking niggas off. We joke about it though. You know what I'm saying? We be like, yo, Joe knocking
Right.
niggas off. You better fall back. You know? But me and Link went through it one time. I swear, I wish we was doing a video in the Bronx and I had a video where we just started arguing. Cause I was like, yo, do you think you would ever reconcile with Joe? He was like, do you think you would ever reconcile with Hassan Campbell? I said, fuck that bitch ass nigga. He said, so why don't you try to resolve? We start going back and forth. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here, man. You talk about the situation is different. What's different? What are you talking about? For years, this motherfucker, this and that. And for years, you and Hassan Campbell, yo, we're in there arguing about this shit. And we forgot the camera was up there, but it wasn't recording. That would have been like an organic moment for me and him to just be arguing in the car, and I'm in the back seat. They're here in the front because I'm doing the interview from the back. Like I'm talking from the back seat. Gave him the front, and we arguing about this dumb shit. Yeah, that shit was crazy.
It was that heated?
Yeah, it was crazy because my whole thing was, yo, you need to just chill the fuck out and fall back and reconcile with Joe. He like, motherfucker, I got cut in the whole process, and then he just start going through it. I'm like, but Joe, you gotta learn to forgive, brother. Me and Link was going back. He was, I know that time, yeah, Links, you hear me? I know Links was psyched that day. He was like, this motherfucker trying to tell me when a motherfucker put a fucking scar on my face. What? Get the fuck out of here. I mean, I can understand where Link's position is with that. You know what I'm saying? But my whole thing was like, yo, we gotta try to like, move on from this shit. He like, well, then why the fuck you don't move on from you and this nigga, bro? Yeah.
Now, you're widely known for going at other YouTubers in what people consider the dirty sector of YouTube, right?
Yeah, they
How
dirty.
did you get into making content on YouTube, and why did you end up in this section of YouTube specifically?
Well, I chose to come in this section because I felt that, and at the time, it was only Hassan Campbell, Gully TV, and King Erna. Those was the main three in that sector. Before it was called the dirty section and all that, they made that. I don't even call it that. I mean, I know there's some dirty motherfuckers in there, but that's how I started. So I just sit back and listen to these guys' videos and everything, right? And I'm like, damn, they talk so much and give so much fucking opinions and this and that, but I don't see nothing where they're giving back. Their YouTube channel, they don't give back. Their Instagram, nowhere do they give back anything. So I just challenged them on giving back. I didn't get disrespectful or nothing. All I asked was, what have they done? What has Gully TV done for his community? What has Hassan Campbell done for his community? And King Erna. The only one that answered was King Erna. King Erna answered in an aggressive, angry way. Fuck is you talking about? But I'm talking about, he answered on Instagram verbally. And he told me to go and look at some other shit where he gives back. And I went and checked it. I said, oh shit, yeah, he do give back. But he said, I don't put it out there to show like how I give back. But I give back, he was giving back. And Hassan answered by crying. He made a video crying about how he gonna kill me. And Gully TV didn't even answer. Because he was like, who the fuck is this nigga? He's a nobody. He didn't even say my name, nothing. I was Stay Woke. I was called Stay Woke.
Wait, weren't you and Hassan real cool in the beginning, though? Or this was before then?
Nah, this is, me and Hassan Campbell was cool because his cousin is married to my brother, right? So
you had met him before?
I met him before at my brother's birthday party. All right, so my brother's wife is his cousin. So she used to always tell me, yo, my cousin Poppy, she called him Poppy. I didn't know the name Hassan Campbell. My cousin Poppy is crazy. He crazy just like you. Like, yo, he been through shit in the streets and stuff. Like, word? I don't know nobody named, I don't know, yo, he from the Bronx River, this and that. Like, word? Okay, boom, she telling me that. So on my brother's birthday, he had got a Sprinter. We went to Atlantic City. Hassan came. Him, his wife, me, my wife, all that. And we all went up there together. And Hassan is wearing my brother clothes, put my brother jewelry on. This before he was anything. He was a dirt bomb. Don't okay? That's not no makeup, no try to shoot nobody down. He was a dirt bomb.
What
He
year
had
is
my
this?
brother clothes on. With my brother. This is damn. This is more than fucking 8 years ago.
This wasn't
Like
before he
8 years
blew up
ago.
on YouTube, or it was?
This was before your YouTube blow up and all that. Yeah, he wasn't nobody on no YouTube. Wasn't none of that. He wasn't nobody on no YouTube. It wasn't no YouTube for him. My cousin Sonetta was the YouTube king. Wasn't no Hassan Campbell. But I didn't know who he was. And then when I got introduced to him, we was cool, everything was good. Then I didn't hear, I mean, I had his number, but I never called him. We never clicked, stayed, like, talked after that. You know what I'm saying? He would always hit me up, though, because on my Instagram page at the time, me and my brothers used to always post, ice posts, different joints where we out partying, popping bottles and shit. And he'll always be like, yo, when you gonna let me hang out with y'all, man? Yo, what's up, man? Yo, don't let family hang out with you. Swear to God, he was begging to hang out with us. But my brother used to always be like, nah, I ain't fucking with him, man. You don't know his story? I never knew. I'm like, nah, man. My brother never told me, like, yo, you don't know what happened with him? I'm like, nah, what happened with him? He'd be like, nah, crazy shit. I ain't trying to dig into it. I'm like, well, it wasn't until I was watching YouTube. He was on there beefing with, no, first it was my cousin Sonetta TV. I seen him beefing, saying Hassan Campbell. And yeah, motherfucker, this and that. And I'm like, damn, who the fuck is that? What the hell my cousin talking about? And then I wound up seeing the video with Hassan. But I'm saying Poppy. I'm like, oh, that's the dude, Poppy. That's that's Connie cousin and shit. I'm like, oh shit. And then I see the name, Hassan Campbell. I say, hold on. That's the name my cousin Sonetta saying. He got beef, so I called Sonetta. I said, Sonetta, the name Hassan Campbell, you got beef with him? He like, yeah. I said, what? How you got beef? He explained to me, told me. I said, nah. That's dead. He like, what you talking about? I'm going to call you back. That's dead. I call Hassan. I had his number, but I never called him. He always hit me up. Yo, when can I hang out? Yo, what up? Yo, what's good? I said, your name Hassan Campbell. He was like, yeah. I said, I didn't know that was your name. I thought it was just Poppy. I said, but you beefing with Sonetta. He was like, yeah, fuck him, this and that. And he said the same thing. I'm going to kill him when I see him. I said, nope, that's dead. Yo, what you mean? I said, that's family. That's my cousin. Your real cousin? Yeah, that's my real cousin. What you talking about? That's first generation. That's my first cousin. Word? Yo, man. Yo. That's the end of that, bro. That's what we going to do. Tomorrow, we all going to meet up. All right. I called Sonetta on the phone. They both was on there. Yo, tomorrow we meeting up. Where at? And Sonetta said, all right, we're going to meet in Bronx River. We're going to come to his hood. And that's the video you see up there when we're in Bronx River. And him and Sonetta's talking. And I'm the one behind the camera. And Hassan is like, yeah, if it wasn't for the dude behind the camera, you know what I'm saying? That's family. This and that, this and that. And then I wound up getting from behind the camera, doing my little shit. But everything was good after that. You know what I'm saying? I brought them together. It was peaceful. They had
But
their
you
little
ain't had
gripes.
no
They got their
problem
shit
with
off
him
their
at that
chest.
time.
Nah, hell no. Nah, that was family.
But wasn't
family.
the video like showing Hassan and Sonetta like being aggressive towards each other?
Yeah, but that wasn't nothing. I was right there. They wasn't gonna do nothing. I was like, yo, y'all need to chill out, bro. You got your shit off. You got your, just chill out, man. This shit ain't. They were just being aggressive verbally. It wasn't nothing getting crazy. They didn't try to. Then after that, they did another video. We went back up there. Then that's when you see Hassan out on the yellow Lakers jersey. Sonetta sitting there, and now I'm recording them. They sitting down like on a little bench, and they was kicking it from there. Then they went over to the side and was standing under the scaffold talking. And I said, yo, go down and yo walk towards them. I'm gonna record y'all coming. Because I was trying to learn about the whole YouTube shit and filming. Because my whole thing was, I started out like trying to record. like a lot of Sonetta TV, not a lot, but the videos where you see me at with him, that's what I was doing. I was behind the camera. And he used to always tell me, yo, get in front of the camera and interview the person. I'm like, man, I don't know what the fuck to ask them. He's like, man, ask them questions about everything. Because there was a crime that happened that I seen on the news where a little baby got shot up. And I called Sonetta. I said, yo, little baby got killed in Brooklyn. He was like, yeah, you want to cover it? I said, yeah, just let me just try. I went out there and I covered the story. And then my man came home. I covered his story about prison. This before everybody was doing prison stories. I covered his story. I got 500,000 views on Sonetta TV within 2 weeks. 500,000 views. I was hyped from then. I said, oh shit, I'm a beast. I was built for this shit. And then I started Stay Woke. And it was supposed to be me, Sonetta, and Hassan. We were supposed to start a podcast together. And they was supposed to help me do it for the sake of me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like the one in the bunch that, you know, did a lot of time. I've been in the streets, did whatever. And they wound up going at it again. And then that's when it split back up.
Why they end up going at it?
And now, because Sonetta had brought him on his channel to do an interview. And other people came on there and was disrespecting Hassan. And he felt that Sonetta had set him up. And was letting people just talk to him any kind of way. So then he called me and was like, yo, Cuzzo broke the bond. He's supposed to be family. He letting dudes just do this and that. I said, hold on, let me just call him and talk to him, find out what happened. Plus, I got to look at the video. Let me see. I called Sonetta. He was like, nah, it ain't like that. And I felt like, nah, it's something like you did let them talk to him kind of crazy, but it ain't nothing that we can't fix. You know what I'm saying? Just take the fucking video down. That's it. But Sonetta was with it. But Hassan was like, nah, fuck that, man. You know, Hassan wanted to keep it going because he wants some drama going. And then the way me and him started beefing is because even though y'all ain't doing nothing together, I'm still trying to do something with both of y'all, but I'm going to do it separately. Hassan used to fucking tell me, yo, I'm on my way over there. We're going to do this video right now. I'm waiting. He don't come 1 hour, 2 hours. Call him. He ain't picking up. The next time, yo, cuz, yo, I apologize. He called me cuz. Yo, cousin, yo, this and that. That's family. Yo, this shit went on for over a month. He giving me all these stories and, yo, I couldn't go. My dog sick. I couldn't go. My foot sick. My sandwich was sick. Everything is sick. I said, God damn it, everything gets sick when it's time for you to come and do a video with me, but you out here steady doing videos. I said, yo, let me tell you something. I'm getting sick and tired of this shit. You being full of shit now. Now I'm starting to get on some, you full of shit, nigga. Stop lying, man. Nah, I'm telling you, word up, my best friend died. That was the last one. His best friend died. When he died? Yesterday. I'm at the hospital now. And then he made a video. I'm like, how you at the hospital? That's it. Now, already, I always been about, when I started my joint, I said, yo, I'm going to do accountability. I want to chastise people and tell people about accountability, just being accountable, because I know how it is to do certain things and not hold yourself accountable for it, and being vulnerable. And also people was telling me, yo, you need to talk to the ladies, you know what I'm saying? And you got a lot of insight. And Hassan used to just be like, yo, you got to do your prison stories. Tell people about your prison stories. But I didn't want to do that because he wanted me to do it in like a glorified way, talk about different things. And that's why I don't even get into like stories that happen with like cuttings and all that. I don't get into all of that because I feel like that's a glorification and you can't make that look nice. So that never worked out. I never do that. So my channel was Stay Woke. And then, like I said, I asked them three what they did for the community. And then Hassan used to just make videos about me, but he never said my name and people never knew who he was talking about. But when I made videos, they was like, oh, you clout chasing this and that and that. And I'm like, nah, he talk about me in that video. They like, nah, he ain't talk about you, because if you don't say a person's name, you can say I ain't talking about you. And he used to always be like, you ain't never gonna come up, nigga. You won't get over 1,000 subs. And he used to shoot me down. I'll be like, all right, watch. And I knew, just keep pushing, keep going. And Sonetta used to always tell me like, yo, you just got to keep pushing and just making your videos, making content. And he always tell me, don't just stay on once. Don't keep talking about him. But when he make a video, that shit had me like, what? You punk, you know who I am. You know what I'm about, man. I'll beat the shit out of you, you punk. You know you praise me and look up to me. But he was making it like he was this extra tough dude. So I'm like, damn, what the fuck is wrong with him? Losing his mind or something? Like, get out of here, you weakling. But then he wound up busting out and saying my name. Yeah, 10 toes down. Yeah, motherfucker, this and that. And then that's when people like, oh, you was talking about him. Oh, so he wasn't lying. Oh, okay. And then that's when a lot of his followers started coming, listening to me. Like, hold on, let's hear his side. And then Kwame Brown was another one who sent a lot of people to my channel. I got over 3,000 followers from Kwame Brown. Mad people came from Kwame Brown. And then other people now, people starting to see me now and starting to listen. Oh, let me hear what this brother talking about. Oh, okay, he got a little something with himself. Okay.
Did you ever try to call Hassan though? Did
Hell
you ever try to
yeah.
call Hassan and fix it?
Plenty times, brother. Plenty. I got recordings with me calling him, trying to fix it. I got a video out with me and him in City Island. Had to sit down and talk. When my man Bam came home from jail. Bam is another dude that's known up in the Bronx. Not Bambada, Bam Bam. He was another dude known in the streets who Hassan looked up to, and he did 30 years. And when he came home, that's my partner. But I didn't know Hassan knew him. So when he came home, Hassan seen the video with me and him. And then he called me. He was like, hey, yo, I seen you with Bam. I'm like, all right, so what? He's like, yo, that's my man. Yo, this, that. Yo, I want to see him. So Bam basically was telling me like, yo, man, we got to stop this bullshit and come together. You know what I'm saying? We more powerful together. And I'm like, that's what I've been trying to tell him. But Hassan ain't never listened. So we went and met at City Island. And we talking. And Hassan, I put that video out there too. And everything was good. After that, everything was good. This dummy. No, we gonna make another video and see. We made 2 videos in City Island. So when he get there, I step, yo, what's up? You did all that talking on video. What's up, nigga? We can get it right here in the parking lot. Yo, we ain't here for that, nigga. We ain't here for that, but I want to let him know, like, don't ever get this twisted. You think you gonna talk on the TV, you in my face now. I beat you to death. But it ain't go nowhere. And after that, we had to sit down. Everything was peaceful. He was having his drinks and all that, and everything was good. We laughed. Yeah, we're going to come back together. We got to help build up Bam channel. We're going to build him up so he could get some money off this YouTube shit. And he went and made a video with, he did a video with somebody, and he started talking about me. I said, what the fuck wrong with this dummy? So I tried to call him, yo, what's wrong with you? Then I made a video calling him. He wouldn't answer. He never would answer my calls no more. And that's when I started really going ham on him. I started going ham on his sucker ass. Like, you bitch ass. Look, that happened not too long ago when he lost his channel, right? Remember when he just lost his channel?
Right.
He lost his channel and he was calling me every other day. Yo, we family. We got to come together. I'm like, oh, you finally woke up. You know, YouTube real. They could take your whole shit, huh? You need me now. Yo, I want to put some on my video. This is within the last couple of months this happened. So he like, yo, I want to put some of my videos up there. I'll pay you if you put my videos on your channel. You know what I'm saying? We got to come together as a family. I was like, oh, shit, all right now. This is what I'm talking about. We got to come together and work together. This motherfucker got his channel back and lost his mind. He just started going crazy again. I start calling him. I'm like, yo, bro, calm down. I thought you were supposed to be changing up your... Man, he went straight cuckoo bird again. I said, this nigga's crazy. And then the saga continues. So now I haven't been as aggressive as I was before, put my foot on his neck. But I put my Kaepernick. I do a Kaepernick. I put my knee on his neck once in a while.
Now, you've been on record saying you like when people hold you accountable because you hold them accountable, right?
Hell yeah.
So we got to hold you accountable for some things, 10, okay? You beefing with Hassan is one thing, but why you got to bring that man's family into it, man? You released his wife's name and his address and all this stuff, talked about his kids being retarded.
All right, look. Yeah, that's what it is. You can't hold me accountable on that. You can only hold me accountable on something that I did, not something that I responded to. Hassan Campbell said years ago, fuck that nigga 10 toes down mother. That bitch could suck my dick. I choked that bitch with my dick. Fuck, I throw that old bitch down the steps. He did that. I never said nothing about his family, his mother, nothing. Never. He
So
said
you're
that
saying
about
that
my
he
mother.
started the family thing first.
That's a fact. I never say, I would talk about people, family and mothers. His mother died on her deathbed. Or I could have said all kind of shit. I said nothing. After he said that about my mother, I said, I told my mom's cracked the door. Because my mom is humorous. She laughing. What? He said he gonna do what? Oh my God, he gonna make me choke what? She laughing, we cracking up. I said, I'm gonna get him, Ma. She was like, nah, you ain't gotta answer that dumbass little nigga. I went up there. I said, man, you talk crazy about my moms, man. Shit. And I just started talking about the things that he did. I never even said nothing about his family. He made another video talking about my moms and my girl and all this other shit. That's when I answered him. And I started talking about him. Now look, this is a fact. It took me over 1 year to say anything about him. I mean, not him, his moms or his kids. When I said his kids is retarded, guess what? I only said it repeating what he said. He said, my kids is retarded. I got one retarded nigga. You won't know this and that. And I repeated what he said. With your retarded kids. That's what you classify them as. And y'all blame me. You can't hold me accountable for that. I repeated what he said his kids are. When it came to his girl and saying I put all that, before I got on this internet, you could go to videos of Hassan Campbell. No, they took down now. Mac Mean. Get Mac Mean. I don't know if you know who Mac Mean is. Yeah. Get Mac Mean. Mac Mean got all the old videos. Tell him, yo, Mac Mean, could you give me a video of Hassan Campbell before 10 Toes Down even got on the YouTube? I wasn't even on YouTube. He put his whole address up there because I wasn't on YouTube when the people were sending Chinese food to his house up in wherever that town is. I don't know he lived there. That shit was on the YouTube already. His girl name been on the YouTube before I got up here. You know what I did? I put his girl picture up here. You know why I did that? Because you spoke about my mama. You spoke about fuck that nigga kids. I kill that nigga kids and all that. He said that about me. It took me over a year to do that. And when I did, guess what he did? Oh, this nigga put my girl, my wife picture up there, this and that. Shut up, bitch. You done talked about my mama, my kids, and all that for over a year. I said nothing. But when I respond the way you are speaking to me, now, like I said, criminals, they become victims. They automatically become the victim. So you can't hold me accountable to same thing with his little girlfriend, Bulletz Gotti. You can't play the victim.
We gonna get into Bullets. We gonna get into Bullets in a second. But I mean, don't you think that
they started it with me, yeah. Panda? I didn't start.
Don't you think that in general it's just sad to involve other people? And you know what I'm saying, on both sides. Obviously, it should be about you guys, right?
No. We're not gonna do that. We ain't doing that one. It is sad to involve people's family and their kids, definitely. But if you involve minds, you know what happens, right? The gloves are off.
No, exactly. I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying in general, nobody should have brought up anybody's kids or anybody's family.
Exactly. Nobody should bring up. That's a fact.
I got a problem with you. I'm keeping it about you, and that's it.
That's a fact. There you go. That's it. So look, whenever somebody does something right, this is my motto. You can't, because people can say whatever they want, but you can't tell me how to respond. When dudes start talking crazy, SMD. A SMD is a violation. A SMD is enough for me to punch you in the mouth. Dudes that been in prison know SMD. Dudes done got killed behind SMD. Dudes know you ain't supposed to say that. SMD is opening the doors. SMD is worse than talking about a nigga moms. Now you giving a homosexual action to me to do to you as a man when you know I'm a heterosexual male. So, You tell me the SMD or call me a physag and make me gay and all that, you just open the door. Now I could talk about your mama, your kids, and everything. That's my motto. You can't tell me, so I'm gonna hold you accountable on that. And when I start getting at dudes, like dudes now, they just did that. They just made me a cold. Then I put pictures up there that took my head and put it on a gay dude and naked and skirts and lipstick. Oh, that's the door. That's the door you opening? Cool, let's go. I ain't got to do all that with the pictures. I'm going to get up here and I'm going to divulge everything about you. I'm going to show pictures of you dancing gay. I'm going to talk about your mama. I'm going to talk about everything because you opened that door. Oh, no, I ain't talking about your mother. You spoke about me. Ain't it worse to talk about me opposed to my mother, to make me a homosexual, and I'm not that, to make me all these different things and to involve my family or what you would do to my family if you see them? What? That's a death sentence. Before the old me. Now it ain't no death sentence. Guess what you get? You get a video from 10 Toes Down shooting you down and you don't like it. And that's it. You got to accept it because I accepted it from everybody. When they was calling me names and all this shit. My turn. See, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. So once I get the gun, I'm going to empty the clip on you. That's it.
So you said that Hassan was a liar and he was never in prison for murder, right?
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
But did you see today he had posted the paperwork up showing that he was, did you see that paperwork that he had posted today on Instagram?
No, never. What's the paperwork? What it say? What the paperwork say?
So the paperwork is from the Supreme Court, County of Bronx Criminal Division, Certificate of Disposition. It has the indictment number, the defendant name. It says, I do certify that it appears from an examination of the records on file in this office that the above named defendant was indicted by the grand jury of the County of Bronx on December 2nd, 1994, and charged with the crime of murder in the second degree. And that thereafter, the said defendant was arraigned before the Han J. Collins Justice of Supreme Court on April 8th, 97, and pleaded guilty to the crime of assault in the first degree. And that thereafter, on April 28th, 1997, the above named defendant was sentenced to 1 year and 6 months to 4 years and 6 months in state prison.
Mm-hmm. So what that mean?
That means that he was
You hear me?
originally charged with murder.
This is him right here. Could you see it?
Not really.
He was charged with assault. All right, look.
Yeah.
This assault, right? See, I don't care what nobody said. He beat that woman up. Okay?
So are you saying that this paperwork is fake then?
Panda, you want me to make some paperwork for you? And you'll read it the same way you read it. I could do the same thing. Want me to do it?
Hell no, I don't want no paperwork on me.
I could do the same exact thing if I want. I could do the same exact thing. I don't care what he's showing you. This is what you need to do, Panda Chop. Being that he said that's the indictment number and all this other stuff, do your due diligence and go into the case and see what happens. This is what you're going to get. You're going to get an assault case on a woman. Tell him to show us his papers. He beat that girl up and he went to prison for 1 year. All that book. You said that it said in 19.
Yeah, because for this one, he said that, because for this one, it shows that he copped out to assault in the first degree.
That's
though,
right. And that's the assault.
So he was originally charged with.
You cannot change a murder into an assault. You can't. How you going to do that? Person dead. How you going to turn into an assault? He's dead. You can only up the charge from an assault up to a murder. You can't go down. Now, I don't know if you know the law of how the court systems work. And people can argue and do whatever they want. What we're going to do is this, right? If somebody want to dispute it, they do their due diligence and all that. But if somebody needs me to get a lawyer to come up here and interview a lawyer, a criminal defense lawyer, and let them tell me about murder. Can I get locked up for murder and they change it to an assault charge? Cover all aspects of it. If I beat the person with a bat, if they were dead already, somebody shot them and I came over there and hit him, can I get an assault for hitting him after this person killed them? I want to know every aspect of it, right? And on top of that, right, when people talk all that shit about, yo, this and that, and they read in first page hand of transcripts that you can just fornicate with, get the fuck. Show me the whole paperwork. I want to see the PSI. I want to see everything with the case to show the trial transcripts, because he's saying he was locked up for murder. So that means you went to trial, you beat it, and then you got convicted of an assault opposed to the murder. Where's that murder transcripts? Being that, because he always say he beat a body. That means you went to the trial. So there's transcripts on it. So that number that he said and all of this other shit, do your due diligence. I did mine already on Fat Joe, and I proved the point. Don't make me go and start doing due diligence.
Have you looked up all the paperwork on Hassan?
I don't need to look it up. I don't need to. He's like, y'all go ahead and make him a killer. Let me tell you something. He went from 2 murders to 3. 2024, he killed 3 people now. Before, he was talking 2 people he killed. Let me tell you something. Hassan ran with B.O. You heard him talk about that name before?
Right. I know B.O., yeah.
B.O. was the killer. If Hassan is there and B.O. killed somebody, or Hassan went in and B.O. did it, do you know that people automatically going to put you with that body that B.O. did? B.O. not here no more. B.O. was the gunslinger. B.O. was the dude that people feared. It wasn't this chump. He was his little man. That's all he was. But he wasn't like the main dude that dude feared. They only would fear him because they know the repercussions would be B.O. That's it. He was a nobody. That's why when I gave the story about Nudie from the project from Bronx River, Nudie was the terror in Bronx River. Never hear Hassan talk about him until that video I made with him in City Island. And Hassan gave the story. I don't know if you know the story. Did you hear the story that he gave?
Nah.
He gave the story. Look at my video. Hassan Campbell, 10 Toes in City Island. He said, Nudie was a different type of gangster killer. Nudie, I almost shit on myself fucking with Nudie. Nudie ran down on me. He had a 357 and a Tech 9 and all this. And he checked me and he see I didn't have no gun on me. And he told me to go down in the basement and all this other shit. And I had just got a 38 from Bam, from Crazy Legs. And it didn't have no bullets in it and all this other shit. And Nudie look, this is what he's saying. Look at the video. Now I was switching to he got a murder. Nudie set me up for a murder. I said, how he set you up for murder? Him and he said some girl named killed some dude in the building and the police came and locked me up for it. That's the murder. Listen what I'm saying, Panda. If that charge right there is that he was locked up for murder, that's that murder. Now put the two together. He gonna say the year it happened and everything, and that Nudie caught that murder, and he got locked up for it. Look at the video. He's giving a whole story about what Nudie did, how Nudie pat him down, and how Nudie was killing niggas. Nudie was running through there. When I brought it out and said, yo, so you talking about all these murders and you had a murder, you was locked up for murder? Yeah, I was locked up for murder. Anybody get locked up for murder. That don't mean you did it. That don't mean you're a murderer. What? This and that. And then he tell the truth. Nudie killed that man up in that building and they blame him for it. My question was, You went to jail for Nudi's murder. They had you as doing it. My belief is this. You so much of a sucker. You know somebody got killed in that building. You probably went around like, yo, you heard them niggas got killed? Yo, you know who did that, right? And people hearing you say that, now the word goes out, yo, Hassan killed them people in that building. Poppy killed them niggas. They lock your dumb ass up, and now you locked up, and now they want to find out, you did it? No, I ain't do it. Who did it, bitch? You think he ain't gonna say Nudie and them did it? Nudie dead now. Everybody that can speak up against it, B.O., Nudie, whoever, they all dead. So, of course, he could run with the story. But he could run but so far because he told the story about the time, the year, you just said the year, and when Nudie did that murder. In Backspin. That's the name of the place in Bronx River, he said.
What about
Nudie did that murder, and he got locked up for it.
What about the case in 2000 with the 3 attempt murders and 2004 for another murder?
Who?
For Hassan.
What? Who are you talking to? What are you talking about? What? What you said? Hold on, Panda.
He said that he got another case in 2000 with 3 attempt murders, and in 2004 where it was another murder.
He put paperwork on that?
He hasn't put the paperwork out for that yet.
Fuck this shit. Ain't no paperwork for that. Panda, listen. I got locked up in 1991 for murder. In 1990, I killed 4 other people. I had blood on my shoes and my clothes and everything. I drunk some of the blood too. While I was in there, I killed the nigga. Yo, that you go ahead and believe him with them lies, man. All these fucking invisible murders. That's the gooch from Different Strokes. Invisible Bully. He's fronting. And on top of that, right? On top of that, let me tell you something, Panda. On top of that, right? When you look at videos with people that had murders and people that was locked up, you would never hear them give praise or talk about it like that, or even want to divulge a serious case like that, because he want to be recognized and remembered as this killer and this tough guy. And that's because he created this image in which people have brought into and believe in, right? But my question is, what praise do you get, or what type of accolades do you want in taking a human life? You shouldn't even be showing your face if you up here praising something that you did, but you really did not do. What it's going to take is this, and it's the only way he's going to tell the truth. You got to put him in the trunk. See, we take dudes like that, we put them in the trunk, and we take them to a warehouse and burn them. When I was on the island, we used to burn dudes out, meaning when I say burn dudes out, I used to literally take toothpaste. When you go to sleep, I put toothpaste on your feet and wrap your feet in toilet paper and set it on fire. And when you kicking it, you can't get it off because the toothpaste got the tissue stuck in your feet. And you going to burn to death when you suckers like that. I call it happy feet. I'm like, yo, I'm about to happy feet this dude. He out of here.
10. For the post that he put up on Instagram, he said that I am not proud of my past, nor do I glorify the streets.
I don't care. That's the cleanup. That's the cleanup. Yo, listen, let me tell you something, Panda. Let me show you something. One thing I can pat myself on the back with is this, right? After all the years and talk that I did in reference to him and videos that I made, he takes everything that I say and he does it, and he listens. That's a fact. He does it. He can say all of that, all he want. He used everything I say. He went on, what's the black girl name with the short hair that got the big channel?
I'm not sure who you talking about.
Damn, man, she got the short hair. She did the story on Cardi B. Cardi B sued her.
Tasha K.
Tasha K. Did you see him on Tasha K?
Nah.
Panda, let me tell you something. She had it up there first, and then she took it off and put it into her Patreon where you got to pay to see it. And that's the only one video she took off. When she asked him, so tell me about yourself. What you about? You know what he said? He said exactly what I say. And he was smirking like, yeah, nigga. He said, I'm about accountability. I hold people accountable for what they say and what they do. I like when people hold me accountable because I hold them accountable. And he said exactly what I said. I said, look at this shit here. Then I said, oh, that's what he's supposed to do. Because I tell him to do that. And that's what I tell people to do. Hold each other accountable and hold yourself accountable and accept people. And that's what he was saying on Tasha K. Right hand of God. He said the same exact thing that I say. And then he said, what I say, look, you got to take full accountability and responsibility for what you did. I'm not proud of people's lives that I took and this and that. No. You know what that does, right? What it does to the mind of the people? Oh, it makes you think twice about what he did because now he's saying, I'm not proud of what I did, man. I wish the family could forgive me, man. I reach out to the family and friends of that person whose lives I took.
How do you know that's not just him naturally feeling that way?
Because I know him. Don't you know Panda Chop? I know him. I know him.
So you don't think it's possible as a person to grow and feel resentment over time? Like that he could change if from...
Nope. You know why? This is why. Change comes, it's a process with change, right? And on top of that process of change, you cannot tell me that a person can get up here and do this right here. Yo, man, I wish that the family could forgive me for this, that. And the very next day, you talk about killing and you don't care and you in Bronx River throwing niggas' mothers down. Throw your mother down the steps and me and my crew will stomp that bitch to death. That's not change, bro. Hassan is going through not only a midlife crisis, but he's suffering from an image problem that he's to blame for because he created it. And now he got to live up to it. So now he want to soften the blow with change and family and forgiveness, where it's not about hate. It's about knowing people like that, where I've counseled people for years that I had guys, real killers, real rapists, real people that did real stuff, that talked gangster and all that came into the program and sat in my face on some, yeah, son, yeah, I killed this nigga. Nah, I laid him down. So after that, I went through, they gave full stories. And when they went on the floor, because it's a floor that you put them on where you got over 100 inmates that sit in a horseshoe, and they call it the hot seat, and you sit in the middle. And it's a psychologist and a psychiatrist in front of you. And they say, okay, now tell me about your case. And you got to tell them your case. And you got to share it with the whole community because there's no secrets here. But when they first get there, they got to come to me and share it so I can have an understanding, so I can put it in your file on what we dealing with. So when we ask you the questions, but you come in on some Hassan Campbell gangsta, I killed niggas. And when you give your story, nah, I was up. No, I had a beef with a dude. The psychologist and psychiatrist stopped you. Wait. That's not what you locked up for. Tell the truth. Do you know how many people sit there and be looking around? You either tell the truth or you leave because you signed up and said you're going to tell the truth. They be locked up for rape. They be locked up for robbery. They be locked up for all kind of shit. And they got the same exact traits of this guy. It's no, well, maybe no, there is no maybe. There's a different type of thinking when it comes to criminal thinking, criminal behavior. I don't know if you ever studied criminal thinking and psychology and the psychological effect and how people tend to take things and flip it and twist it That's why I'm so nice with it, and I can deal with criminals and criminal thinking and behaviors because I know what it is, because I was a criminal and I'm a criminal thinker. And that's not something that goes away. I still can think that. I can tell you the type of shit he's going to talk about and how he's going to react to it. When he hear it, how he get up here and he can cry and then he can kill you right after. He can get up here and talk about, I was assaulted by Bambada. And then the next minute he'll be saying, Bam, I want you to suck my dick. What you talking about? He sat up here and said Bambada raped him. He did all of these things to him, this and that and that and that. And then the next video, you will see him saying, yo, Bam, you want to suck my dick? Yeah, I'm gay now. I want Bambada to suck my dick now. Huh? Because he gives some good head. What type of person are we dealing with? We're dealing with an unstable person. So Panda Chop with you the type of person that, yo, maybe this and that, you clean it up. You can't clean this shit up. You cannot put sugar on shit. It's always going to be shit underneath. Change comes with actions. You're going to have to show that you change. I don't care what a person professes out their mouth. Your actions is going to show me what you do and what you didn't do and how you changed. You can't sit up here and put axes and stupid shit, shall we begin, and putting shit to your kids' heads and all this. My children is retards and my other son is a tranny. He's a I don't talk to him and all that, and then come around, I love my children, yo, you making videos about my kids, and you can't do that and run that with me. You know why? Because I'm surgical with this shit, Jake. I'm a psychiatrist and a psychologist. I sat in front of the worst and made them give the truth of their criminal behavior and criminal thinking, and I broke them down, and I got the truth out of them. But it's going to, you know what it's going to take? It's going to take help. He need help. He never had help. He never had psychological help. He never had it. And that's a fact. And he needs it. You know why? Because this is what I do believe. I do believe that he was molested. But the molestation came because of his age, because he was a young teenage kid, 13, 14, 15. That's where the molestation came. After that, it was no more molestation. It was willingly. My cousin Sonetta asked him one time, and he ain't gonna answer this question. Did you pull your pants down willingly, or did he force you? He don't want to answer that. You know why? Because he willingly pulled them down. He willingly knocked on that man's door. When Math Hoffa asked him a question, he said when he was a kid, he touched kids. He did the same thing that happened to him, that he raped children, molested them. Math Hoffa said, when did it stop? He couldn't answer it. He never said it stopped, so it's still going on, or you never know what type of sick shit he into. I don't care what you tell me about a person that's a criminal and criminal thinking. He never dealt with the molestation of what happened to him. He felt less than a man because he accepted it and opened himself to a man in which he loved and looked at as a father figure. But as his brain developed and he got older, that man, he knew that wasn't really a father figure. He took advantage of my fucking undeveloped mind and my youth, and he took that from me. And now he want to lash out. But you got to understand one thing. When he first came to this YouTube, he came here as a victim. He went to my cousin Sonetta TV and the conscious community for help. The fucking Zulu Nation was going to slaughter him in the streets. He went to them for help because he knew that the conscious community would back him up and help him. He got on his feet. He started seeing that the aggressiveness and all that other shit was working outside of him being, I'm a victim and Bambada did this to me. I can't believe it. To being aggressive and people answered that. Then he started seeing a couple of dollars off the YouTube. He ran with it. He started shitting on everybody from the conscious community, those that looked out for him, those that stood up for him. He turned his back on all of them, just like when dudes go to jail. That's what he did. And then whenever something happened, he loses his channel or something happened bad, he's running back to everybody for help. Beat it. Get out of here. You can run all that murder shit and all that. That shit means nothing. You know why? So that's what you want to leave behind? You want your kids to... Yeah, my dad was a murderer, but he didn't have no bodies. There's no bodies around here that he took, no lives. There's no family. There's no victim. There's nobody that could come. So he's been on here for over 5 years. Who the people that ever got up here that said, nah, that nigga Hassan was a killer. He didn't play. He laid lives down. He killed people. Where those people at? They're still out here. He still run with all of them dudes from up there. Where they at? Ain't nobody speaking out. You mean him with all of this boisterous, and he would have did an interview with somebody like, yo, tell him about me. They would have been like, nah, he didn't play, bro. He didn't. Even if he had to lie. Now watch. He might have somebody on his channel one day now. After this interview, you better watch him close. There's somebody going to be up there like, nah, Hassan was official. Nah, he got busy, son. Nah, he caught them bodies. Yeah, he killed them.
All right, 10.
He might come up with somebody now. Watch.
There was also video footage of him telling you to pull up to his house so you guys can fight.
Yeah.
Why did you never pull up to fight him?
Why would I pull up to a motherfucker house and go to jail? Listen, you got to understand this, right? Do you know how many times I told...
Or did you guys ever talk about fighting somewhere else, not at his house, or fighting anywhere else?
Yeah, I always do that. I always did that. My whole thing was, the fuck I look like pulling up at your house fighting? So you mean to tell me I'm going to pull up to your house? I know I'm going to beat you up. I know I'm going to slaughter you. I'm going to jail. Your girlfriend see me beating you, in the yard beating you up or somebody doing something. He got 100 dogs. Them dogs going to eat the shit out of me. And what I look like going to somebody's house, that's the dumbest shit. Pull up to my house. Who tells somebody to pull up to their house and fight them in their house? That's the dumbest. So I'm going to drive all the way up there, pull up, get out in front. You got the right to shoot me now. His girlfriend got the right to do whatever, to call the police. He broke in my house. I don't know what the fuck type of sick sadistic shit they might try to pull a fucking get out move on me or something. I don't know. Have me in there in a sunken place. I'm not doing that. I always told him, this was my thing. Hassan, why you don't just fight me? And like I told his homeboys, the dude he was with in the Bronx River, checkmate, the one you see his man, his right man, the real shooter, me and him met up. Yo, tell him, let's get busy. It's just going to be me, you, him, my man Rich right here. Successful. We ain't even got to record it. And this going to end it all. I won't make another video about him. He said, telling you, my man going to fight you. We don't back down. I said, I guarantee you, I bet you anything Hassan going to back down. Nah, I'm telling you, bro, he ain't going to back down. If he back down, I won't never fuck with that nigga. I won't say nothing to him no more. I said, all right, go ahead. You ain't going to be talking to him no more. He asked him, and you ain't heard from Checkmate on his channel for a minute. And then you started seeing him go back on it. But he asked Hassan, and Hassan said, hell no. Hassan told me facts that I ain't fighting you. You ain't going to knock me out. I got that on tape. I got that definitely on tape. You ain't knocking me out. You fuck up my reputation. Hassan know he can't fuck with me, man. When you see him on the video with me and him signing that, he said, man, that dude is the real dude, the one behind the camera. That's the one that he praised and look up to. Get out of here. I look like letting him. He a little dude to me. He way younger than me. I'll beat the shit out of him. He's nothing. He's light. Anything you heard him talk about, you never heard him talk about a fight. Not one. Find a video where he said, yo, I had a fight with this dude, me and him was getting it on. I caught him. You would never hear that because he never had a fight in his life. No, I don't think he ever had a fucking, he never even played this game right here with nobody. He never got no type of contact. I don't give that.
How can we squash the beef between you and Hassan? Is it even possible at this point?
He got to fight me. He got to fight me.
So if after
he got to fight me for all that shit he said about my mother. He got to fight me when he said about my kids.
Then you would be willing to squash it.
Yeah, because I'm the type of person we could fight. If you beat me, I could, yo, kid, I thought I had it. I thought I still had it. Yo, you was catching me. Yeah. I do that. Yeah, just like I did when I ran down on behind the bar. Same thing.
Wait. You're going too far. We won't talk about that. But so you would be willing to squash it for real. No more videos about each other. You guys possibly could even work together. If you guys just
Panda, look, this is not something that I never offered to him. My homeboy, Unique Mecca Audio, is cool with his big homie, Ty. Unique went to him, yo. We need to have a sit down, talk, boom. Let's just give a boxing match with them two. He don't want it. Nah, just let them fight to get it off and we leave it alone. I spoke with his man. What's the name of his name? It's not Ty. His name is something with a T. I spoke to him. We can end all this shit. Let's fight. That's it. Hassan, no, let's have a draw in the street. Let's take 2 steps, turn around and shoot it out and see who died. Shut the fuck. Then if you kill me, you can get 70,000 out of my pocket. Like, he just come with some nut ass shit. I'm like, yo, homeboy, let's talk reality, man. Pull up to my house then. Why you want to pull up to my house? And then people go, you scared to pull up to his house? Why would I pull up over there anyway? What am I doing in that neighborhood? There's only one time I really was in that neighborhood, and that's when I used to work for Con Edison, and I had to go up there for the poles, because they still got the poles and they was falling down. And I had to go up inside the crib, and I told them I'm not going inside that house because I know who lived there. There's no telling what they could say about me. You know what I'm saying? I could have went, and we was masked up too. It was COVID time. I was masked up. I could have went up in there. He know, and I hit him up. I say, yo, Hassan, I'm outside. I'm outside your house, right down the block. Where we at? Nigga, I'm across the street. Yeah, I'm outside. And I wasn't up there for trouble. I was working up there. I was working. But I was outside. He didn't come out see me or nothing. He didn't come out. Like, come to me. That's with him. All of them. Saint Lies, all of these dudes on the YouTube. You can say all you want. 10 toes, you ain't gonna pull up. They know I pulls up.
How can people know what is really true? Because he says that you're the liar too, that you're a pathological liar. About
what? What I lied about?
About everything, about him not owning his house, him never making any upgrades to his house. You know, he lives with these other people.
Okay, look. I proved it already. What are you talking about? He told y'all. What are you talking about? He told y'all. He made a whole video about it. I proved it. I got the name. How you think I got the girl name? I got her name, her deed. That's nothing to get. Her deed, how much the house costs, who lived there before it, the people that lived there with him, how they expanded the house and put a little daycare thing in there, what his girlfriend do, how she take care of handicapped kids, how she helped raise his kids because of their disabilities, all of that. I did all that already. That's not his house. He didn't buy it. He met her. She's from the Bronx. He's from the Bronx. He met her. That was with her family, and they stayed at the house. You bag a girl, she on her feet already. She got the crib. He moved in with her. There's nothing with his name on it. He admitted that already. There's no, he couldn't have called me a liar on that. He admitted to that. He admitted to that. You want me to show you the fucking real name who owns that house? If you know the address, it's still on here. It ain't going nowhere. I can show it to you. In fact, him, Gully TV, the same exact thing. Like, he got a house. It's not. He lives in the basement. I showed the picture of the house. Who lives in there? His mother name, everything.
So do you not believe that he's made millions off of YouTube and that he can afford to buy a house?
That's impossible. No. No, he's not a Vlad. He's not a no jumper. He's too stupid. Let me just tell you something. He admitted to this too. When Five Guard was his man, riding with him, it wasn't until Five Guard came. Now me and Five Guard cool, because found out Five Guard is cool with my little bro that got murdered. And I never knew my bro was talking about Five Guard. But he wasn't calling him kind of. I didn't know nothing about that. But me and Five Guard cool. But the truth is, whenever Hassan get paid, taxes is taking everything. Taxes is on his ass. He owed too much. He can't get nothing in his name. He admitted that on TV. Five Guard told the truth about it too. That's a fact. He ain't make no millions. He made millions. You like to show stuff. Listen, if I'm the type of person that whatever I boast about, I show my boasting. Everything he boasts about, he want to show it. The pulling out the gun in the Bronx when he cocked the gun back. The shit in here, yeah, I got shot. I got to pull it over here. I'm outside. I'm in the party. He want to post everything to show and prove. Tell him to show and prove that's your house with your name on it. Because we know your name already. We know the address. Show the deed with your name on it. He can't do that. I'll give you a stack if he could do that. He can't do that. Panda, I'm going to give you the money. And me and you ain't got no beef or nothing. I'll pay you that. Tell him to show that. Tell him to show the facts of all the shit that he say. Over $1 million, our YouTube don't go nowhere. We could go all the way back to the beginning and bring it up on how much money we made. You can't do it. Dudes talk that shit about getting all this money. All right, just show me 1 month of over 10,000 because he said he make 30 to 40,000 a month. So you mean to tell me you making math half of money? You making all of these dudes money, right? With no endorsements, no deals, no nothing. Just you. Shut the fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Shut up. Yo, Panda, what?
But 10, he be having a lot of people in his lives though, like in a lot of views.
Okay, so that's the thing. Let's talk about it.
I mean, in the super chat, he be getting a lot of donations too, though,
All right?
right?
I get a lot of donations. That don't mean it adds up to that. They take half of that. They take half of that super chat. What's the most you ever got in a super chat?
I don't do live, so.
Huh? You ain't never make no $5,000 to $10,000 in the super chat. You never made that, and you're not going to get that. They're not giving that much money to you. When it comes to a live view, right? You know, views is based on when you do a live, how long people are engaged in your live, and how long the time runs.
Right.
How much do you think you make off of 1 million views? How much money do you think you'll get if you got 1 million views on one video that lasted for about 10 minutes? What you think you'll make?
Probably about like $5,000.
You better go and sit your ass down somewhere. What country you in?
I don't know.
What? But you better sit down.
Well, they say like it's like an average of what, like
You know the
$5
algorithm?
per 1,000 views, right?
Who said that?
That's what like
Who you get that from?
the general consensus is for YouTube creators.
Who said that? Show it to me.
Watch.
Show it to me. You got it?
If I
You got it,
Google,
Panda?
I Googled it right now, and it says that for
Fuck that Google shit. I don't care about Google. Show me the account. I want to see the account where a person made that much money. Show me the account. Because I spoke with Math Hoffa, right? And Math Hoffa gave me a jewel. I spoke with Charleston White. He gave me a jewel. Like for real, like both of them. If I tell you what they make on a video, did you hear what Snoop Dogg said about fucking YouTube? How much
wasn't
he
that
get paid?
Spotify? He said that about Spotify.
And YouTube. Jay-Z, what he said about YouTube. Huh? Or for doing videos. Just a regular video. You're going to have to get that fucking endorsement deal. The Wally and Gilly. The Math Hoffa. Drink Champs. You're going to need that type of shit to see that type of money. So I ain't getting no millions. Millions? Like, really? Dude. All right, look, check this out. Look, being that you want to Google, right? Do this right now. The same way I did Gully TV. Google how much Gully TV makes, how much Hassan Campbell makes, and it's going to give you a total breakdown of what he makes. That's it. So if you want to believe Google and go through that with the algorithm and all that, no, fuck all that. Just go through the regular algorithm of your own shit. And then Google, you ever Google Hassan Campbell? How much money does he make?
Nah, I haven't.
Google it. It's going to give you the fucking facts, the real breakdown of it. Man, this shit is peanuts on here, man. That's why when I told these dudes, yo, y'all need to come together, come to that Roku, you get all your money. You charge people to come in there. If you get 1,000 people and you charge $1.99, how much money is that for just one video? Y'all ain't making that type of money. When Hassan Campbell spoke to me, yeah, I'm looking in the camera. When Hassan Campbell spoke to me, the first thing he asked me about Charleston White when I spoke to him, do you think he really be making that much money? I said, hell yeah. You know why he make that much money? Not from the videos, but the people who's paying him. That's where his money come from. So you mean to tell me, if you can make $1,000 off of 10 minutes of 1 million views, but Charleston White is charging 5,000 for less than.
No, I said 5,000. I didn't say 10,000. I said 5,000.
All right, 5,000. They paying that to Charleston White. That's what he charged. And some of those views only getting 300,000. Beat it.
So I interviewed your favorite person in the world, right?
Who the?
Bulletz Gotti.
My favorite person. That little
Mr. Bulletz
booty,
Gotti.
2 fingers in the booty. That's 2 fingers in the booty.
Where does the issues with Bulletz come from? Because he said in our interview that it came from your beef with Hassan, that you didn't like that he was cool with Hassan. Man, roll the clip.
I never had an issue with 10 Toes Down. 10 Toes Down problem with me was because I was defending Hassan. I was riding with Hassan, and he didn't like that.
Never. I didn't even know he knew Hassan. Never. I didn't know he knew him. Where would I get that from? Listen. Look, let me show you something real quick, Panda.
Well, you saw him doing content with him, though, didn't you?
No, I
You saw
didn't.
him on the lives with him. I saw a live where like you was in the car and you was going at Hassan and Bulletz was in the live with you guys.
Hell no. I didn't know Gotti then. I mean, Gotti, when I first came on YouTube, my first video when I was Stay Woke, Gotti was hitting me up on my Instagram. On a regular. He was hitting me up. It was no beef with me and Hassan.
He said in our interview that you were always, that you were supporting him from the very beginning when you were Stay Woke TV and that you were following him and that you guys were cool.
Never. Never. When I first came on YouTube, my cousin Sanetta said, these are the people you got to look out for. He named them, and he said, the main one you can't trust, said he's a young kid, he's stupid, but don't fuck with him. Don't even say nothing to him, don't answer if he ever say something about you. He said, Bulletz Gotti. I said, Bulletz Gotti, I know that name. I said, oh, that's the dude that be writing me all the time on my Instagram for an interview. Because he was writing me to do an interview with me. And he was like, nah, don't do it. Don't fuck with him. He's a fucking bird, man. That's a fact. I didn't know no
So
Gotti.
how did the beef start with Bulletz?
There was no beef. Look, let me show you something real quick. Do you know that Bulletz Gotti is, yo, I swear for the Lord, Bulletz Gotti is obsessed with me. I swear to you. Bulletz Gotti, if you look on your phone now, it's an Instagram called Marky 151st. Got all my pictures up there. That's Bulletz Gotti's channel. That's his page. And he's playing like he's me. I don't know disrespecting people, nothing. He's just playing me. He answers it. He does all kinds of, it's crazy. He wound up writing this girl one time that I knew, right? And she said, nah, this ain't him. This ain't Marky. He was like, I'm telling you, this is me. She said, if this Marky, and she asked him questions. He said, nah, for real. This Bulletz Gotti. She said, why you make a whole fake page as him? She's like, nah, you don't understand. She says, no, make me understand. You made a whole fake page with his name, his block, and you got all his pictures off of his Instagram. And you made a whole Instagram, and he still has it up there right now. That's a fact. He still has it up there right now.
So why did you start going at him, though?
Because of sick shit like that. That's sick shit.
So he was doing that first?
Yo.
He did that first before you guys even had a
All right,
situation?
so look, check it out. This is how it all went down. He asked me to do a interview with him. I said, all right, I got you, bro. Just let me know when, whatever. Because he wanted to do my story. I guess because of Hassan joint. Hold on, is this it? I'm finding his goddamn Instagram where he going back and forth with the girl from that page that he got as he's me. And he's like diehard me. Like he from the block and asking questions. And I'm looking at her phone. I'm like, ask him this right here. Because I don't know it's him yet. When he finally broke down and said, nah, this Bulletz Gotti, I was bullshitting, man. I said, this nut ass motherfucker. But it all started from me going at Hassan. When I came out and I was going at Hassan, he made a video about me. Bulletz made a video about me on that other page he had before they took it. He made it. I didn't know him. I was going to do an interview with him. He wanted to interview me. I didn't have no problem with that. He's going to interview me. I don't know he's with Hassan or nothing. I don't know he's down with Hassan. All I know is that my cousin told me, yo, be careful with a young dude, because I'm thinking like he's some young kid. I don't know how he look or nothing. And that's when I told my cousin, oh, that's the guy that asked me to do the interview with him. He was saying I'll do it with him. But he was asked to do an interview with me. I made a video about Hassan, that whole, what y'all doing for the community. After that, I made another video, and then that's when Gotti started answering for Hassan, coming at me. That's when Hassan wouldn't say my name, who I was, but Gotti was answering for him. So I started going at him like, you bitch ass. Oh, so you want to answer for him, to his girlfriend? And I started going at him. And that's how it started. But me and him ain't have no smoke, nothing. Gotti started coming at me for Hassan. I ain't go at him because of Hassan. Motherfucker, what I need you for? You wasn't nobody.
How did you end up going to his grandma's house and everything?
Well, when it came to Nana house, he was saying, he was talking shit. He was up here talking about what he gonna do to me and how he get busy and what you pull up whatever. Like, I got guns. Now look, at this time, his address is already out there. Him, Hassan address. I just came to you. I don't know YouTube like that yet. He talking all of this gun shit and all that. I said, all right, I'll pull up. Yeah, pull up.
Who dropped his address?
Think damn, I forgot his name. Bosley or somebody else, because they pulled up to his house. They made a video in front of his house, and they dropped his addy, and that's how I got his address. So then me and my cousin Sanetta pulled up, and Sanetta just wanted to talk to him. He's like, yo, we're just gonna talk to him. You know, we ain't gonna do nothing to that little young nigga. We pulled up over there. The video is up on Sanetta TV. We pulled up over there. Me and Sanetta went in the store, bought something, came out. We walked down the block, went in front of his grandmother's house, and called him, yo, come outside. You could see him peek out the window. He peeked out. Why I gotta come outside for? I said you got all these guns in there. Come on out shooting, nigga. What you talking about? Nah, you came unannounced. I said, that's the best. I'm out here, come. We went to the corner, we sat in the car. He said, all right, hold on, I'll be outside right now. Me and Sanetta, it's on video. We sat out there waiting for him. Started calling him, he wouldn't come out. He didn't come outside. So then when I finally got him after that, he was like, yo, nah, you came to my house unannounced. You lucky you left. He started talking this gangster shit. Like, yo, Gotti, shut the fuck up, man, bitch. And then another time,
he said that he asked you guys to take down the video because it was of his grandma's house. And they innocent in the situation.
No. His grandmother's house been up there already. What the hell he talking about? Bosley was in front of his mother's house on a motorcycle. The house been up there already.
But did he ask you guys to take down the video, though? Did he ask you guys to take down the video?
Yes, he asked Sanetta, yo, take the video down, this and that. Sanetta's whole thing was, take down videos you made about me. He said, all right, I'm going to take it down. Sanetta said, okay, when you take it down, I'll take it down. He never took it down. I called Sanetta days later. I said, yo, you really took the video down? He said, hell no. Because that bitch ass nigga ain't taking no videos down about that he made about my wife, me, my family, and nothing. I said, oh, all right. And he still got videos up there about Sonetta now. So Sonetta ain't take it down.
So at this time, you're doing good work out here in the community trying to help the kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of impression do you think that you give them by pulling up to somebody's house like that?
Well, me pulling up to his house was to bring him out, right? And show people a different approach in reference to, because look, what I want to show people is this, right? Here we have a guy, or different guys that talk tough, they talk gangster, right? And the only way you can show and prove with guys like that, you got to speak to them in a language they can understand, right? Now, if you know a guy and you read him and you understand him and you got the criminal thinking and you know how it is, dudes in the streets, dudes that been in prison, they know a pussy motherfucker. They know a punk. They know the dude fronting to the point to where they ain't going to do nothing. It's going to take a lot for them to do something. So my thing is, look, let me show your kids something. Look, you see this guy right here? Look how he talking. Look. Ain't he believable? Wouldn't you think that he's scary? Would you approach him? No, I wouldn't approach him. Hell no, he crazy. Now watch this. Look at me approach him. I went to his house. I told him to come outside. And look what he did. He cowered down. You know why he cowering down? Because everything he's saying, he's really not about that life. He's really a punk. And deep down inside, he's suffering from a lot of issues. He got daddy issues. He got poor self-esteem issues. And I break it down. Now, when a person answers that, let's say if Gotti would have came outside, I'm not going to beat him up. I'm not going to do nothing. Guess what I'm going to do? The same thing I did to behind the bar. You did all that talking and tough talking. Now, with Gotti, I would have did him different than him. I would have said, now what you're going to do is you're going to look in that camera and you're going to apologize to all them children out there who you put the thought in their mind that this was a lifestyle that they can even try out, because you never been in jail, you never been in trouble, nothing with the law or nothing. But you claiming to be this tough guy and you out in the streets when you 6'9", you big doofball, nigga can hit you from a block away, snowball head, they can knock your head off. But no, I would have made him do that. There's not no bad impression for the kids. It's showing them, look, they could do. How else am I supposed to handle that situation? With the baby beef, don't, baby. No, you got to give it to these kids raw, because that's what they understand. They understand that language.
So you never thought in your mind that it could be a confrontation that could end up badly?
Hell no. And I know it ain't. I'm here. They here. When the last time you heard a YouTuber get shot, stabbed, beat up, anything? Never. Because they fronting. Panda, just think about this. Look, if a lawyer comes to you, right, Panda, and you locked up for a gun, you're going to ask them their credentials. Okay, so what type of cases you dealt with? And he say, oh, I dealt with divorce cases. You're going to say, get the fuck out of here. I got a gun charge. Why you in here for? Now, if he say I dealt with gun cases for the last 30 years, how many you beat? Well, I beat over 85% of my cases. But for the most part, the ones that I don't beat, the guys wanted to cop out. You're going to be like, all right, I ain't copping out. Are you a good trial lawyer? Yeah, I'm one of the best. You're going, oh, I want that lawyer. I want him, yeah. Because not only his experience, but his time, and he knows gun fucking cases. He knows his cases. Here you have a guy.
Right.
I got 21 years of experience on the inside and over another 30 and change on the outside. I could tell you all about him. You're not going to believe the guy with the experience. You're not going to believe when I tell you, no, that's not it. That's not it. I fought many cases like this before and I beat them. They're not going to turn violent. They're going to remain a verbal dispute. And if you do anything to them, you're going to jail. If I smack Bulletz Gotti, I'm going to jail. If I would have hit behind the bar.
What if he had called the police on you and you could have ended up catching a case or something like that?
I couldn't have caught no case. How? Who? Gotti?
Yeah, what if Gotti had called the police and said that You were outside his house.
Okay, if he called him, what? Okay, where? Where the threat at? Where the proof? You got to prove a threat. Where the threat at? I never threatened him. I never said nothing. He the one that was on here saying he got all of these guns. I said, come out, bring the guns with you. Well, he recorded me. If he recorded me, he still can't use nothing. Even if he called the police, they can't lock me up. I could sit in front of his house all day. What the fuck I did? I didn't do nothing. He could call the police on me, and what? I can't be outside? It's not going to turn to nothing. See, what it is this, right? Paying the chop. A lot of people, a lot of y'all, right? And I don't know if you from the streets or whatever, how you deal with situations. You're brought into these guys. You're brought into it, the mentality. You're brought into the mind, right? That's the same thing with Charleston White. He created an image and characters to where he made everybody buy into it. And they believe that shit. And if you look at him today, those characters is slowly fading away. And he's giving you what he originally came here for change and building community. And he's talking very eloquent and intelligent and giving you scientific and facts and math. Charleston White is a beast with the mind and criminal thinking and behaviors, and he knows and he's studied, he's understanding. I told people this a long time ago when me and him was going back and forth. I said, I ain't got nothing against him. I said, I just didn't like his delivery in reference to how he conveyed the images that he portrayed and he's pushing out there. But at the same time, his end game is strong. He talk all of that, and guess what he tell you at the end? These is all characters that I created. I'm not really that type of person. I'm really about helping my community and making change. I really did my due diligence on Charleston White, and that's what he do. My man is Shannon Briggs, heavyweight champion of the world. Charleston White is his man. I spoke to him not too long ago. He was up in the crib. We laughed and was on a live chat, kicking it. Me and Charleston White. Charleston White hit me with game. Charleston White hit me with a whole fucking curriculum that can save lives and children that he uses, that the fucking president approve. Facts. But I don't talk about that. I don't even get into all that because he created an image for people can follow and they buying into it. Bulletz, Hassan, and all of them created an image that people been buying into, but it's been bullshit because there's nothing to get out of it. Bulletz Gotti been talking all of this junk, how he tough, I came to Harlem, 10 toes, this and that, when he knows I made videos with him where I'm in the car and I'm following him and I'm recording him. And I'm like, look at this big goof dummy on a New York City bike, jackass. He done told this girl, I'm driving a Mercedes. And I'm right here like, nah, sweetheart, he's lying. I'm right here recording him. She like, send me the video. I want to see it. He just told me he in a Mercedes Benz. No, he's on a New York City pedal bike riding on 23rd Street. Up, now we in the village in Homo City. He tried to rap to a white, redhead, gay guy. Everything is facts. I had it on video. And I watched him the whole time, him and his boyfriend, Mr. Ed. Yo, this is a fact when it comes to Bulletz Gotti. And he know it, and he admitted to it on Clubhouse. And then and with him and Hassan, they admit something, and then they try to clean it up. With all of them, dudes say something. Yeah, that was me. So what? I did that. So what? And then they try to clean it up. Nah, I ain't never do that. They got this with Bulletz Gotti. They got him on tape. I don't know if you've seen it. He's on tape with the Ecuadorian Mexican guys going in his pocket. They putting it. Did you see that video?
Yeah.
They robbed him.
I saw that.
Did you see them put their hands in his pocket?
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see when the dude smacked him?
Yeah, I saw that.
That's him on video. Ask him. With me, he told me that wasn't him. That never happened to me. There ain't nobody never robbed me. Nobody putting their hands in my pocket. I said, Gotti, that's you on the video. But you bugging. Not me. You got the...
He said that there was a bunch of dudes there about to jump him if he didn't allow that to happen. Man, roll the clip.
The guys in that video were former friends and associates of mine. Me and them stopped being cool, and they felt offended by what I said about them. I came to squash it with those guys. Those guys had different intentions to record me and try to make me look like a sucker. You get what I'm saying, Panda? And at the time, people don't understand, I was surrounded by like 6 dudes. You know, it was a fight situation that I had to get out of. They was going to do bodily harm to me. But it is what it is. I could have fought and got fucking demolished because 6 dudes around one guy. So what I did was I was diplomatic enough to try to escape out of that situation, and I got out of there.
No, he did. No, it wasn't.
Them.
No, oh shit. Okay. And Panda, you go ahead and believe that shit if you want. And like I tell people all the time.
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying that this is what he said.
Okay, that's what he said. Fuck it. If I ran down on Bulletz Gotti today, that's like behind the bar right now, I could say, I didn't want to do. No, that's what he said, matter of fact. I didn't want to do nothing or say nothing because he already said he called his goons to come. So I had to, man, shut the hell up. Man, that video was over 30 minutes long. You know you didn't do nothing because you was a coward and you didn't want that real smoke.
All right, we gonna get into behind the bar too. All right.
No, forget behind the bar. I'm talking about Bulletz too. Same thing with Bulletz. He knows that he don't want that smoke. When he came up to Harlem, a block away from where I was raised at, he knew not to. He told them, yo, the beat 139.
He said that he told you he was going to Harlem and that you got mad that he was going to Harlem.
One thing I'm not going to do, Panda.
You got mad after he did the interview in
Panda,
Harlem.
one thing I don't do, right? I don't be like, yo, word to my mother, I'll swear on my kids to make my truth more believable. All I can do is give you my word. And this is my word to you, Panda. Me and Bulletz Gotti spoke the day before on live. It's still on my channel today. And I said, you bitch ass nigga, if I ever catch you, I'ma fuck you up. Just not, and I'm going back and forth with him, right? That next day, he came to Harlem. In that video, he never said, I'll be up there tomorrow, nigga. He never said he got a video to come to or shoot, nothing. He never said nothing. You know what he did? He told the dudes in the Beat 139, who's my mans in them, don't tell me. After he did it, I said, you bitch ass nigga. You came all the way up here. Why you didn't tell me you was coming? Why? Oh, you knew I was coming. How would I know? Oh, you knew I was coming. Gotti, are you a retard? How would I know that you coming up there unless you tell me? And then he created a narrative. Yeah, he knew I was coming. I told him I was coming. No, you didn't. You told the Beat 139. They better not tell me. Oh, you're not doing an interview. Same thing when they was in Jersey. Them, all the rest of them, when they become the Beat 139, what's the other one name? Gully TV, all of them. God's my witness, man. Before they come up there, all they got to do, and they know, tell them, yo, tell 10 Toes Down to be there when I get there. They know they could do that. They know they could do that. And the Beat 139 knows 10. They tell me 10, whatever you do, don't do nothing in here. Do it outside. I said, okay, please, just tell me when they're going to come. Oh, nah, 10, no, I can't do that, bro. I don't want no trouble. Because my thing is, I'm not coming in for no smoke or do nothing physical. And I know they're not moving with hammers and all that. I know cowards. They're not moving with hammers. Whenever I catch Gotti, watch, you're going to see Panda. Look, because everything that happened in my life, I always run into the person. I know the date that I catch Gotti, when I finally see him, I'm going to do some shit to him to where people going to be like, 10 Toes Down, that's crazy. But it ain't going to be to the point to
You're
where...
not going to actually hurt him, though, right? You're not physically going to put hands on him?
Nah, why would I put hands on him? I know I'm going to jail. His mother going to lock me up. I know his mother sending me to prison. Hassan to tell on me, everybody, I'm going down. What I look like being on camera doing anything.
You were part of one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen in a while. And that's while you were on live dissing Bulletz Gotti, his mom pulled up and threatened you. She wanted you to drop the address, and she said you was going to catch a hot one if you keep fucking around. So take us through that. You're on live, and you're going at Bulletz, and you hear this woman talking. Like, what are you thinking at the time?
First, I'm saying it's some lady that he know or girl that's playing like she is mom's. But when you look at his face, and how he was like looking up scary. And I said, oh shit, that's really his mother. That's the look of a child. Like Mom, why you doing this in front of my friends? He gave that look. I was like, oh shit, that's really her. So then I just kept it respectful. I ain't get crazy. I ain't be like the other dudes would have been like, bitch, suck my dick. They would have went crazy on her. I ain't even go crazy on her. I just chimed in with her. I was like, what I mean, yeah, this blood clot, and start talking yachty with her. But other than that, she ain't.
That part though, where you was all like, Bulletz, who is that? Show who's on camera. Who's talking right now?
Yeah, he wouldn't show, and he was just, his face was like.
But I told Bulletz too. I was like, why did you look so uncomfortable on camera, and why didn't you stop her? And he says, man, roll the clip.
He didn't listen, you know.
You look mad uncomfortable while your mom was going off on him, bro.
I was, because I didn't know she was going to come in there while I was doing that. You know.
Why did you stop her though? Why did you say, Mom, nah, stop that?
Nah, because you know one thing, when she talk, and it's like you can't stop her. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I let her talk.
Cause she gonna flip on him. If he try to stop her, she might smack that motherfucker upside of his head. What? You better not stop her. Because I guess she feel like, you know, people are attacking my son. And I know the picture that he painting for his mother, that now dudes be trying to get at me and I be trying to, you know, get on some positive shit. I know he lying to her, but she don't know. She's still looking at him like her baby.
Yeah, that situation was crazy, man. But you was dropping addresses and she wasn't accepting it. She was like, where exactly? She really wanted you to pull up, man, or she wanted to pull up on you.
Yeah, like, come on. I know she bullshitting. I'm just giving her addresses where people know in Harlem where these addresses is at. She ain't coming over there. What she look like coming over there? And the addresses I gave her, it was all around the same block, all in front of a cemetery. That was the cemetery addresses I was giving. Right in front of the cemetery. Come on over.
Well, he said that the Bronx really came out of her in that situation. Did you feel bad about that at all?
No, hell no. He put that lady on there. I ain't got nothing to do with that goddamn lady coming on there. That's his mother. I don't care about that shit.
Come on.
Word. He put that lady up to that shit. He could have just turned it off.
He got a lot of backlash for that.
Yeah, he did. Hold on, but look, Panda. Oh, see, I know you don't know this then. You can't know this. You don't know. That wasn't the first time. You know he had his grandmother come the first time.
Right. No, I heard about that. I heard that his grandma came and that's what they were saying, like that he was pushing her out of the room or something.
No. Right? The time when his grandmother came on there with me.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that.
His grandmother came on there. Yeah, his grandmother came first. And then his mother came first. His grandmother came up there and was saying, who they talking about? Said they talking about you. I don't know why you talk about me, because I call the police and get you locked up. And this and that and that and that. I said, well, do it, lady. I'll take that wig off. Like, I ain't get crazy. I was just talking junk with her. I'm like, damn, you went and got your
Did you see her, though? Did you actually see her on camera?
No, she was the same way. Like, no, it was the same way like his mother.
Got you, okay.
She was in the back, and that was his grandmom's. And dudes was like, yo, fuck that bitch. Like, other people that was like in the chat, they was like being disrespectful and shit. I was like, yo, chill. I was like, nah, that's his grandmother for real. They like, nah, I don't think that's really his grandmother. 10. I said, no, that's her. That's her. You know what I'm saying? No, he really had her up there first.
10, how you end up beefing with his entire family and getting his whole family involved, okay? Because you got his uncle up there doing an interview with you, talking about him, and you broke up the family because of that. Because he told me in our interview that he don't talk to his uncle anymore. He got, there's a situation with the cousins. His mom is mad at her brother and stuff. Bro, you got the whole family involved.
Nah.
How did you even come up? I know you want to be laughing.
No, look, yo, Panda, this is a fact. Yo, Panda, listen. Let me explain something to you. Number one, right? Bulletz Gotti and Hassan is the biggest liars in the world. That man is not his uncle, okay? That's number one. Let's clear that up. Mike Piper, his real name is Michael Malone. That is not his uncle. There's no family, no blood, nothing. Mike's father married Bulletz Gotti's grandmother. Okay? That's how she got the last name, through Mike Piper's father. This is all facts. This is coming from Mike Piper, his so-called uncle. But Gotti used to threaten me with him. Yo, my uncle from up the block, he know he from your block, this and that. I used to be like, who the fuck is your uncle? Let me see, who is he? Tell me who he is. He never would say his name, never say nothing, whatever, right? Then one day he said, Mike Piper. He said it in a video one day. I said, Mike Piper? He lived next door to me. My mom's. I grew up with him. I known him since I was fucking, I can't even remember. I've known him forever, my whole life. I know Mike Piper's whole family. When I found out it was him, I said, oh shit. Got in touch with him, called him. I hit him on Facebook because I didn't have his phone number. But around my way, we have a reunion every year. So I missed him this reunion. I called him, yo, Mike, what up? He was like, what's good? I said, yo, it's a dude named Bulletz Gotti. He calling you his uncle. He said, what? Ain't no fucking nephew of mine. Fuck that little nigga, man. I said, well, what happened? And that's when he broke down the whole story to me. That's what happened. That's a fact. Why would he lie on him for? Why? He came on my joint and did an interview with me and told the truth. He ain't had to make that up. His father was fucking with Bulletz Gotti's grandmother and caught the grandmother having sex with some worker that was fixing shit downstairs. He gave up everything, like, yo, my pops caught her cheating on him and this and that. And when his father died, that they took the house over because the house was in Mike Piper's father's name. They took all his jewelry.
You said that you got him lying on him. That's
how am I going to make him lie? No, what am I going? What? How can I make him lie about him when I spoke to Mike Piper, he already had drama with them already. He didn't even know. Yo, look, this is what Mike Piper told me. He said, yo, I've been trying to tell that dude to leave people alone. Now, Mike Piper don't know that me and him was going back and forth. When I told him that, he said, what? Oh, you the dude that's 10 toes down. I said, yeah, because he don't watch this YouTube shit. He said, I told that motherfucker, you on there beefing on that internet, and you're going to wind up having them come down there and do something to my father, and that's when I'm going to hurt all of y'all in that house. Because the address was out. And at the time, Mike Piper's father was alive. He like, my father's in that house. Why you still making videos about people? You're going to end up getting my father hurt. The father passes away. I asked Mike Piper what happened. He said, when my father went to the doctor, they told him he had to change up his diet, stop eating all of that salty food, pork and all that other shit, and they didn't stop feeding him that. So I feel they killed my father. I said, why? He said, because they kept feeding him the pork and all that shit. So that's not me saying that, that's him. He said, I've been trying to call that house since my father died, so I could get my father's jewelry and all his property. He said, y'all want to keep the house? Go ahead. I can't even fight that because your grandmother was married to my father. Nothing is in my name. But as far as his jewelry and all this stuff,
is that who he's talking about? Because he said that his grandfather had just passed away, and then he's dealing with that.
That's who he's talking about.
And
that's Mike Piper's father. Yeah, that's Mike's father. That's not his grandfather, though. That's his grandmother's husband. So that's his step-grandfather. I don't know what the fuck to call him, but that's Mike Piper's father. If that's his father, he can't be your uncle. Mike Piper told him, he said, them people ain't no kin of mine. All of them are pieces of shit. Him, his mother, all of them. What I'm going to make him disrespect the mother for when they known each other for years? Come on, bro. That's why he was so mad. Look, and he threatened me with his uncle, the so-called uncle. I'm going to get my uncle to come up, and he's going to tell you this and that. And when I get him up there, his uncle tells the truth about everything with the family, with them.
So Bulletz had a situation with an alleged sex tape with a transformer, and there was some audio of a conversation as well. Did you have anything to do with that?
That's a fact. That's a fact. He was with that man. He know it was a man. Listen.
Did you watch the video of our interview?
I don't. What? With you and Gotti?
Did you watch our interview? My interview with Bulletz Gotti?
Yeah.
You saw where he explained the transformer situation? Man, roll the clip. So if you Google Bulletz Gotti and tranny, right? It's like it's on like Pornhub and all stuff like that. I didn't watch it, but some people said they watched it and they said it's you.
It's me in the beginning. It's me in the beginning, and I'm not gonna say what I was doing, but I wasn't doing the other stuff.
Wait, what do you mean? What was you doing?
I had my thing out. I was, I was just gonna say, it was for the female. It wasn't, so because I sent that video of me just doing that, and the other stuff was just crazy. I don't know what the hell that was. That right there, they put two dudes, one dude having a sex with a dude, and he moaning and groaning, and the other one sucking the dude off. I didn't see the video, but the chick that seen it, she like, that ain't you. Them two videos ain't you. The first part is you stroking your dick, but the other shit ain't you.
No. I have nothing to do with that. No, I have nothing to do with that. That video he sent was to the tranny. With him jerking off in the video was to the tranny. Somebody did something with another video saying he was in the video with a dude and dick sucking and all that. I don't know nothing about that. I ain't had nothing to do with that. I'm talking about the verbal back and forth with him and the tranny, right?
Oh, the audio.
Him saying, the audio.
Got you.
He's saying this out of his mouth. Mike. It's not only audio, right? So look, Panda. 10 Toes manipulated the video, right? Some AI, so I took your voice and made your voice. I don't even know how to do no shit like that. I made your voice to say all the shit that you saying. So that's you saying that all the way up to that one point. But when it get to the other part, you change it up and say that's not you. Get the fuck out of here. That's all him. And guess what? I didn't only put out the audio, I put out all the text too. So the text is made up too, coming from your phone to the tranny. This is what happened. Bulletz Gotti was messing with a girl that's from Harlem, right? That was a subscriber to my channel. He was having sex with the girl. She's an older girl in her 40s. The girl always bigged me up on my channel. Yo, 10 Toes, I like your channel, this and that, whatever. One day the girl hit me up and was like, yo, 10 Toes, I'm tired of Bulletz Gotti. I was like, yeah, whatever. Like, I ain't thinking of nothing of it, like, whatever. And she started telling me that she used to mess with Bulletz Gotti, that she had sex with him. And that's the worst thing her worst decision she could have made. I'm like, what? What happened? How the fuck you had sex with him? She was like, yo, I met him and he said he had his own place. He told me how old he was, that he had a Mercedes. He does this, he does that, he get money. She said, I believed him. I said, you laid down with this money. You let him put it in you. She said, yeah. She said, and that's where I fucked up at. She said, but I want to get him back. I said, what? She said, I want you to run down on him, but I don't want you to beat him up. I said, so there ain't no get back. I ain't running down on him. I can't do none of that, this and that. She said, well, I'm going to send you some stuff, but you got to pay for it. I said, well, what the fuck do you got? She said, I got audio of him, I got video, and I got text with him and the tranny. So I said, is it real? She said, yeah, that's a fact. You can't deny this shit. She sent me the audio. She sent me the text. On top of that, this is a snapping sap. That's the girl I was on the phone with. I'm on one phone talking to her and recording him. And I got my knee on the steering wheel. I'm doing like 7 miles an hour, following behind him on the phone with the knee on the steering wheel. And she like, and he's riding on the bike, right? And he got the phone in his hand. And she like, hold on. And she's clicking over to him, clicking back to me, clicking to me. And he's telling her, yeah, right now I'm on 23rd Street. I'm in my car right now. I'm in the Benz. And she coming to me like, he ain't a Mercedes-Benz? And I'm like, hell no, sweetheart, I'm following right now. This motherfucker's on a goddamn New York City bike. Yo. Then I called him. Like I said, he was in the village and all that. But she wound up calling him, and I'm on a 3-way call with him. She like, yo, don't say nothing, 10. And she begged 10, please don't get out the car. Because I said, yo, I'm going to get out. I'm stepping to this little motherfucker. I want him to see me. She was like, no, then he going to know I'm the one that told you. And I don't want him to know. And if you do that, then you won't be able to get all the information to put him on the spot with the tranny. So she calls him. Because she sent me the text with his mother and all that because his mother was talking about calling the police on her because she said the girl was molesting him. So I said, how she say you molested him? She said because his mother felt that I was too old for him. Now he's just a kid. I'm like, well, he over 25 years old. And she was in her 40s at the time, like probably 44, 45. So I swear to you, Panda, I hear his mother. She's on the phone, right? 3-way. You better let my son come home. She like, but he's not with me. He's with Ed. And she like, no, he told me he was with you. I know what you doing, my son, bitch. The same way she was on that shit, cursing this girl out. She hangs up, called Bulletz Gotti. Look, I'm in the car behind Bulletz Gotti. He got in the Uber with Ed. The girl is on the phone like, your mother's saying come home. Where are you? And he like, I'm with Ed. She like, where you at? He said, I'm in the Uber right now. Yo, Panda, I swear to the Lord, every God there is, any name you could call. She said, is that the same guy you had your first sexual experience with? Bulletz Gotti said, yeah, Ed, you know Ed. Him and Ed used to practice kissing because this is some sick shit. Because he said he never know if he might get a part in the movie and gotta play a gay guy. I said, what the fuck is you? Sweetheart, come on, that's got to be crazy. She said, I'm telling you, I swear to you, I'm telling you, this is true. When she sent me them tapes, the recording with that and the text with him and the tranny, that was it. I knew it. I knew
How
it.
did she
I
get
said,
that?
that's it.
How did she get all the tranny stuff?
I don't know. She must have set him up with the tranny. I don't know. All I know is that when she gave it to me, I said, look, and then he goes on Clubhouse, right? They getting on him. Yo, you said, she asked him, oh, no, she told him she had 3 dildos, a big one, the medium, and the small one. Which one you want? He said, I want the big one. She said, not she, the dude, but I'm saying the tranny said, so can I fuck you with it? He's saying, yeah. This is what he's saying out of his mouth. This is what he's saying in the text. Because it's one where he's talking verbally and there's one where he's texting back and forth. Then he was supposed to go meet up in the hotel with the tranny. I had the pictures of the hotel when the tranny went and got the room and was setting it up for him. I said, this is going to be too much for the society to see. Because if I do this video, if you make a video with this nigga with this tranny, and I put this out, it's over with. This is it. I said, but then at the same time, it doesn't even matter because people still gonna watch and buy into it. Panda Chop, let me tell you something. The girl said, yo, Gotti took her to a party one time in the Bronx. No, took her to a party one time in Long Island. And she said at the party, it was some guy there that was acting real nasty with her. Like talking, like, yo, why the fuck you even bring her around? This and that. She's like, Gotti, why you not defending me? Like, what's up with you? Like, what's going on? Like, nah, you know, that's my uncle. This and that, my uncle. She said before they left, The guy says, yo, Panda, man, damn. See, I know people be like, oh, that nigga 10 is crazy. This is a fact. The girl said that the guy says, I suck his dick better than you. So she said, what? What are you talking about? I said, how the guy look? I said, how the guy look? She said he had braids. I said, but give me a face. I said, hold on, let me send you something. My right-handed guard, I sent her a picture of Hassan Campbell. She said, that's his uncle right there. That's his uncle. That's the one I said, I ain't his goddamn uncle. I said, that's Hassan Campbell. She said, I don't give a goddamn what his name is. That's the guy from the party. That's the one he kissed before when we left. That's his uncle. I said, what? I made the video. I said, yo, you was out at the party with Hassan. You hollering at the wrong people. Yo, she lying, this and that. All right, Gotti, did you ever go to a party with her? Yeah, I went to a party, but I ain't kiss Hassan. I ain't this and that. Well, why would he even say he said that? Look, that's the same thing with his right-hand man, Roski. That's Gotti's right-hand man. I don't know if you know who Roski is.
Yeah, I heard him mention him.
Roski, that's his right-hand man. That's man, he hung with him, everything. Like, they was like this. Roski made a video to Mac Mean. Look at it. The last video Mac Mean made, go check out that video. He said, Roski said, oh, so you want to play games, Gotti? All right, don't make me tell the truth, because Gotti was trying to get at him, calling him gay and all this other shit, and trying to distance himself. He said, oh, so you want me to tell the truth? All right, Gotti, I'm going to tell the truth. Tell them niggas how I suck your dick, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Go there. This is Roski saying out of his own mouth.
Yo, this shit's getting too crazy.
How he did that with Gotti. He said, yeah, nigga, you want to come out the closet? Come all the way out the closet, nigga. I'm telling you what I did. I said, what the fuck? I said, what's that? I didn't even heard that video. I didn't even knew that happened with them. I just heard that earlier today from Mac Mean video about Roski. I said, what the fuck did Roski make this video?
Well,
Sucking dick and fucked him or something.
Gotti said that he was gonna sue Mac Mean, right? He said he was gonna sue all the people.
He was gonna sue me too.
Shit.
Yeah, he said that to me too. He's gonna sue me. He wrote YouTube on me. YouTube had gave me a strike behind Gotti.
For what?
They struck my channel because he went on there and said that I put up a video with his picture in it, and I didn't get permission to do it.
Just a picture?
They gave me a strike. Yeah, like a picture video, like I took some pictures from him on a boat where I was showing, I said, yo, this is the chain, Mike Piper, the dude he called his uncle. I said, this is the chain right here where the grandfather, that's his chain. But look at Gotti with it on that boat ride. And he took that fucking video and said he took a picture, because I made a picture as a thumbnail, and I used the video. And YouTube fucking struck me for that.
That's crazy. So
word. He struck me, he struck Mac Mean, he struck Wax Dog, he struck everybody paid. Gotti was bugging, he was striking everybody paid. Whoever says something about him, I had a video of him. Yeah. And it tells you the name. It tells you the name. It tells you who did it. Yeah.
I heard this audio of Bulletz saying that Gene Deal pressed you.
Press who?
You.
When he said that?
Bro, I don't know. I've been doing a lot of research of all these random videos, but I did hear a video of him saying that Gene Deal pressed you.
What the fuck? How can Gene Deal press me? Press me on what? Can't nobody in the world press me. I ain't the toughest motherfucker in the world, but I'm a tough motherfucker. And you know what made me tough? Because I survived tough times. But when it comes to people, a human being, there's not a human being on this earth that can press me. You can't. That's one thing when it comes to me and my thinking that I still need to work on. That's what I have a problem with. That's a fact to this day.
Here, let me play it for you, okay? Let me play it for you real quick.
You just a rapper. Gene Deal told me.
You hear it now?
Yeah.
You an actor. Gene Deal told me, man. He said, yo, 10 toes down. He told me, he said, he don't want no smoke. He said, that nigga's a comedian / rapper. That's what Gene Deal told me. When he pressed you about the comments you made about him, you was telling him about your people. You know what I'm saying? But you really wasn't about none of that. You was dry snitching about your people. How certified your people is, nigga. But you is not that. You not certified, nigga. You telling your people stories. You understand what I'm saying? And we know you saw it.
This motherfucker's crazy. That's
you
it?
Know? You out here telling real nigga stories, man. Come on, man. You a rapper, nigga. You a studio gangster. You feel me? A studio gangster. Not a certified real one, nigga. You a studio gangster. You know? And it's a lot of y'all type of niggas around. It's a lot of y'all type of niggas that talk that shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Marky, how would you feel if I rolled up, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And violated. You know what I'm saying? Because you like to talk about your knee. Like, niggas, listen, my nigga, I walk through any hood, any block, any spot, anywhere. You know what I'm saying? A nigga not doing nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? Nigga not smacking me up. Nigga not, robbing me or doing anything to me. You know what I'm saying? I come through any time of the night, any hood. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas did.
What you think?
Man, that's a bunch of dumbass shit. Get the fuck out of here. And that's 2 years ago. All right, look, let me show you something real quick. He said everything that happened to him. Yeah, I could walk through any hood. Nigga ain't smacking me, ain't robbing me.
But the stuff about
That's
Gene
what really
Deal, that
happened
didn't
to him.
happen?
Somebody smacked him and robbed him. All right, that's a fact. How the fuck is that going to happen? Like, I didn't even seen Gene Deal until after the fucking Black Rob funeral. Do you know that? Hold on. Do you know that Gene Deal and my cousin, like my blood, was like this? Gene came to his funeral, showed love. I didn't even know it when I walked up to the door because I had to speak. It was over 1,000 people at this funeral. This is one of the biggest funerals in Harlem. A bus, because he worked for the MTA too. A bus pulled up with a whole memorial joint all up on a bus and official. Gene Deal was there at the door. I said, "Oh shit, yo, Gene, I know you know my cousin." Was like, "Yeah, that was my man." It's like, "Oh shit, yo, that's crazy, Gene." And then the Black Rob funeral, Gene Deal pulled up. The last time me and Gene Deal spoke was before K. Slade died. I went to Black Rob funeral. Gene Deal said he was there. I seen him drive up and drive off. I made a video. I said, "Gene Deal, you fucking lying, nigga. You was never there. I seen you pull up and leave." He said, "No, I didn't. You got there after me." He said, "Check the book." I checked the book. His name is in the book. He was there before me. All that. I said, "Oh shit, Gene. I'm wrong for that shit. Yo, my bad." Now, this not no video where I'm saying I'm wrong to him. This me and him on the phone. Just me and him. I'm like, "Oh shit, yo, my bad, bro. Yo, I apologize, man. Yo, I'll make a video telling niggas I was wrong. I didn't even know you went to the funeral, but I thought you just drove up and drove the fuck off. Everybody was there." He says, "Nah, bro." He said, "But nah, that's all right. I don't care about that shit. You know, I ain't with all that dumbass shit." I was like, "All right, cool, bro." That was it. Me and Gene Deal ain't never have an issue about nothing. I had an issue with him about Black Rob funeral because I thought that he pulled up and just left. Bulletz Gotti will say anything, bro. But when it comes to Bulletz Gotti and me and Gene Deal, that motherfucker lying. I never had no problem with Gene Deal. And if you ever was able to talk to Gene Deal and you say my name, Gene Deal gonna be like, oh, never. Never had no problem with that brother. That brother cool with my motherfucking family. Fuck you talking about? Fuck I'm gonna have a problem with Gene Deal for. Plus, what I look like Gene Deal, what Gene Deal gonna do to me? Gene Deal's an old head. I wouldn't even fight Gene Deal, even if it was a problem. I'm not fighting him. I'm not gonna be doing nothing where I know it's gonna be too easy. I'm not doing that. Like Gene Deal is an old head. Get the fuck out of here. PO, bad knees, all kind of shit up with Gene Deal. No, that's the homie. Let me tell you something, Panda. I'm the puppet master of all of these dudes. You didn't see what I did? How I puppet mastered them? How I made a video like I was locking a dude up and all that? And they started making videos about me behind that? Did you see that?
Nah, I didn't see that.
I made a whole video with me. I took the sound off and I just showed me coming up, putting handcuffs on the dude. I got a badge on, handcuffs, all that. And I'm locking the dude up. Took the dude downstairs and act like I was taking him out to the squad car. I sent the video to Bulletz Gotti, Zip with the Drip, 050. I sent it to all of them. And I made a fake page and said, look at this nigga. This nigga's the police. Them motherfuckers all took the video and made videos behind it. I knew this nigga was the police. This nigga's a cop. This nigga's a rat. They made all kind of videos about me. I let it ride for a minute. Gotti was one. All of them. Everybody I sent it to made a video. Yeah, what you got to say now? I didn't answer. I didn't say nothing. I let him ride. Guess what I did? I put the video out from the beginning to the end with the sound. It was a play. And we played it like I was a cop. And then after took the cuffs off and laughed and everything was a play. But all of them felt stupid. And I said, I just wanted to show y'all how a motherfucker could show you something and y'all will believe it. But it's all a play. And these dummies gonna run with it. And y'all have believed it. Y'all really thought I was a cop. I was a snitch and I was all this other shit, right? Y'all believed it. None of them answered it no more. And guess what I said after that? I said, and this how dumb they are. I'm going to do it again. And guess what, Panda? I did it again. I made another joint and sent it to Zip with the Drip and said, yo, this is where 10 Toes Down live at. This is his girl. I mean, I sent him a picture with me and my girl. I said, this is his girl. This is where they at. This is the address, all this other shit. He made a whole video. Yeah. He be putting people, hey, I got his address now. Look, here go him and his girl. So I had to make it real because I had to send him a picture with me and my girl. Yeah, this is him and his girl right here. Boom, this and that. Yeah. Him and his Asian wife and all this shit. That's not where I live at. It's nothing. Guess what I had in the text? Dumbasses. I'm going to send y'all all this fake shit. And the address I sent them, there is no such apartment, address, nothing. They just ran with it again. I said, that's how dumb they are, y'all. I said, now that's twice. None of them answered it. I said, why y'all not answering? Y'all see how I just played them and they ran and they lying. I said, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to play them out. I'm going to do it again. Watch. I'm going to send them something else on me and they stupid. Panda. I did it to Gotti. I did it to him. I sent him a text and we went back and forth. And he put the text out saying, yo, yeah, you and your co-defendants, yeah, when you was locked up out of town, your co-defendants, this and that, in Indiana and all this other shit, the same story I told you, but I twisted and flipped it. And Gotti made a video about it. And then I did the real shit. I said, look, dummy, that's me, stupid. Didn't answer. He felt stupid. He just felt, yo, I'm the puppet master of these motherfuckers. That's why they don't be liking me. They be like, he accountability, but he be doing shit. But if you look at the video where I did the fake police shit, people say, oh, we can't believe this shit. Hassan Campbell was the only one that didn't fall for it. I spoke to Hassan. I said, yo, when I did the police joint, why you didn't make a video? I was thinking you would have made one. He said, Tim, I knew. He said, I know you. I know you ain't no motherfucking police snitch in the streets arresting people. He said, I said to myself, these dummies better not fall for it. He said, and they fell for it. He said, yo, you killed them with that one. I don't even know why they even still talking about you. I puppet mastered all of them. I did the whole fake arrest. I had a warrant and I came and got the guy. Look, and I covered the guy's face, right? You know who the guy was? The guy was my right-hand man.
Who?
My man Bam that came home for 30 years. It was him, but you couldn't see. I blocked the face. Then I took it and I showed his face. That's Bam. That's my right-hand man. Yeah, what's wrong with you dumbasses? Look how fucking Kanye West did it. I mean, Method Man did it with Kanye West. You seen that one, right?
Right.
Where he played the little clip. Yeah, same exact thing. I did the same thing, but I did it before Kanye West, before Method Man did it. I been did it. I said, this is how you play these dummies. You put it out there and you make them say it. That's the same thing. I do that. Oh, no, Panda Chop. I do it all the time. I'm going to do it again. Watch, I'm going to do it. I'm going to tell you first. I'm going to hit you up and be like, yo, Panda, I'm about to make a joint. Yo, Panda Chop, look. What's that? Panda Chop, look. I swear to you, homeboy. These dudes is so easy. You got a dude out right now, right? Named, what's this motherfucker name? Oh, you know who I'm talking about. He the guy that's with, you know who I'm talking about. I ain't saying his name.
No, wait. No, don't go into that one. No,
you know what I'm talking about, right?
No. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but let's not go into that one.
Yeah. I'm not going to that. But look, but just look at this. I just want to show you that. Could you hear this? I can predict the future.
Yeah.
Listen to this. You see what time it is? It's 4:25. It's 4:25 right now. I'm stuck in traffic in this tunnel. And at 6 o'clock, it's a YouTube channel called Us Never Them. And they're going to talk about 10 toes down like never before. Half of their whole podcast is going to be about 10 toes down. They're going to gay bash. They're going to talk about everything that they could. Now look, this is the date. This is the date. The time. This is the date. I showed the time. I showed the date. And when they came on video, they did because I said I'm Nostradamus. I could tell you the future and what they next video going to be about and how they're going to do it and the order they're going to do it. And they did it. And this is a video that's not up like a video. This is just a personal video I made just to show them like, yo, I'm going to make a video before y'all make a live and show you what you're going to talk about and how you're going to talk about it. Because I'm a puppet master. I know how they think. So that's why when you be saying, yo, 10, you don't think they won't ever? No, I know they not. And I know they're not going to show out. They're not coming out. They're not going to fight because they're not fighters. And none of them ever spoke about having to fight. I know a real person who's into that and they street and they hold it down. And they've been on YouTube for long. They're going to give you at least one story about when they had a fight with somebody. None of them had a fight with nobody. I said, and they call people out. They're not going to fight. They're not fighters. They're just going to tell you stories about maybe shooting someone called to shoot.
Break down the behind the bar situation of you running up on him.
Well,
did you feel bad about doing that in the end?
Yeah. I be feeling bad. You know, when I do things, that's how I know the change happened with me. And I know that now I can really accept the process and the whole transition of what I went through, because after I do things now, I feel bad. I swear to you, I be feeling bad when I be making videos about dudes and I talk about their moms or if I, you know what I'm saying? Because when they open the door for certain shit, when I said the shit about Hassan, I felt bad. I'm like, damn, fucking said that about his fucking family, man. That's fucking crazy, man. Because I think about my family. And when it came to behind the bar, that sad puppy dog face, and I'm like, he's really not about that life. But sometimes you got to do that to people to show that, yo, listen, man, this is not you. Stop it. You're going to get hurt. And you lucky I'm running up on you because if some one of them little young dudes from Bronx River wanted to make an example, you would have been one example they could have used. Not in the name of Hassan Campbell, just in the name of you bitch ass nigga. You coming up here fronting like you walking through Bronx River just to make a reputation. What? So what happened was I was in the Bronx. I was on Tremont Avenue, which is about 2 miles away. I was about 2 miles away, and I was on the phone with Saladin. Shout out to Saladin. Shout out to OG Blue too. I was on the phone with him, and he before we hung up, he was like, "Hey, yo, I'm gonna hit you back later." He said, "Yo, I'm about to go on this joint with behind a bar." I said, "Behind a bar? What you doing with him?" He said, "Nah, he live right now. He in Bronx River." I said, "What you mean, like for real? Like live? Like he's there?" He said, "Yeah." And I was on the highway. I said, "Nah, he ain't live like where I could see him." He was like, "Yo, I'm telling you, Ted, he out there right now." I said, yo, hang up. I hung up. I went on my phone and I looked at the live and he was in the projects. I said, what the? I said, he has to be out here with a group of dudes. He has to be. And then I'm looking in the background. I'm like, damn, he ain't even with nobody. What the fuck is wrong with him? I flew over there. I don't know. When I'm trying to get somewhere, traffic really started coming. I said, please, God, just let me make it there. Made it there. I pulled up. He was in the park, that moment when he was shooting the hoops with the young kids. I waited. I watched him. I said, look at this dumb. Yo, I just kept saying, look at this dummy. Why would he come down here and do this? Long story short, you see the scene where I went up to him in the store. And when he see me 10 toes down, what up, and up? He did exactly what I said he was going to do. I said that. I've been saying, I said, when they see me, I bet you they're going to be like, yo, 10 toes, what up? They're going to be smiling and try to be my friend. That's why I said, fuck out of here with that nigga. You got something you want to say to me now? What you talking about, 10? Yo, I thought this was just, you see how the whole thing went down? And then when he was walking away, I said, let me try this little sucker. That's when I pushed him up on the gate. He was like, yo, get off me. Why you touching me? Get off of me. I said, he's a bitch. And that's why I said, yo, let me just give him a shot. I wouldn't even try to hurt him. I'd have just smacked him a couple of times. That's when I said, you know what? I'm going to give you a chance. Throw your hands up. Me and you, one-on-one. Throw your hands up. I'm going to give you a shot. What's up? And that's when he was like, what's that going to prove? And I'm like, that shit just like made my blood boil. You like, it's going to prove you a bitch because you've been talking all of these. He's been talking years about me. Just like Gotti, talking years about me. And I got you now. So I'm just going to humiliate you and disrespect you and have people laugh at you and clown you because that hurts more than me smacking you or hurting you and doing something to you. So here, clown bozo, here you go. And that's what he got for doing that dumb shit coming down there.
So you never had any intention of physically putting hands on him. You just knew that this situation wasn't really going to escalate.
Yeah, that was a spur of the moment. But before that, I knew from the beginning of when he was talking about me and all that, I knew if I ever was to see him in person, that he wouldn't dare lift a finger. I know that. If I see Bulletz Gotti now, it ain't like, look, this is how you know he's not street. If I seen him, he's not going to see me and just pop 10 toes. And swing on me and snuff me, yo, behind all the things that he sat up here with you saying, yo, he was in my grandmother's house. He was on the phone with my mother, live with my grandmother and all that, and my uncle, fake uncle. He ain't going to do none of that. I'll tell you how it's going to end. If I see Bulletz Gotti and he see me, he either going to try to turn away quick if I can't recognize him, but he too tall and goofy. And if I approach him, I bet you it's going to be smiles. Yo, what up? Yo, Ted, yo, you crazy, man. He going to be with that soft smile, nervous. And I'm going to give him a chance, though. I ain't going to just joke, because I don't do that with people from when I was locked up, from when I was younger. I'm not the type of person that just snuff you and try to do, nah. Let me get a one-on-one. And that's another thing with people in gangs and all that. When I was in power, they didn't like that about me. Like, nah, son, you always want to give one-on-ones, this and that. And none of them wanted to do. My thing was like, nah, you got to fight a one-on-one. Because they always think that we're going to jump them. Nah, ain't nobody jumping nothing. Fight a one-on-one. That's when they
So
scared.
wait. So is the situation with you and behind the bar over now? Like, are you guys good now?
Yeah. Nah, it ain't that we good. It's good. Like, I ain't never had no beef with him. It's just him and his goddamn mouth and him running behind Hassan thinking him and Bulletz thought they could be like Hassan, right? The only thing is this. If you catch him, all that shit is going out the window. The same thing with Hassan. When I finally got to see him, he got out the car and was like doing this right here. I'm like, what's up? What that mean? What's good? What you want? You want to get it? Yo, I thought we was here to talk, to sit down. Oh, because like you bugging right now, and we was in the parking lot.
But do you
Like,
do you give behind the bar any credit because he stood there and he took it? Like, he didn't flinch when you was like moving closer to him or getting in his face. Like, he
listen,
actually stood right there.
Nah. Flinching don't mean shit. If he was farting and almost shitting on himself, that's where the movements was at. You didn't see the bowel movements, the clutching of his ass. He was scared to death. He knew if I'm stepping up to him, getting up in his face, and he like flinch, cowards. They know if I flinch, he might think that I'm trying to swing, and then he really gonna hit me. So let me just sit here and just. And then you just seen he was totally dehydrated. His lips went white. He could have fell out at that moment. And I knew, because I don't know, like when it comes to me, I think like, damn, I could go crazy on this person. I don't know their medical history. He got heart problems. He might have a blood clog in his head. I don't know what the fuck going on with him. So I really don't want to go all the way because I know if I hit him, I'm going to hit him with some power. So I said, I'm going to give him a chance. I'm going to smack him. I'm going to smack him around. I just want to show him. But I'm going to hit him with the body blows, the strong, but oof. I'm going to hit him with a couple of body blows. But when I hit him in the face, I'm going to smack him. I just want to give him a chance to show him. Knock them headphones off, you fake truck driver. You got the fucking piece to your mouth. I was just going to do all kind of shit and then kick him in the ass. Get on out of here, you little groundhog. Because that's what he looked like in my face. He looked like a groundhog. I didn't know he was that short, stubby, little fat, yellow teeth. I said, this is a groundhog. Look at this motherfucker. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this is the motherfucker all these years been talking shit. But it worked out good. It worked out good because he took down all the videos of me. He changed his behavior. And that's what I like. I like a behavior change. I like when people eat some humble pie.
What'd he say?
Yeah. I spoke to him. I gave him some humble pie. He was saying, yo, I'm not with that. Yo, you know what I'm saying? I can't remember if he said he apologized, but I know he did say like, yo, man, I'm not really about that. Yo, yeah, he did apologize. He said, yeah, I apologize. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought this was just some YouTube shit and I know you take shit so serious. I said, it's not that I take it serious. You doing serious situations on a dude who have children, have honor, and I'm up here really wanting to unite us. I really want to see us come together. And you up here putting dumb videos and talking stupid about me. You talking like you tough at the same time. And we were supposed to have met up again. So I told him, yo, listen, come down to Harlem. We'll meet in Harlem. That's where he got a video where he came down to Harlem. And I was going to meet him. And we were supposed to do some content again, but I ain't never go over there and meet him. Ain't nothing happened. He was down by the Apollo. I said, yo, come down, be like, yo, 10 toes down. I'm down in Harlem now. Nigga, I'm in your hood. And that's where he did that. I told him to do that. It's a fact. I told him to do that.
Well, man, shout out to Behind the Bar, bro. He's always shown me love. So I ain't really got nothing bad to say about him.
Ain't nothing bad to say about behind the bar, though. Ain't nothing bad to say about him because I listen. That's the whole thing with me, right? I always tell people, Panda, I say I don't care what I've been through with nobody, whatever the situation is. I'll work with anybody. You know why? Because I really know deep down inside, you really are not the person that you are claiming to be. You're not. You fronting because you're really not ready for prison. You're really not ready to be stripped naked and do all the motions and everything that I went through. You're really not ready with putting a gun to somebody and pulling the trigger. And when they fall down, you just don't give a shit and stomp them after you shot them already. You're really not about that life. You're really not about, I don't care if the police shoot me in the shoot. You're not about that. You're not really ready to go all the way down on some revolutionary shit for the wrong thing. That's what I was down with. I was down with the wrong shit. And now that I'm on the right side, wanting to do the right thing, I'm getting more backlash doing the right thing than I did doing the wrong thing. I'm like, damn, if I was doing bad shit, y'all will really praise me, but I'm doing the right thing and y'all still get fuck that nigga, yo, this and that, yo, nigga, bitch ass, and you want to talk crazy, then make up shit. Then you got Bulletz Gottis and these type of guys when they're really not street dudes. You can't be a street dude. You know why? Because you ain't been out in the streets. Either you ain't been out there long enough to be able to experience nothing, and it's a different time and era. Where in my era, if you even thought about saying the things that you said, you would be murdered, dead. Like, for real. I would kill you. Like, for real, that was my mindset. Like, if he says that, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to murder him. And I'm not going to feel no way about it. But not today. Hell no. You can say whatever you want, do what you want to do. And I'm going to laugh and clown you and I'm going to do comedy on your ass because it ain't even that serious to me. Because let it be duly noted that taking a human life is nothing to play with. Taking a person's family away from them is going to live with you forever. It's easy to let that thing go. It's what's going to happen afterwards. And that's what I want these kids and adults, most of the adults, to know the after effect of and what's going to happen after that.
Right.
And a lot of y'all don't know how to live. Everybody want to know how to kill, but nobody's speaking about how to live.
All right, 10. I just want to thank you for your time, man. It was a great conversation. I think we hit a lot of different points. Is there anything that you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
You already know what it is. It's 10 toes down, man. 10 toes down is in the building. It's a Wong here. It's in the building for the same time, for the same thing here. And I know the rude boy, a bomba clad boy in the building. The all three are we there, so. And you already know I got my motherfucking man on point. You already know what it is, man. It's 10 toes down, man. Take life serious, but look at it as a joke. 10 toes down, man. That's what it is, bro.